Others transmigrate as rich families female-led. This woman transmigrates as a rich family's stepmother. Ji Shuiyi was originally the mistress of the Shang family in the Great Jin dynasty. She was a decisive and resourceful woman with both courage and wisdom. Even when faced with bandits holding her hostage, she could turn around and easily take them down with an iron fan. Just as she was about to casually show off her pure gold 999 hairpin, right when she was about to blind the bandits' eyes, suddenly, she felt the call from a book she had secretly hidden for years. Accidentally transmigrated into the young miss of Xuyên group. Unfortunately, this woman was a supporting character in a rich family. When facing the doctor, she had to suppress her temper and explain her transmigration to the confused doctor, making herself irritated while the doctor suspected she was mentally ill. But none of this could break her. She even became fond of the lone warrior from another world, learning over the phone that her young brother-in-law had caused trouble again. Such a troublesome matter, not even letting one have peace at the hospital, having to clean up after the young brother-in-law again. Who wouldn't be annoyed? Such absurd things only happen in these wealthy families. Look at the rich ladies around you. Are they also transmigrators from ancient times? Time flies. Ji Shuiyi, wearing her sexy high heels, jumped down from the 88th floor. Along with the doctor's surprise, Ji Shuiyi had already jumped off the building. Walking on the street, facing a whole new world and unfamiliar body, she carefully explored the original owner's past life through the unfamiliar memories. The owner of this body was the young miss of Xuyên group, sharing the same name as her, spoiled and willful since childhood. Through her careful planning, she successfully had an intimate private encounter with the Yan Corporation's CEO, widely circulated by reporters. But sadly, although she successfully married into the wealthy Yan family, she had no real power and could only be looked down upon and bullied. At such a time when she needed a man, the Yan Corporation's CEO suddenly disappeared, using disappearance as their wedding gift shortly after marriage. Sisters, don't be blinded by love. This also caused internal and external troubles for the Yan family. And I unfortunately arrived at this time, replacing this willful young lady, becoming the center of this whirlpool. Lost in thought, suddenly a message came on the phone. Mrs. Yan, where are you? We really can't handle the fourth young master's matter. Ji Shuiyi put down her phone, recalling her 10 years in the Shang family. There she could handle both civil and military affairs, commanding at court and dominating the battlefield. Never expected this Yan family member to be so useless, looking like a street rapper with that hairstyle. No choice. Since there's no going back, might as well make the best of living here. It's time to reorganize this family and put these useless people on the right path. With a loud screech of brakes, Shuiyi made her grand entrance. After arriving at the police station, Ji Shuiyi fixed her deep gaze on the driver, nimbly pulled off the driver's belt. It seems she's going to play an intense game with this young brother-in-law. Outside the police station cosplaying, inside the fourth young master of the Yan family, Yi Wenbo was sitting with his legs crossed, lounging around waiting for what would happen. Ji Shuiyi's arrival shocked him greatly. He never expected his originally tyrannical aunt would now be standing in front of him, becoming his bail person. Yi Wenbo believed that this woman before him wasn't worthy of being his sister-in-law, suspecting she was just putting on an act. When he argued with his sister-in-law raised her belt, about to have a close, deep and polite conversation with her brother-in-law. The Great Jin dynasty's mistress has transmigrated, in her past life skilled in both civil and military affairs, now being bullied, husband playing disappearing act, brother-in-law being frivolous. As the rightful mistress, she must take back everything that belongs to her. Just now, Ji Shuiyi arrived at the police station, with a malicious look on her face, took up the belt and walked towards her brother-in-law. Sister-in-law, what are you going to do to me? At this critical moment, the blonde guy made his flashy entrance. So it was these two fighting that made the mistress lower herself to visit the police station. It turned out this blonde guy was the Zhang family's third young master, Zhang Jing. During the conversation, Zhang Jing started provoking the Yan family's fourth young master. At this time, sister-in-law activated her protective mode, immediately introduced herself saying, I used to be his sister-in-law. No sister-in-law carries any weight. Do you know who I am? The blonde guy said with contempt in his eyes, but he didn't expect to meet someone so tough. Right away, she exposed this young master's various illegal activities. At this moment, sister-in-law had a bright idea, deciding to bring this blonde guy home, together with her brother-in-law, for a fun 3-person family cosplay. During the conversation, sister-in-law was about to take these two rebellious sons away. Sister-in-law thought only children make choices. I want them all. Let's go. Who's afraid of whom? The three sat down, with Jiyu Shuiyi next to the blonde guy. At this time, sister-in-law thought secretly, Shang family's children would have been on the battlefield at this age, but these kids have good tempers. While disciplining her brother-in-law who was complaining in front, suddenly Jiyu Wenbo through the rearview mirror saw the blonde guy staring at his sister-in-law's fair legs. Burning with rage, Yi Wenbo shouted to stop the car, demanding to switch seats with Jiyu Shuiyi. Is this how you talk to your sister-in-law? Jiyu Shuiyi was very displeased. Sister-in-law, please sit in front, Yi Wenbo said softly. What's the big deal? I was enjoying looking at your sister-in-law's legs. Why did you come over? Third young master Zhang thought to himself. Yi Wenbo also looked tough. After arguing, both felt tired and started facing each other. The car window dispute hadn't settled. Another storm arose outside the Yan mansion. Just as they got out of the car, the maid ran over anxiously. Madam, where have you been? Miss Zhang is here. Please go see her quickly. As soon as the words fell, Miss Zhang, who had been waiting for a long time, came rushing over with her belly. Regarding the so-called child in her belly, quite a statement. Zhang Meng, a third-rate celebrity, claimed to be Yan Chao's lover, carrying his child. In the past, she had caused plenty of trouble for Jiyu Shuiyi, putting her in a difficult situation. But he never expected that the current Jiyu Shuiyi was no longer that easily bullied White Lotus from before, but a high-caliber mistress. Such a pretty clown wasn't even worthy of speaking to the mistress of the house. She and her supposed pregnancy were thrown outside by Jiyu Shuiyi. The two handsome guys also joined in the mockery before following sister-in-law away. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Shuiyi had changed so much and gave her such a cold shoulder. After entering the room, sister-in-law eagerly invited them upstairs. At this time, third young master Zhang was still full of confidence and hope for everything ahead, fantasizing that the adults would apologize to him. But he never expected that the moment he entered the room, a sexy belt came flying at him. Young Master Zhang, since the Zhang family never taught you manners, I'll take the trouble today to teach you what politeness and rules are. After saying this, Jiyu Shuiyi took his luxury snakeskin perfume bag and whipped the Zhang family's third young master. This sensation, I don't know if you viewers can feel it. Third young master Zhang was struck hard, couldn't believe she dared to hit him, and in such a humiliating way. Jiyu Shuiyi, how dare you hit me, you woman? While her husband wasn't home, she brazenly brought two handsome guys into her luxury villa. What exactly did she want to do? Just earlier, Jiyu Shuiyi had brought the two troublemaking brothers-in-law from the police station and third young master Zhang back to her villa together. After entering the villa, she locked the security door and began giving third young master Zhang special care. Each whip was Shuiyi's love for third young master Zhang. His high quality and handsome face seemed to be writing, Shuiyi, please love me. Stop, stop, it hurts so much. Seems Shuiyi's love was excessive. The brother-in-law outside was so scared his legs were shaking. This must be why she brought Zhang Jing back, since she couldn't whip people in front of the police station. Yi Wenbo thought inside the room, screw it, I'm hitting a woman today. It hurts. It hurts. Stop hitting. I need to go to the hospital. Mrs. Yan, third young master Zhang clearly couldn't handle Jiyu Shuiyi's love, obviously losing the battle. In no time at all, third young master Zhang was lying on the ground calling her sister-in-law and crying for his mother. I'll apologize. Okay? Sister-in-law Jiyu Shuiyi only reluctantly let go after hearing this apology. Seems she truly showed extreme love for third young master Zhang. Sisters with boyfriends can try this method too. One whip brings thousands in gold. Let your boyfriend enjoy luxury and wealth. Third young master Zhang had just knelt down when he started taking back his words. What apology? Seems you won't apologize until I beat you into submission. Jiyu Shuiyi gave him another whip and very mercifully gave him a hint. Think about what you said today. Third young master Zhang finally gave a 360-degree right-angle bow, showing his decent dance foundation. The fourth young master Yan standing aside was also confused by this scene, standing there dumbfounded. After dealing with third young master Zhang, Shuiyi would come over to properly love her face. Having found her brother-in-law, face couldn't be lost either. You still need to apologize to Yi Wenbo. Yi Wenbo was even more confused by this scene, standing frozen in place. Third young master Zhang was still complaining to Jiyu Shuiyi. He hit me too. Why should I apologize to him? I don't have patience for whether you apologize or not. Xuyên then pulled out his luxury belt, preparing for a second attack. Yan Si, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have fought with you. I won't mention the Yan family at the next banquet. Yan Si was also a Tsunere boy, though saying he didn't care. He actually minded these things more than anyone else. It's done. Can I leave now? If I don't leave, I might get whipped again. Zhang San thought. With Xuyin's permission, third young master Zhang limped away with his tail between his legs. Xuying thought, come back for more cosplay next time. Now only fourth young master stood lonely in place, thinking, was she standing up for me? Something felt oddly strange. Snap. Just as fourth young master Yan finished speaking, the familiar whip came down, striking heavily across his 48-pack abs. Damn it, Gu Shuiyi, what are you doing? I hit him because he bullied and disrespected the Yan family. I hit you because you are from the Sheng family. For a moment, Shuiyi was suddenly speechless, somewhat missing her own Sheng family members. It's because you, as a son of the Yan family, chose to fight. Such a low method to solve problems, completely disregarding the Yan family's face. After being speechless for 3 seconds, Fu Shuiyi resumed her matriarch demeanor. Sexy sister-in-law teaching online. The most embarrassing part isn't just losing face, but also losing the fight. To put it nicely, it's like knowingly walking into a tiger's den. To be blunt, you don't know your own limits. These few words left Yi Wenbo speechless. After speaking, Gu Shuiyi dropped the whip and walked straight in one direction, ignoring Yi Wenbo. You're not going to hit me anymore? No more. Outsiders need heavy punishment to be deterred. Our own family members are different. It seems this Gu Shuiyi was still a woman who protected her own. Seeing Yi Wenbo's hesitant expression, he probably hadn't had enough. He'd have to wait until next time to play such tense and exciting games with sister-in-law. Right now, the most important thing was to treat the marks from their recent passionate encounter. At this moment, Ms. Zhang Meng covered her 36D chest in fear. Mrs. Yan, I'm not feeling well today. Let's talk another day, she said as she rushed out of the Yan mansion without looking back, thinking to herself, has this woman gone mad? She's so different from her usual weak self. I must tell her. Then Zhang Meng quickly returned to her car and called her. Things didn't go well, Zhang Meng said, trembling. The person on the other end called Cao Jiayan said, I told you. Zhang Mingchong is Yan Chao's good friend. With Yan Chao missing, he would definitely come. Jian Rui will definitely come with him too. Hearing Jian Rui's name, Zhang Meng became extremely anxious, breaking into a cold sweat. What should I do? The Jian family controls the entertainment industry. If your wife Jian Rui finds out I'm carrying your child, she'll definitely blacklist me if not kill me. So the baby in her belly wasn't Yan Chao's, but Cao Jiayan's. Sisters, quickly check if your pregnant husband is carrying your child. A threatening voice came from the phone. If you can't keep this child safe, you won't get a single penny. But what Zhang Meng worried about now was whether framing Yan Chao for the child would really work. If Yan Chao comes back alive, my fate would be worse than offending Jian Rui. Zhang Meng let out a sharp cry. This Cao Jiayan remained calm on the phone, responding with 3 parts mockery and 7 parts coldness. Yan Chao is missing in Africa. There's an Ebola outbreak there. He can't possibly come back alive. Rich husband doesn't come home. Yan family's handsome men, crawling all over the ground. This woman as beautiful as heaven. But her husband would rather go to Ebola-infected Africa than come home. Since the husband won't come home, the wife plays at home. Husband hasn't been home for 5 years. Brings flowers when he returns. Quick, check if there are such lonely and empty wealthy ladies around you. Rich wives. On the luxurious red velvet sofa worth 1.800 meters in total. Fourth young master Yan asked. That woman who came today. She's the one the paparazzi reported staying at the hotel before and after my brother. It seems the Yan family young master's affairs were well known. Paparazzi could feed their whole family just from his stories. The maid answered awkwardly. Fourth young master thought. Big brother has been missing for half a month. And that baseless rumor was from 3 months ago. Why bring it up now? Coming to the Yan family's door with a belly bump. What is this? A soccer tournament? At this moment, the male butler jumped out to benefit all the sisters present. Fourth young master, Mrs. Yan ordered to handle the wound as well. Then young master Yan crossed his hands and lifted his silky white shirt, revealing his 108-pack abs. Looking good. Hope sister Shuiyi whips him a few more times. Let everyone present feast their eyes. Fourth young master Yan asked while taking off his clothes. Where's Shuiyi? Seems this boy is also fascinated by sister-in-law. Manhwa, suddenly felt that young Master Yan might not only get infected with Ebola, but more likely to wear a green hat to send him off. The maid thought to herself while awkwardly smiling. Madam has gone to rest in her room and asked not to be disturbed. In the room, sister-in-law was washing up wearing a sexy black lace dress. Suddenly, her amber eyes fixed on something. The man in the photo was Yan Chao. Shui thought, a man who's tasted blood is not to be trifled with. It's hard to imagine such a man would easily agree to marry this vessel. However, following the standard, domineering CEO falls in love with me plot. According to the book's progress, he'll meet the female lead Yu Xiaoxiao during this disappearance and fall in love quickly. When Yan Chao returns with his noble Ebola-infected bloodline, he'll bring her back too, and conveniently kick out this cannon fodder second female lead along with the divorce papers. At this moment, a phone ring interrupted Ji Yu Shui's reminiscence. Ji Yu Shui hurried downstairs and saw fourth young master about to answer the phone. The female housekeeper said, "Fourth young master, it's Mr. Zhang." Fourth young master thought, that bastard Zhang Jing really told his brother. Fourth young master calmly picked up the phone saying, "Hello." A deep masculine voice responded from the other end. Fourth young master, please pass the phone to Mrs. Yan. Seems this time the target wasn't fourth young master. Fourth young master Yan immediately responded, "Mr. Zhang, do you have business with me? If it's about Zhang Jing, you can talk to me." The man on the phone said, "You can't make decisions, just 5 words carrying a cold, noble big brother aura." Fourth young master's temper flared up, saying, "He was talking nonsense about my brother, so I fought with him." At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in front of him. The person facing Yan Si reached out and swiftly took the phone. Fourth young master stubbornly said, "I can handle this myself." At this time, our sister-in-law had changed into a noble pure white outfit, emanating a goddess aura. Standing next to Yan Si made him look even more like a fool. She then held Yan Si's hand while taking the phone with her other hand. This fool Yan Si actually blushed because of this. One careless moment, 2 unguarded instances, and Big Brother might lose his wife. Ji Yu Shui took the phone and calmly answered, "This is Ji Yu Shui." Then, the Zhang family's second young master, holding a cigarette, sat upright on the sofa and said, "Mrs. Yan, your beating of Zhang Jing clearly threw the Zhang family's face to the ground. I must pay a visit." It seems this Zhang family's second brother is determined to steal the Yan family young master's woman. When the Yan family young master returns home, he'll secretly curse these bastards for stealing his woman. On this end of the phone, Ji Yu Shui simply replied with 4 words, "Good, I await you." These 4 simple words highlighted the woman's mysterious, calm, and mature aura. At this moment, Ji Yu Shui closed her eyes and hung up the phone, thinking, what the hell are these bastards? All of them are after me. Then, at the Zhang residence, the male butler asked second young master Zhang, "Are you really going to visit the Yan family?" The second young master thought this was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. If he didn't go now, there wouldn't be another chance. So he put out his cigarette and said, "I'll visit the Yan family at 3 o'clock this afternoon," while showing a smile that was 3 parts charming and 7 parts handsome, saying that since Mr. Yan was nowhere to be found, it's a good time to check on the Yan family. This guy going to check on the Yan family was clearly just an excuse to see Ji Yu Shui, but he didn't know that fourth young master Yan and Ji Yu Shui were having a deep conversation at that moment. Fourth young master angrily asked Ji Yu Shui, "Why did you answer the phone? Aren't you afraid he'll cause trouble?" While holding onto sister-in-law's hand, sister-in-law stared straight at Yan Si and asked, "So you wanted to take it on yourself? That whip wasn't for nothing." Having respect for elders and protecting family members is good, but some things children can't handle. Adults need to handle them. Fourth young master's cheeks reddened as he said, Who's a child? Who's an adult? You're only in your 20s too." Ji Yu Shui composed herself and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" She quickly withdrew her hand. Fourth young master Yan was somewhat dissatisfied and shyly said, "Not yet." The scene changed as they began eating breakfast. Ji Yu Shui said, "I had my reasons for hitting him. Plan first, act second. This is also how you should handle trouble next time." It seems this sister-in-law was different from before, gradually uniting the whole family's hearts. Fourth young master retorted, "Second young master Zhang is now in power. Him coming to handle such a small matter means he's very interested in Yan Chao's disappearance." This statement played right into fourth young master's concerns. He continued asking, "Aren't you worried he'll take advantage of my brother's absence to deal with the Yan family? He might not be able to handle the Yan family, but he might steal from you. Young man, be more careful. Your brother is very capable, but he's not the entire operation of the business empire. It's not supported by him alone, implying that you're just a kid. You don't understand the importance of cooperation. You think if one person disappears or is defeated, the whole family will disappear? There are thousands of successors protecting the entire family. If your brother has enough risk awareness, he would have trained a strong team to ensure Yan Corporation can operate normally even during his brief absence. After speaking, Ji Shuiyi casually wiped her mouth and said, "So these aren't things we need to worry about." At this moment, the doorbell rang. Second young Master Zhang had arrived. Just as second young Master Zhang arrived, Ji Shuiyi unhurriedly said, "This is delicious. Wash another plate." Everyone can guess how Ji Shuiyi used these strawberries to capture men's hearts. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from the ground as second young Master Zhang made his grand entrance. Here he comes, striding in with his 6'3" frame. While walking, he greeted Mrs. Yan, thinking to himself that before long, she would be Mrs. Zhang. At this moment, Ji Shuiyi and her brother-in-law were sitting on the sofa, welcoming second young Master Zhang. Upon seeing second young Master Zhang, Ji Shuiyi calmly said, "Mr. Zhang, are you here to seek revenge for Zhongjing?" Second young Master Zhang stroked his double chin and said, "We need an explanation." While stroking his sexy chin, revealing his light-colored eyes, he continued, "As for our Zhang family members, getting beaten at your Yan residence, how can we just let it go? Look at this beautiful woman. She could jump down from the 88th floor and strip the driver's belt off, using it as her cosplay prop. What kind of woman is she really?" Just moments ago, after Ji Shuiyi beat up Zhang family's third young master, Zhang family's second young master came looking for her. Second young Master Zhang came to demand an explanation, thinking he might get a wife in the process. Ji Shuiyi countered, "Then what about your Zhang family members? When they beat up people from my Yan family, what should be done?" Second young Master Zhang pondered for a moment and replied, "What does Mrs. Yan want?" Ji Shuiyi said, "Of course, what goes around comes around, so I beat him up." Before second young master could react, Ji Shuiyi crooked her slender little finger, telling fourth young master to come over. Fourth young master obediently came closer, wagging his tail like a puppy. Ji Shuiyi then touched fourth young master's wounds. Addressing second young Master Zhang, she said, "Mr. Zhang, this is what your brother did." As she spoke, fourth young master had a smug look. Having someone to back him up made all the difference. "Is it only your Zhang family who's allowed to bully our Yan family?" Ji Shuiyi said seriously. Second young Master Zhang used children's quarrels as an excuse, saying, "Even so, it's just kids fighting. Why escalate it to adults getting involved?" Ji Shuiyi responded in kind, "I beat Zhang Jin for Yan Wenbai. If Mr. Zhang is unsatisfied, you can beat me in return for Zhang Jin." Indeed worthy of being the family matriarch. Modern people are slightly inferior when it comes to verbal sparring. Ji Shuiyi continued, "No time like the present. Mr. Zhang, you can fight for Zhang Jin today if you'd like." Ji Shuiyi revealed her white teeth in a slight smile. Second young Master Zhang became flustered, saying, "I don't fight with women." He realized he had lost face in front of this woman. He tactfully stood up and said, "Since Zhang Jin started this, let's just forget about it." Ji Shuiyi showed her displeasure and said, "Forget about it? Mr. Zhang, do you think you can step on the Yan family's dignity so casually?" Second young Master Zhang smiled slightly mischievously and said, "Then what does Mrs. Yan suggest?" He moved closer, truly never missing an opportunity to take advantage. At this moment, Ji Shuiyi's actions made the young Master Gu's green light on his head even more apparent. She directly grabbed second young Master Yang's broad chest, pulling their distance closer, their breaths almost intermingling. The Yan family's wife plays it wild, first with a puppy, then with a wolf. Not satisfied with handsome guys, she meets Zhang family's second floor. Zhang family's youngest wasn't enough. Second brother comes to add intensity. Just moments ago, second young Master Zhang came to the Yan house to seek justice for his brother. Unexpectedly, Ji Shuiyi pulled him close to her face. Even the editor's heart skipped a beat at this face-to-face distance. The butler nervously said, "Mrs. Yan, what are you doing? Mr. Zhang has already let you off. Surely you're not planning to hit him too?" Indeed, a butler is just a butler. If the editor were there, they would have already closed the door and waited outside. At this moment, Ji Shuiyi released second young Master Yang's hand and rubbed the button on his chest. Casually removing the button, she said. Let's say Mr. Zhang is being generous and came to apologize for his brother. This is compensation. While speaking, she dangled the button, and second young Master Yang's CPU started burning rapidly. His face suddenly turned slightly red. Tugging at his tie, he said, now we're even. I'll take my leave now. He thought after being flirted with, I didn't expect to be flirted back with again. Feeling at a disadvantage, he wanted to escape quickly, but Ji Shui wouldn't give him the chance. She said, wait, and packed up some freshly washed strawberries. Ji Shui put on a smiling face and told second young Master Zhang, these strawberries are very sweet. Take them, Mr. Zhang. Don't leave empty-handed. Take care. After Mr. Zhang left, in the car, the young assistant drove while saying, Chairman Zhang, this Mrs. Yan seems different from the rumors. She's clever but a bit too domineering. Chairman Zhang stared fixedly in one direction, holding the box of dozens of strawberries, staring at them inside. Rather lewdly, he tasted the strawberries while thinking about Mrs. Yan, and even more perversely, licked his finger, so perverted with the box of dozens of strawberries, staring at them inside. Rather lewdly tasting the strawberries while thinking about Mrs. Yan, and even more perversely, licking his finger, so perverted, staring at the strawberries, rather lewdly tasting the strawberries, while thinking about Mrs. Yan, even more perversely, licking his finger, so perverted, this guy licking his finger, thinking to himself, the strawberries are indeed sweet. Would Mrs. Yan be even sweeter? The scene then shifts to the spy drama set. The crew members were whispering. At 1 a.m. 3 days ago, while filming night scenes, Yuan Ge suddenly left the set surveillance range. Look at this woman whose husband doesn't come home, married far away in Africa, and now this woman sits in her chair, thinking about how to handle relations with these two brothers-in-law. Oh no. I mean maintain good relationships. The editor has never seen such a harmonious three-person relationship. As long as the three of us live well together, that's what matters most. Just 3 hours ago, an actor went missing from the set. The director was very anxious. Money is hard to earn, and shit is hard to eat. The director and assistant talked while pointing at the figure in the surveillance footage. The director pinched his nose bridge, anxiously asking his assistant, how come we still can't contact him? The young assistant was also very nervous and helpless, saying, we've looked everywhere but can't find him. The director, on the verge of breakdown, said, keep searching, we must find him. While breaking down, he grabbed what little hair he had left, saying, if young Master Yan goes missing from our set, I'm finished. Young Master Yan is really such a troublesome child. Causing trouble for his sister-in-law at home is one thing, but now he's causing trouble for the director on set. Just like those troublesome kids sitting on the Kong during New Year's visits. Like those troublesome kids sitting on the heated bed causing problems. The director quickly contacted Ji Shui, trying to find young Master Yan by any means. However, at this time, Ji Shui was contentedly drinking her tea at home, reading a novel about falling in love with a domineering CEO. While reading, she still found time to ask the maid if fourth young master had gone to school, thinking about sending him today's crab meat lion's head and pink chow tofu, which tasted quite good. The maid was stunned, having never seen such a caring Ji Shui before, as if she had become a different person. Just then, the phone rang. There was a missed call. Ji Shui picked up her phone and learned it was from the spy drama crew. They immediately asked about Yuan Wenjia's sudden disappearance during filming and what should be done about it. Ji Shui looked bewildered but felt a bad premonition down her spine. She asked who Yuan Wenjia was. A memory flashed through her mind. Yan Wenjia, Yan Chao's second brother, was a graceful and handsome man. He debuted in the entertainment industry under the stage name Yuan Wenjia. Due to his excellent appearance, he had become a hot male celebrity. Who knew all the Yan family men were such treasures, with chests too big to grab with one hand? Just as fourth young master left, second young master appeared. Ji Shui, with a heavy heart, hung up the unfinished phone call. She ordered the butler to prepare the car and hurriedly began her next journey of cleaning up others' messes. Look at this woman in high heels, wearing stylish sunglasses, emanating an unapproachable aura. As a celebrity's manager, she hadn't expected her artist to disappear. However, she didn't panic and casually picked up her tablet to play a round of CSGO. Just moments ago, when Ji Shui learned about her brother-in-law's disappearance, she rushed to the film set. At that moment, 30 kilometers away from the set at a beach, second young master was standing on a rectangular, cylindrical shore. the editor suspects. He was a man with perfectionist tendencies. Otherwise, how could he find such a straight cliff? The wind howled coldly, making the editor's back straighten at the sight of this handsome, second young master gazing blankly at the seaside, while not forgetting to show off his selling point, those firm and ample chest muscles. The editor suspects he was obviously showing off. In a flash, wearing his 88.888 yuan pajamas, he jumped down displaying his muscular chest. The nearby seagull wondered if he was human, jumping off a cliff and nearly landing on me. What terrible luck. Meanwhile, a black Lincoln stretch limousine from the Yan family suddenly appeared at the small theater. People were wondering if Yan Chao had returned, or if he came suddenly for the supposedly pregnant Zhang Meng. Unexpectedly, a long and fair leg extended from the car, wearing 10 centimeters understated black high heels. A red dress made her appear even more elegant. This woman was none other than our sister-in-law, Ji Shuiyi. She wore black sunglasses, hands on her hips, exuding the aura of an efficient career woman. She asked concisely, "Who is the director?" The onlookers couldn't help but get excited, saying, "Yan, Mrs. Yan is so beautiful, so Mrs. Yan has arrived." At this time, the unofficial rising starlet Zhang Meng stood nearby, trembling, afraid that Ji Shuiyi had come to steal her spotlight or ruin her plans. So she put on a sweet smile, completely different from her previous arrogant attitude, and approached Ji Shuiyi. Before she could even finish saying, "Mrs. Yan," Ji Shuiyi completely ignored her. This is the difference between a legal wife and a mistress. At this moment, both directors and managers quickly put on smiles and hurriedly went forward to shake hands and introduce themselves. The man in the yellow shirt was Director Li, and the old man wearing a Sherlock Holmes hat was Yuan Wenjia's manager. Brother-in-law plays cliff jumping, while the mistress plays kidnapping. After learning about second young master Yan's disappearance, Ji Shuiyi rushed to the set. Without another word, she took Yuan Wenjia's manager away. Looking at this situation, the editor thought she was a big director coming to poach people. Seeing this scene, Zhang Meng revealed her viper-like gaze, staring intently at Ji Shuiyi, gossiping behind her back. Mrs. Yan came in and had everyone running around at her command. Her authority seemed a bit excessive. The short-haired sister nearby said, "If you were Mrs. Yan, you could do the same." The editor can only say the words are crude but true. You can tell at a glance who's the mistress and who's the legitimate wife. After Ji Shuiyi took the manager into the car, the manager sat nervously between two bodyguards. "Look, it's just like when your two stepmom friends sit with you." A schoolgirl, Ji Shuiyi skillfully operated the tablet, searching for second young master Yan's whereabouts. The handsome bodyguard reminded her that if they needed to deploy Yan family's personnel to search for second young master, they would need to contact the secretary first for deployment authority. Unexpectedly, Ji Shuiyi's "not needed" left him dizzy. Who needs Yan family's people? As the legitimate wife, handling these matters is well within my capabilities. The bodyguard had never seen such an approach. Ji Shuiyi called the police, and the bodyguard's face showed disbelief, as if in this era, not using bodyguards was something unbelievable. At this moment, an ordinary working NPC was deeply hurt, shedding tears of regret. With that, Ji Shuiyi handed the tablet to the driver. The screen still showed second young master's last appearance. "Follow this road, back to the present." Second young master stood at the cliff edge, chest exposed. He said dramatically, "Goodbye world. Whether we meet again doesn't matter." But jumping down would hurt so many seagulls and small animals. As soon as he finished speaking, second young master leapt, his face full of serenity. He instantly plunged into the sea, but before he could die completely, he heard the roar of an engine. Second young master opened his eyes, thinking how quickly the king of hell had sent someone in a Lamborghini to pick him up. Looking closely, his pupils dilated. Like a mermaid, Ji Shuiyi in her red dress swam towards him underwater. At this moment, above Yan's eldest young master's head, another green light of love appeared. With a splash, Ji Shuiyi brought Yan Wenjia back to the surface. Wenjia coughed intensely, looking pitiful and touching. "Tonight, I'll send a blue windmill car to pick you up and take good care of you." Back to the point, Ji Shuiyi asked if he was okay. He nodded obediently like a puppy, but the next second, Ji Shuiyi pushed him deep under the water again. Pervert sets out to catch puppies. Swipe card and take possession. Puppy can't hide secretly. Happiness can't be stopped. Just moments ago, Ji Shuiyi had found the missing Yi Wenjie. After Yi Wenjie was rescued to shore, the seagulls circled around him as if saying, "I just wanted to get some fries at the dock. You fool, if you don't want to live, fine, but don't make us suffer too." Meanwhile, Yi Wenjie was still coughing intensely, looking quite weak. The bodyguard came over to wrap Ji Shuiyi in a towel. She accepted it, revealing her perfect jawline and high bridge nose. She turned sideways to thank the bodyguard. Yan Wenjie saw all of this. This guy was just another one who had thoughts about his sister-in-law. He opened his eyes to look at Mrs. Yan Ji Shuiyi, thinking about how he was before, closing his eyes to recall. How could it be possible? It must have been self-deception. And Ji Shuiyi saw all of this. Yi Wenjie's eyes met with Ji Shuiyi's. He shouted, "You almost drowned me." Ji Shuiyi replied, "Didn't you want to jump into the sea? I was helping you." Yi Wenjie retorted, "There's a net down there. Haven't you heard of extreme sports?" This kind of extreme sport really made the editor laugh like an old lady getting into bed. Ji Shuiyi then replied, "What? Is this extreme sport short for seeking death? If you don't think it's enough, I can help you again." Ji Shuiyi stared directly at Yan Wenjie, her eyes showing sincerity more genuine than pearls. Seems she shows no mercy even to her family members. The manager sensed things were going wrong and immediately tried to defuse the situation, saying, "Mrs. Yan, why don't we sit down and talk?" Meanwhile, Yi Wenjie stood frozen in fear. Ji Shuiyi showed him no favor, saying, "No need. Call the crew back and tell them we found him." The manager hurriedly agreed. Ji Shuiyi turned around, showing them a perfect profile. She said, "Get in the car." Obviously, Yi Wenjie misunderstood, thinking his sister-in-law wanted to play more. He pitifully wrapped himself in his thin clothes, and got in. An hour later, the Yan family's stretched Lincoln stopped with a swoosh at the noisy film set entrance. The director with his collaborator-style haircut exclaimed, "What happened?" Yan Wenjie, looking like he'd been bullied, said, "It's nothing. Just fell in the water." The manager quickly went forward to grab Yi Wenjie. Amidst everyone's concern, they took him to his changing room to change into fresh clothes. Outside, Huo Shuiyi, wearing a matching bathrobe, was chatting with the crew's director. Beautiful sister-in-law loves handsome men, first flirting with little brother, then with husband. Green hat can't be hidden. Happy life has nowhere to hide. Just now, the pervert rescued second young master, drinking coffee outside the film set while waiting for second young master. When Yan Wenjie came out after changing clothes, he thought to himself, this was the third person to call her Mrs. Yan, so she must be his rumored sister-in-law. Ji Shuiyi thought about this. He called out her name, Ji Shuiyi. Ji Shuiyi turned and said, "Call me sister-in-law." This kid really doesn't know his place. Directly calling out Ji Shuiyi's name. If this were in front of fourth young master before, the python skin whip would have been ready, leaving scars on legs. Flesh wounds would be inevitable. At this moment, the director was busily directing. Ji Shuiyi sat alone on a chair, seemingly lost in thought. Ji Shuiyi sat alone on a chair, appearing to be thinking about something. The manager came over again and asked, "Mrs. Yan, how did you know he was there?" Ji Shuiyi smiled contemptuously and said, "These wealthy family sons all have the same bad habits, always wanting to do something different and exciting." Saying this, she turned to look at the manager squatting on the ground, asked, "You've been by his side for so long. Didn't you know Yan Wenjie was this kind of person?" The manager saw trouble coming, quickly waved his hand saying, "That kind of thing, I don't know. No. At this moment, Ji Shuiyi's phone buzzed again. It was fourth young master calling her. The lion's head meatballs from lunch had been delivered to him. Fourth young master asked, "Is this food from you?" Ji Shuiyi replied, "Yes, it's from me. Don't you like it?" You could hear from the phone that fourth young master shyly said, "I do." Mrs. Yan really had these two brothers wrapped around her finger. Poor Tom was being played like a puppet. At this time, second young master came out wearing a suit and tie, confused, thinking about how Ji Shuiyi sends food to his brother but tries to kill him. Meanwhile, Ji Shuiyi hadn't noticed second young master coming out, still staring at her phone screen, deep in thought, thinking how strange it was. One brother marvels at receiving a small amount of food, while the other lives recklessly, carelessly risking his life. She wondered why these two were even in the same family, so different from each other. And this Yan family was quite strange, with neither rules nor familial affection. Just as Ji Shuiyi was thinking this, the director with his collaborator haircut shouted, "Action!" interrupting her thoughts. Shuiyi's time travel mission. imitating Wu Song to fight the tiger. 3 men are not enough. Mrs. Yan can't get enough play. Just now, the lost Yan Wenjia had returned to the crew. Ji Shuiyi briefly breathed a sigh of relief. And now Yi Wenjia began his work. Second young master stood among the crowd in his suit. The off-camera narrator said, "This is the upper-class society he once desperately wanted to enter. Now he has finally become part of it. As naturally as a drop of water merging into the ocean, his old self died today, and a new self was reborn." Surprisingly, such a long dialogue was all narrated, while Yan Wenjia didn't need any lines, just making a few gestures like reaching out and putting hands on his hips. After the director yelled, "Cut," everyone around praised him. He was immersed in this joy, hands on hips, holding a triangular glass, striking poses, while being smug. As his manager applauded and cheered, he asked, "Where's Ji Shuiyi?" He turned to look and saw an empty seat. The manager stammered. She left. Said something about going shopping for new clothes. Second young master was very angry, sad, and helpless. He choked up thinking that she hadn't even stayed to see a second of his handsome performance. Scene changes. The instant noodle grandma holding her noodles exclaimed in surprise, "Shopping?" Meanwhile, Ji Shuiyi was picking out her 999th dress. Said, "I'll take this one." The noodle auntie had never seen such a scene. Dropping her noodle fork in shock, Ji Shuiyi looked up and asked, "Not selling?" The noodle auntie embarrassedly said, Yes, we're selling. It's just the first time someone's made such a big purchase at my little shop." This wasn't just shopping. Ji Shuiyi was purely restocking her wardrobe. At this moment, Ji Shuiyi, being decisive with few words, took out her prestigious black card with 12 zeros, ready to swipe. The noodle auntie was very excited, not expecting such a domineering female CEO to appear in her small shop like this. "So everyone, look around you. See if there are any beautiful ladies like this female CEO who can be introduced to Xiao Biao." Meanwhile, night fell. Somewhere in Africa, young Master Gu's iPhone 14 Pro Max in deep purple TB suddenly vibrated several times against his subordinate's chest. He saw a quick payment notification ending in 335 yuan. The two subordinates said, 335 yuan? Why such a small amount? Even a refund wouldn't be this little. Beautiful Mrs. Yan is so lovable. The puppy secretly makes new plans. If caught peeping, embarrassed smile makes legs shake. Sister cares about your work, but you're being shy. Without hesitation, hurry home. Sister has roses ready. So Ji Shuiyi had arranged everything, then went shopping by herself, and spent money using her cuckolded husband's supplementary black card. At this moment somewhere in Africa, a pair of strong, muscular hands, still wet from showering, reached out from the bathroom saying, "Give me my phone." And at this moment, what we could see was that this legitimate young master had 58-pack abs. As for what's below, the author left unsaid, so the editor won't mention it either. Leave it to your imagination. Young master stared at his phone, with payments of 12 yuan, 4 yuan, 33 yuan occasionally popping up on screen. He raised his devilish smile, wondering what tricks this woman was up to. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, Ji Shuiyi had discovered the beauty of this world. After wandering for half an hour, her right hand holding a boutique dress bought for 500 yuan, left hand holding a 5 yuan ice cream cone. She lightly licked it with her tongue, surprised that the big thumb could have such an exciting and shy moment. This strawberry cone was truly the best thing in the world. A woman's happiness could be so simple. Just then, second young master wearing a black mask, dressed in his shit yellow clothes, standing in a dark corner of the street, watching this high-energy matriarch eating her strawberry cone. He realized Ji Shuiyi hadn't left after all. He pulled down his mask. Ji Shuiyi was intently staring at her phone, not noticing second young master nearby. She picked up her phone asking, "What is it?" The voice on the other end said, "Madam, Mr. Jian has returned to Beijing." After hearing this, Snow Ant put down her phone, started exchanging poems with second young master. The pervert asked about Jian Changming. Brother replied it's brother's friend. The two returned home hand in hand. Brother knew to wait in the room. Sister's heart climbed Chen Gong Ridge, picked up phone asking who's there. On the other end, Secretary Xiao Shuiling, "Mr. Jian visits your mansion tomorrow night. Hopes Mrs. Yan will entertain properly." Mrs. Yan heard about the guest, couldn't refuse, so accepted and ended the confrontation. Snow Ant thought that Mr. Jian must have something important to discuss since he's rushing to visit right after returning. So she agreed. Just as she hung up, the phone rang again. It was President Yan's secretary on the other end, saying that if Mr. Jian is visiting the Yan family tomorrow night, please have Madam bring me along. Ji Shuiyi immediately agreed. Just then, the phone rang again. Ji Shuiyi thought, damn, there's so much going on. I must be the unluckiest person alive. She reluctantly answered the phone. What call is this? Actually wanting me to see mom in person. Surprisingly, this time it was Ji Shuiyi's mother calling. Ji Shuiyi's eyes widened. At this moment, her memories flashed before her like a lantern show. It turned out Ji Shuiyi's father was called Ji Zuming, who made his fortune selling educational materials. This was how he joined the ranks of the wealthy. Ji Zuming's second wife was called Zhang Xin. She was a full-time housewife. Ji Shuiyi was like a marionette, living under the shadow of her parents. To them, their daughter was just a tool for gaining wealth and status, a puppet they could control at will. It was because Mr. Jian was visiting tomorrow. They wanted a piece of the action, claiming her father was worried she couldn't handle the occasion properly. Before they could finish, Snow Ant replied, no need. While the other end kept rambling on, Snow Ant simply hung up the phone. Jian Changming's arrival had made so many people nervous. Tomorrow would clearly be a tough battle. Ji Snow Ant prepared herself and organized her thoughts. She instructed that if any more calls came in, hang up on all of them. Just then, the door opened. Fourth young master walked in carrying a lunchbox. Sensing something was off in the house, he asked if anything had happened. To avoid worrying fourth young master, Ji Shuiyi kept it to herself. She asked if he had eaten yet. This silly Yan Wenbo, for some reason, would blush every time food was mentioned. Perhaps he had a special fondness for food. Snow Ant showed concern for fourth young master, instructing the chef to leave less food for Yan Wenbo next time. Yan Wenbo shyly expressed his thanks. All this was observed by second young master. After fourth young master went upstairs, he met his second brother. Second young master asked, was that lunchbox from sister-in-law? Fourth young master coldly replied, then asked if there was something wrong. Second young master cautiously asked, isn't it too late for this woman to try winning over our family members now? Fourth young master clearly didn't want to answer this question. He just shook his head, brushed it off saying he didn't know, and was about to return to his room. Second young master noticed that fourth young master didn't have the intense reaction he expected, but rather accepted this woman's kindness. He asked if he didn't think there was something suspicious about this sister-in-law. Second young master ignored him completely. He just closed his door, leaving second young master standing there. Second young master muttered to himself, this guy was bought over by Ji Shuiyi so easily. After returning to his room, second young master idly passed the time. What made his young brother-in-law jealous of the sister-in-law? It turned out second young master had witnessed Snow Ant bringing food to fourth young master. Then his attempt to sow discord failed, being casually brushed off by Yan fourth young master. After angrily returning to his room, he couldn't sit still. Lying face up towards the ceiling, he started to let his mind wander. I'm just an insignificant ant. He saved me, but he won't even spare me a glance. Second young master grew increasingly sad. Even at home, he shows more concern for Yi Wenbo than me. He hadn't yet realized that he had already fallen into a dependency on his sister-in-law, unable to break free. At this moment, he could only think about how to compete with Yi Wenbo. The scene shifts to the station. Jian Changming's niece Jian Rui and his good friend Cao Jiaye came to receive Jian Changming, but Jian Changming didn't even go home to rest after returning. Instead, heading straight to the Yan family, Jian Rui curiously asked, come to think of it, I haven't met Ji Shuiyi even once. Jian Changming, wearing glasses and sporting a neat short haircut, said, Ji Shuiyi isn't exactly a likable person. After saying this, he departed for the Yan residence, preparing to meet Ji Shuiyi. At this time, Snow Ant's parents were standing outside the main gate, being blocked from entering. Yan's father shouted that Mrs. Yan was his daughter, but the guards had strict orders that except for Mr. Jian, no one was allowed to enter the mansion, especially her own parents. Ji Shuiyi's father was very angry at this point. Inside, a maid came to report the situation at the main gate. Ji Shuiyi calmly continued reading her romance novel. She said to let them keep waiting. Let's see who gives up first. Just then, a black car arrived at the main gate. Yan Chao's secretary Chen Yujin rolled down the window, asking why Ji Shuiyi's parents were there. To save face, Ji Shuiyi's father said that maybe Shuiyi wasn't awake yet. While complaining about the guards not letting them in, Chen Yujin responded with a calm smile, slowly rolled up the window, saying he would go in to see what the situation was. Chen Yujin seemed to have anticipated that Ji Shuiyi's father would ask to be brought inside, so he pretended not to hear, adjusted his tie, and entered the Yan residence through the back door. Upon entering, he asked where Mrs. Yan was, and was led by servants to the study on the second floor. As he walked, he wondered what books Ji Shuiyi could be reading. Perhaps, How to Capture a Man's Heart, or How to Get More Assets in a Divorce. At the study door, he pushed it open without hesitation. He saw Ji Shuiyi sitting on the sofa, holding a book titled Human Shadow. Shuiyi looked up at Chen Yujin and asked, "Secretary Chen, do you have something to tell me?" Chen Yujin adjusted his glasses and spoke, "When the time comes, I hope Madam won't speak." The lady of the house, actually being lectured by a mere secretary. When Yan Chao's secretary Chen Yujin returned to the Yan house, his first task was to find Ji Shuiyi and ask her not to speak when Jian Changming visits. Ji Shuiyi seemed to have predicted this request, so she calmly replied, "All right." However, this response was unexpected to Chen Yujin. Ji Shuiyi didn't make a fuss and simply agreed. Just then, a servant came to announce that Jian Rui had arrived. Snow Ant curiously asked who Jian Rui was to Jian Changming. The secretary informed that she was Mr. Jian's niece. Snow Ant then calmly continued reading her book. Chen Yujin asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to get up to welcome her?" Snow Ant adjusted her posture, leaning back on the sofa. "When Yan Chao isn't home, I am the mistress. When guests visit, how can the host lower their status? Don't confuse who's in charge here." Chen Yujin laughed awkwardly. But a secretary is just a secretary, always overthinking things. Day after day, their mind is always calculating. What's wrong with Ji Shuiyi today? She's unexpectedly different. Just then, Jian Rui pushed open the door. The woman who entered reminded Ji Shuiyi of her past life. This Jian Rui seemed to share some inexplicable connection with her. Snow Ant showed no unusual reaction, calmly saying, "Miss Jian, please sit. Coffee or tea?" Jian Rui, being straightforward, sat on the sofa with the air of a host, wanting to send Chen Yujin away to get some words out of Snow Ant. She first said, "What a coincidence. Jian Changming just went to the Yan building. He's waiting for Chen Yujin there." Chen Yujin adjusted his glasses, saying, "That's quite unfortunate," but showed no intention of leaving. Seeing no way to dismiss Chen Yujin, Jian Rui turned her attention to Ji Shuiyi. Mrs. Yan looks in good spirits, implying that while her husband was in Africa amid the Ebola outbreak, this wife was leisurely reading books and drinking tea at home, showing no signs of being a proper wife. It was like another battlefield, suggesting that Ji Shuiyi was indeed useless, not even having the courage to meet people without Chen's company. Ji Shuiyi didn't back down. She calmly replied, I sleep well and eat well, especially the strawberries." She pushed the strawberries towards Jian Rui, asking, "Would you like to try some?" Chen Yujin glanced at Ji Shuiyi, wondering if she really didn't catch the sarcasm or was deliberately playing along. But with just these simple words, she had dodged Jian Rui's verbal attack. Jian Rui, now temporarily behind 0 to 1, switched to a more cordial mode. "Thank you. I'll try a strawberry." But in her mind, she wondered what this was about. Why such friendliness? Look at this woman, even having the mood to wash strawberries for her enemy. The opponent thought, "Well, you're not so bad yourself." Just then, Ji Shuiyi ended her battle with Jian Rui. Ji Shuiyi then told Chen Yujin to go examine the body. With things having progressed this far, Secretary Chen couldn't stay with the two of them. As Chen Yujin was about to leave, unexpectedly, Ji Shuiyi expressed her intention to go along. Both were stunned. At this moment, Jian Rui was almost struck down by Ji Shuiyi's metaphorical sword. It was as if Ji Shuiyi was pointing a sword at Jian Rui, saying, "You're not my match. I've never considered you my opponent. You're not even in my league." At this point, Jian Rui realized she couldn't match Ji Shuiyi's level of conversation and wanted to keep her there. Unexpectedly, Ji Shuiyi turned to second young master and said, "Wen family, take care of the guest." This really didn't give Jian Rui any chance to recover. At this moment, second young master was stunned, pointing at himself saying, "Aw, mom, are you talking to me? Fine, fine." Jian Rui thought, "How nice of you to leave me with the most difficult second young master." At this time, Yi Wenjie adjusted his clothes, choosing to follow his sister-in-law's orders. He then turned to Jian Rui saying, "Sit there. I'll get some tea to serve you. Jian Rui was stunned by this scene, and before she could say anything, second young master had already blocked her way. Meanwhile, Ji Shuiyi and the secretary walked straight down the stairs. The secretary watched Ji Shuiyi's back, thinking that in this house, not only had second young master's attitude changed, even the servants had become very respectful to her. This woman seemed completely transformed. The scene shifts to the car. The two sat side by side in the backseat. The secretary first asked about the recent incident. Fourth young master and Zhang Jing from the Zhang family had gotten into a fight and ended up at the police station. Apparently, Mr. Zhang had come looking for them. Ji Shuiyi calmly asked back, "What, did Zhang complain to you?" The secretary immediately became cautious, saying, "Mr. Zhang cares about face. Even if he wanted to complain, he wouldn't come to me." Before the secretary could finish speaking, Ji Shuiyi's temper flared up. She grabbed the secretary's collar, pulling her close. The secretary was shocked. Ji Shuiyi asked calmly, "Are you scared?" Ji Shuiyi released her grip, satisfied, saying, "That's exactly how I handled it. How I treated you is how I treated Mr. Zhang." At this moment, the secretary loosened her tight collar, thinking about being that close to Mr. Zhang. With Ji Shuiyi being so beautiful, few could resist. Thinking of this, she loosened her tie, feeling nervous for the boss. If she got that close to Mr. Zhang, wouldn't Mr. Yan be wearing green? Look at this woman, ignoring her handsome CEO husband, yet outside with others. The secretary and Ji Shuiyi had their close exchange in the car. After Ji Shuiyi dealt with Jian Rui, she and the secretary headed to Yan Corporation together. In the car, she successfully intimidated the secretary, warning her not to be too curious. Upon arrival, with the click-clack of Ji Shuiyi's high heels, they reached the Yan Corporation office. The secretary informed Ji Shuiyi that the renowned Mr. Zhang was waiting on the 10th floor. Company employees respectfully greeted Secretary Chen Yujin, but no one acknowledged Ji Shuiyi, so the secretary unprecedented introduced Ji Shuiyi. Other company employees hurriedly bowed and greeted Ji Shuiyi. Ji Shuiyi gave them a beautiful, determined look that could win anyone over, greeting them one by one. Then Ji Shuiyi's group got into the elevator. At this moment, Mr. Jian received news that they would arrive soon. The elevator dinged. The handsome man and beautiful woman combination appeared. Although Ji Shuiyi stood next to the tall secretary, her presence wasn't diminished at all. Then, the three exchanged familiar yet not entirely familiar greetings. Ji Shuiyi also extended her hands to shake hands with Mr. Jian. Mr. Jian was briefly shocked, but he politely shook hands anyway. After sitting down, Mr. Jian spoke first, saying that the Jian family's people had arrived in Niger. That area frequently has terrorist activities. They couldn't find President Yan, but found some clues that he might have gone to Mali. Mr. Jian reported President Yan's itinerary truthfully. The secretary smiled in acknowledgement, and Mr. Jian nodded. The two seemed to share some unspoken secret. Suddenly Mr. Jian stared at Ji Shuiyi and blurted out, "Do I owe you something?" Ji Shuiyi thought to herself, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me while saying this? Could it be that we had some history before?" At this moment, Ji Shuiyi hadn't realized she was Yan Chao's wife. When Mr. Jian talked about President Yan's matters, Ji Shuiyi appeared indifferent. The secretary jumped in, saying that the Yan family's search team was also looking for President Yan in Africa. With President Yan's abilities, he would surely be safe. What we could do was maintain control of the situation domestically. Mr. Jian suddenly asked, "Are you talking about Baoxing?" Hearing the word Baoxing, Ji Shuiyi suddenly remembered. Baoxing sounded like a subsidiary of Yan Corporation. This CEO's wife was living luxuriously while the CEO was away. Even in front of the CEO's friends, she showed no awareness of her marital relationship with the CEO. The editor advises sister that it's better to write things down than rely on memory. Just now, Ji Shuiyi and the secretary had a direct confrontation with Mr. Jian. The three immediately brought up Yan's subsidiary company. "Sorry, Mr. Jian continued, saying he might not be able to help much in this mess. The secretary seriously said that Baoxing's losses weren't significant for Yan Corporation, but it brought great risks. It would be better if other equally large enterprises could share these risks together. Mr. Jian thought of, it should be the Zhang family and Song family. The secretary didn't answer, continuing that after all, the Yan family's foundation was overseas. Mr. Jian began to doubt himself, thinking about Zhang from the Zhang family and Song Jin from the Song family with Yan Corporation. That's not quite right, and at this time, it's indeed inappropriate to introduce overseas uprising. The secretary, seeing that Mr. Jian understood, smiled and responded, "So please, Mr. Jian, mediate and delay things until Yan Chao returns." Meanwhile, Ji Shuiyi, sitting aside, was thinking that Baoxing's losses wouldn't affect much, but Chen Yujin was so concerned about it, she didn't even dare to seek overseas companies to share the risk, and could only ask the Jian family to mediate. Clearly, this matter was indeed tricky. From my research, the Jian family also had connections with special government projects. Ji Shuiyi's mental class began. Her mind cycled through many scenarios involving the Guan, Jian, Yan, Zhang, and Song families. She thought that while the Guan family seemed frightening to others, she had dealt with them too many times in her previous life, so she naturally understood the logic. So she wanted to use her previous life's experience to make an attempt. Throughout history, not everything could only be done by men. By now, Mr. Jian and Secretary Chen had finished their conversation and were watching Ji Shuiyi, who was still lost in thought. So they asked, "Mrs. Yan, do you have any questions?" Ji Shuiyi didn't answer. Mr. Jian asked again very puzzledly, "Don't you want to ask about news regarding Yanzu?" Ji Shuiyi directly denied twice with, "No," while looking at them with her big eyes, appearing innocent. Mr. Jian looked disappointed, thinking that with Yan Chao's life hanging in the balance, she wasn't fulfilling her duties as a wife. Come look at this. This woman, while her husband is away, is actually mingling with her husband's secretary and friend. Is this a distortion of human nature, or a collapse of morality? Just now, Ji Shuiyi was sitting beside the secretary and Mr. Jian, listening to them handle the company's mess. Ji Shuiyi was thinking to herself that while Baoxing's losses weren't significant, Chen Yujin was so concerned about it that she didn't dare seek overseas companies to share the risk, and could only ask the Zhang family to mediate. Clearly, this matter was quite tricky. From Ji Shuiyi's research, the Jian family also had connections with special government projects. At this moment, Ji Shuiyi's mental class began. Between the Guan, Jian, Yan, Zhang, and Song families, Ji Shuiyi's mind went through many scenarios. She thought that while the Guan family seemed frightening to others, she had dealt with them too many times in her previous life, so she naturally understood their ways. So she wanted to use her previous life's experience to make an attempt. Throughout history, not everything could only be done by men. At this moment, Mr. Jian and Chen Yujin had finished their conversation. Noticing Ji Shuiyi still in a daze, they asked, "Mrs. Yan, do you have any questions?" Ji Shuiyi didn't answer. Mr. Jian asked again very puzzledly, "Don't you really want to ask about news regarding Director Yan?" Ji Shuiyi directly denied twice with, "No," while looking at them with her big eyes. At this moment, Mr. Jian thought she wasn't fulfilling her duties as a wife at all. Chen Yujin, seeing the situation wasn't right, quickly smoothed things over by saying, "Let me have someone take Mrs. Yan home." So Ji Shuiyi left without a word. Under Mr. Jian's silent gaze, Mr. Jian chose to look elsewhere. Silence was tonight's Cambridge. Just then, Ji Shuiyi suddenly stopped, and turned back to look at Mr. Jian, saying, "I believe you will come back alive." Mr. Jian was frozen in place by this turn. Unexpected. Then he showed a relieved smile and said, "He will. He definitely will." After Chen Yujin and Ji Shuiyi left the office, Ji Shuiyi followed behind Chen Yujin, occasionally muttering to company employees. Chen Yujin turned around and asked, "Yan Tai, what are you doing?" Ji Shuiyi secretly passed the note she had just written to Chen Yujin. As their fingers touched, Chen Yujin's heartbeat was thunderous. The beauty just passed a note to her husband's secretary, and the secretary couldn't help but blush, heart pounding loudly. Afterward, Chen Yujin immediately composed herself, watching Shuiyi's departing figure. I just told her not to speak, but she didn't have to be completely silent. After saying this, she opened the note. Opening it was quite something. Chen Yujin's face instantly turned as red as Fire Mountain. The contents made her extremely embarrassed. The note read, "Secretary Chen, your pants are wet. You spilled tea on them." This subtle scene happened to be witnessed by Mr. Xuyên, who reasonably began to overthink. Could it be? Had something happened between Ji Shuiyi and Chen Yujin? At this moment, another person joined the Green Yan President Club. The main character was the unintentionally flirtatious Ji Shuiyi. The second was her legitimate husband. As for the others, they were part of our sister Shuiyi's vast harem family. Who knows how blessed sister Ji Shuiyi is? After hearing Mr. Jian's meeting, Shuiyi returned home and immediately had the second young master explain the relationships between aristocratic families. The second young master asked suspiciously, "What's the point of understanding these wealthy family relationships? What can it change?" Ji Shuiyi looked profound and said these things were of great significance, not to be taken lightly. She then dialed the Zhang family's young master. Ji Shuiyi invited the Zhang family's young master over the phone to gather at her mansion in a few days. Hearing the pleasant voice on the phone, young Master Zhang recalled that the previous strawberry incident had already been reported by journalists. If he accepted Ji Shuiyi's invitation, these rumors would be confirmed. But thinking back to Ji Shuiyi and his strawberry, young Master Zhang thought, "Last time she gave me such a sweet strawberry. What trick is she planning this time?" So Mr. Zhang passionately accepted the invitation. The second young master wondered how Ji Shuiyi became so familiar with Mr. Zhang and why she invited him privately. Ji Shuiyi glanced over, indicating that not only would the Zhang family be at this banquet, all the aristocratic families on the list would be notified one by one, but the Feng and Song families were excluded, and there was no need to answer if anyone asked. After handling these matters, Ji Shuiyi casually asked about fourth young master, whether he had eaten the food she sent over. The second young master beside her had very complicated feelings. Afterward, Shuiyi was going shopping at the mall with Mrs. Shaw, while second young master felt extremely unbalanced. Such ingratitude, using me for information then abandoning me. So second young master started to counterattack, asking sourly, "My big brother is missing. How can you go shopping with such a clear conscience?" The wealthy lifestyle isn't just about shopping, but about mingling with handsome men from various wealthy families, buying all sorts of dogs. With so many rich people around, what's wrong with one more editor? While second young master Yi was jealous, he sourly asked about his brother being missing. How can you go shopping so carefree? However, what second young master didn't expect was that Ji Shuiyi brought up his extreme sports activities. Big brother is missing, yet his brother has time for extreme sports. Second young master wanted to argue, but Ji Shuiyi waved him off, saying, "When I held you underwater earlier, I should have never let go." Then she provocatively asked, "What? Are there gossip reporters photographing me?" This question actually gave the blockhead an enlightenment. It turned out Ji Shuiyi was trying to create an illusion for the outside world that everything was fine, like in a TV drama. This banquet was also part of the plan. Then Ji Shuiyi made a graceful turn and grandly left. Meanwhile, second young master lowered his head, pondering what his sister-in-law was up to. Several hours later, the handsome blonde from the Zhang family appeared again. He was about to go downstairs to find something to eat, but unexpectedly saw his second brother sitting gloomily on the sofa. So he asked with concern, "I heard about the banquet that Yan Wenbo's sister-in-law is hosting. All upper-class families received invitations, except for the Feng and Song families." Young Master Zhang was still sulking privately, saying sourly, "She invited me, but not just me." Then young Master Zhang realized he was being used by Ji Shuiyi. Meanwhile, after sending invitations to all the wealthy families, Shuiyi was leisurely sitting on the sofa reading, waiting for her fake sister. Mrs. Shaw had often humbled herself before Mrs. Shaw to gain entry into high society and be accepted in this fashion circle. Mrs. Shaw entered with her arm poised, standing before Ji Shuiyi as if in her own home, haughtily asking, "You haven't put on makeup?" At this moment, Mrs. Shaw still thought Ji Shuiyi was upset about the news of Zhang Meng carrying Yan Zi's child. Actually, Shuiyi was simply being lazy, and besides, the rumors were fake. Then the two immediately left to go shopping. While Shuiyi was shopping, somewhere in Africa, the buzzing sound of card swipes could be heard, each transaction for enormous amounts. The two followers suspected the card might have been stolen, wondering why the spending was suddenly so aggressive. Yan remained calm, saying Ji Shuiyi was back to normal, then turned his attention back to the war situation without looking back. A wealthy wife, while her husband was away, gathered all the handsome men from wealthy families for a party at her home. When will such fortune ever come to the editor? After a busy day, Xuyên went shopping with her fake best friend. She maxed out her husband's black card. At this point, Mrs. Shaw was getting nervous for Xuyên, seeing her spend so much and wanting to advise her. But Xuyên remained unmoved, pointing at the luxury items in front of her. Not this one and this one, but wrap up everything else. After buying luxury goods, a satisfied Xuyên noticed Mrs. Shaw hadn't bought anything and asked why. Mrs. Shaw responded helplessly, "You bought everything. What's left for me to buy?" So Xuyên made some polite remarks, then left with her massive entourage of workers, leaving Mrs. Shaw alone in confusion. Meanwhile at school, fourth young master looked at his lunchbox, thinking how Aunt Xuyin's act was so convincing. Before he could finish thinking, his friends teased him, saying how nice it must be to have someone care for him, while they had no one being so thoughtful. While they were complaining, they discussed how to skip class and go play. Unexpectedly, fourth young master waved his hand saying there's nothing to discuss. He was all about taking action. Just go out and play. Just as they left, the phone rang. Xuyên called to ask why he wasn't coming home. Hearing he was going out to play, he expected to be scolded by Xuyên, but surprisingly she said, "Sounds fun. Can I join?" Fourth young master thought about this drinking party. It was just rich young masters and models. Nothing good would come of it, so he cancelled his plans with the models. His friends were surprised. Fourth young master angrily said, "This bastard. Where are we going?" "I'm going home." After returning home, as expected, news of Xuyin's shopping spree immediately trended online, and Xuyin's appearance became a topic of discussion, facing negative comments. Second young master used over 100 different accounts to defend Xuyin, truly a devoted fan. Right after second young master finished arguing with those haters, shortly after, there was a thud sound on the sofa. A school bag was thrown onto the sofa. Second young master crossed his legs, wanting to see why fourth young master had returned. Unexpectedly, fourth young master sat down and picked up his phone. He immediately hung up the incoming call. Second young master understood, saying, "It's that annoying person again." Fourth young master asked unhappily, "Why aren't you at the film set?" Second young master replied that he didn't want to go to the set, just wanted to stay at home. This wealthy lady had all the young masters wrapped around her finger. Some young masters even used 100 different accounts to fight against Xuyin's haters. She was truly a master at taming men. Just now at the Yan residence, both second and fourth young masters stayed home for Xuyin. The two began to show jealousy over their sister-in-law. Tension building between these two grown men. Have you wondered how their older brother in Africa feels about this? The atmosphere in the room became tense due to the two men's hostility. Temperature dropped to 0, creating a very delicate situation. As Xuyin came down the stairs, her footsteps echoing, the two men finally looked away. Xuyin invited them both to dinner. At the dinner table, Xuyin happily swayed in her low-cut white nightgown, cheerfully raising her glass to toast with them. At this moment, fourth young master brought up the party again. Xuyin insisted the party must be held. Before she could finish, fourth young master anxiously asked if everything had been arranged. Xuyin showed her authority as the lady of the house, saying everything had been delegated to the secretary. Fourth young master was shocked that the secretary would agree to such an outrageous request from Xuyin. Fourth young master protested against Xuyin's actions. She calmly said, "You should trust me, just like your second brother." Second young master was surprised to be dragged into this during dinner. Second young master wanted to contradict Xuyin despite his true feelings. Then Xuyin raised a key question. Why wasn't second young master going out? While fourth young master kept trying to stop her, second young master smiled, ready to reveal secrets. The atmosphere was unusually harmonious. Even the maid was amazed by this harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile at Yensha Group, Mr. Jian and Jian Rui exchanged glances. Jian Rui seemed to have some unspoken concerns about Cao's business. Mr. Jian immediately guessed it had something to do with the actress named Zhang Meng. At this moment, Mr. Jian showed no interest in anything else, even enlarging Xuyin's face from the photo to observe quietly. Jian Rui thought these two pieces of misinformation made him doubt if they had made a mistake. Mr. Jian explained to Jian Rui why Xuyin wanted to hold such a grand party. So Mr. Jian suggested that Jian Rui could ask Xuyin directly about anything. At this moment, Mr. Jian suddenly called out to Jian Rui, asking him to evaluate what kind of person Ji Shuiyi was. This wealthy lady was shameless, partying with handsome young men while her husband was away. Not satisfied with just that, she invited more wealthy young men to party at her home. This action undoubtedly caught some people's attention. Jian Rui suddenly stopped, only saying one sentence, "She's completely different from the rumors." Soon, the day of the banquet arrived. As expected, the words, "Yan Family Banquet," topped the trending list. In an instant, the CEOs at the banquet saw their names openly appearing on Yan family's Weibo post. As public opinion intensified, they discussed whether to intervene. At this moment, Chen Yujin wasn't paying attention to them, but rather focused on the central figure, Ji Shuiyi. Ji Shuiyi wore a black velvet vintage gown, adorned with emerald jewels, standing gracefully to one side. However, Ji Shuiyi was very unsatisfied with this outfit, thinking it needed to be more dignified. She began reminiscing about her official robes from ancient times. After Chen Yujin finished handling matters, he followed Ji Shuiyi, asking if there wasn't a single suitable dress. After consideration, he suggested hiring a styling team. Chen Yu silently agreed, so they began making preparations. The scene shifts to a bustling station. This short-haired girl who looked very cool was the Yan family's third daughter, Yan Wenchu. After Yan Wenchu responded to her family's butler, she walked toward her new pink Lamborghini. After driving to her studio, Zhang Meng and others discussed with Yan Wenchu about attending the Yan family banquet. Zhang Meng said this matter needed to be resolved, asking, "Isn't this why you returned to the country?" So Yi Wenchu agreed. Then Zhang Meng's assistant said their designer wouldn't lend them formal wear, so they hoped Yi Wenchu could help find another fashion designer. Yi Wenchu's indifferent attitude made it clear she wanted nothing to do with it. After Zhang Meng left the room, she angrily called Cao Jiayi. Since Yan Wenchu wouldn't help, she could only ask Cao Jiayi to help remove the abusive comments about her on Weibo. There was still an hour until the banquet. The maid told Ji Shuiyi she could eat something before heading to the hotel. Then all the designers turned their attention to Ji Shuiyi. They discussed how they'd never seen someone who combined such delicate features with such presence. "Look, Mrs. Fu, this beautiful rich lady is getting dressed up, preparing to party with handsome men while her husband is away." The assistant behind Ji Shuiyi blushed while helping arrange her dress. The door opened. Chen Yujin turned around and saw Ji Shui standing there dignified in a white silk formal dress. The form-fitting dress perfectly accentuated her figure. She then flashed a bright, radiant smile, ready to head to the venue with Chen Yujin. Then Chen Yujin took the drink menu. While looking at the menu, he smiled and said to Ji Shuiyi, "Madam, you're so well dressed today. How could I let you bend down to do such things?" Ji Shuiyi expressed her thanks and returned a bright, radiant smile. After getting dressed, Ji Shuiyi sat gracefully on the sofa while Chen Yu rushed about busily, working until he was exhausted. As time passed, the evening banquet officially began. Outside the massive mansion, under countless lights, Mr. Jian, dressed in formal attire, arrived at the Yan family mansion. After Mr. Jian, the media's shrewd eyes quickly spotted the Zhang family young masters arriving in formal wear. However, this attention only stayed on the Zhang young masters briefly. Seconds later, their focus shifted to the elegantly dressed Ji Shuiyi. Ji Shuiyi smiled and greeted the two Zhang young masters. Chen Yujin, like a soldier, protected her from behind. Under the spotlight, this group of handsome men and beautiful women sparkled under the camera flashes. Chen Yujin proactively stepped forward to walk beside Ji Shuiyi. At this moment he froze, wondering what he was doing, but his body honestly made the choice to stand beside Ji Shuiyi. Ji Shuiyi hadn't noticed Chen Yujin's state, so she continued greeting the Zhang young masters back to her mansion. The second young master Zhang kept staring at Ji Shuiyi while talking. Even after walking away, he continued stealing glances, thinking, "Is this the sweet treat Ji Shuiyi prepared for me?" Behind him, the third young master Zhang scratched his head while greeting Ji Shuiyi, saying, "Sister-in-law is so righteous." Under the paparazzi's watchful eyes, him calling Ji Shuiyi sister-in-law caught their attention. The third young master Zhang quickly realized his mistake and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "I'm just following Yan Wenbo's way of addressing her." Following Yan Wenbo's name, the paparazzi wondered if there was some scandal between Yan Wenbo and the third young master Zhang. Seeing the situation getting worse, the young master Zhang decided to keep quiet and make a strategic retreat. This beautiful wealthy lady was circulating among various handsome men. Even at the party, she got along better with her husband's friends than her husband himself. After Ji Shuiyi finished greeting the two Zhang young masters, Mr. Jian quickly followed, and Ji Shuiyi greeted him with a smile. Mr. Jian returned the smile. At this time, the paparazzi wondered what magic this charming lady possessed to invite all these handsome men to her mansion. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng gritted her teeth, realizing that Ji Shuiyi had hired the country's top team, while her own team was clearly inferior. While Zhang Meng was thinking, Bian Wenchu angrily scolded, "What are you doing? Hurry up and follow." Zhang Meng quickly changed to a fawning expression and hurried to follow. As they walked, Yi Wenchu asked, "Zhang Meng, do you want to be Mrs. Yan? If you don't, why did you come to me? When you used the child as leverage, I saw right through your ambitions. Now you're pretending it's not true?" Suddenly, Yi Wenchu turned around and stared at Zhang Meng, saying, "If Ji Shuiyi isn't worthy, you're even less qualified to reach the steps of our Yan family." Zhang Meng was seething with hatred inside but couldn't say anything. At this time, in the Yan family mansion, the Zhang young master asked, "What's the benefit of tying my Zhang family with your Yan family? What's in it for me?" He moved closer to Ji Shuiyi and lowered his voice, saying, "You must give me some sweetener." This Zhang young master really couldn't take any bitterness. It was clear he came for Ji Shuiyi. Chen Yujin and Mr. Jian, standing nearby, noticed the Zhang young master's behavior. As if at the Yan house, the young master watched Ji Shuiyi's every move. The second young master Zhang also noticed their glances, so he turned away pretending not to see, acting shameless, and continued talking to Ji Shuiyi. Ji Shuiyi thought about having Chen Yujin give the subsidiary company's projects to young master Zhang, hoping to exchange minimal benefits for maximum advantage, but this couldn't fool young master Zhang. He naturally knew the subsidiary's projects were losing several billion. It seemed Baoxing's manager had embezzled money, turning Baoxing into a mess. But with Yan Chao's capabilities, why would he leave such a mess domestically? Or perhaps when Yan Chao took over, it was already a mess. Regardless of what young master Zhang thought, Ji Shuiyi directly said, "Mr. Zhang, you will definitely need it. Beautiful women always know how to grasp men's hearts." When young master Zhang asked Ji Shuiyi for a sweetener, she directly gave him a project losing several billion. Young master Zhang thought Chen Yujin must have been gossiping with Aunt Shuiyi behind his back, and warned, "Don't listen to that gossip, Chen Yujin. Foolish is foolish." Facing Mr. Yang's outburst, Aunt Shuiyi calmly replied, "Try it. These strawberries taste better than the ones from the other day." After speaking, she picked up a strawberry. Young master Zhang swallowed as he watched the strawberry about to reach his lips. Chen Yujin quickly ended his conversation with Mr. Jian to protect his brother's honor. Mr. Jian, seeing the drama unfold, joined Chen Yujin. The two directly interrupted the intimate moment between Mr. Zhang and Ji Shuiyi, separating them. Young master Zhang looked displeased. As the four were conversing, they heard a loud female voice. They all turned around to see Yan Wenchu, who was grinding her teeth, demanding to speak with Shuiyi alone. Though less than 2 meters apart, it seemed like a mountain stood between them. Nearby guests whispered about the grudges between these two. Aunt Shuiyi stood asking Chen Yujin beside her, "Who's making such a fuss?" Yi Wenchu was furious. "Stop pretending, as if you don't know me." Chen Yujing quietly reminded her, "It's Yan Wenchu, the third miss of the Yan family." Seeing their closeness, Yan Wenchu wondered when Chen Yujing became Ji Shuiyi's person, even properly explaining to her. After learning the visitor's identity, Aunt Shuiyi responded domineeringly, "I thought it was some upstart yellow-haired girl. Such an ill-mannered child, daring to call my name directly. No manners at all." The mistress was indeed formidable, humiliating her in just a few words. Zhang Shui, standing nearby, was shocked and immediately remarked, "I'm stunned. She even dares to scold Yi Wenchu." The young master Zhang, who had received special attention from Ji Shuiyi, stood aside eavesdropping and thought, "Mrs. Yan, Sister Ji, sister-in-law, why don't you take action? Don't just discipline other people's children while neglecting your own." Yi Wenchu, humiliated, pointed directly at Ji Shui, but Ji Shuiyi hadn't given her a single proper look from start to finish. Turning her head to ask Chen Yujin, "Did I say anything wrong?" Chen Yujin immediately agreed, "No, You're absolutely right. This little girl doesn't know her place. Daring to challenge the mistress of the house, with just a small tactic, the mistress left her speechless. At this moment, Jiyu Shuiyi emanated a powerful aura. Watching Yan Wenchu step forward, for each step she took forward, Yan Wenchu took one back. She teased Yan Wenchu. You little girl, you're quite foolish. Chen Yujin thought to himself. How come she's using the exact same words I thought of? This is truly a meeting of minds. Facing Jiyu Shuiyi, Yi Wenchu looked at those behind her with great suspicion, thinking they must all be under her spell. Jiyu Shuiyi fixed her sharp eyes on Yi Wenchu. Passing by her, leaving a perfect silhouette, she said, "Come with me alone." Jiyu Shuiyi led Yan Wenchu to an empty space, swiped a card. The two immediately sat down on the sofa. Shuiyi looked down at Yan Wenchu. Not only are you angry, I'm angry too. Yi Wenchu turned away. Who cares if you're angry? A thick tension filled the air. At this moment, Shuiyi played her trump card. I didn't expect you to be worse than Yi Wenbo. Upon hearing herself compared to Yi Wenbo, her stubborn temper flared up immediately, wanting to argue back. But Jiyu Shuiyi interrupted her, saying, I don't care whether you truly love this family or just want the fame and fortune the Yan family brings. Status. Your current actions have disgraced the family, but if you can understand, there's still hope for you. Yi Wenchu gave a light laugh and retorted, haven't you, Jiyu Shuiyi, ever brought shame to the Yan family? Jiyu Shuiyi replied, when I make mistakes, people only criticize the Jiyu family for not raising me well, but you're a Yan family member, your actions only bring shame to the Yan family. Yi Wenchu turned away, speechless, but she still said Zhang Meng's matter must be resolved. If she's carrying my brother's child, and if my brother really died out there, that would be his only legacy. Jiyu Shuiyi found this little girl quite interesting. Holding her chin, she asked, I've never seen such sibling affection before. Why are you suddenly concerned about his legacy now? Yi Wenchu became emotional, stating she had no feelings about who her sister-in-law was, and even hated imposters more. But the child was most important. Jiyu Shuiyi tilted her head, suggesting, should I thank you then? Yi Wenchu was confused by this sudden thanks. Jiyu Shuiyi continued, thank you for hating Zhang Meng more. One moment they were arguing fiercely, the next her little face turned red. Yi Wenchu hadn't expected that in the middle of their argument, Jiyu Shuiyi would suddenly compliment her. It caught her off guard, making her blush. She said, I'm not trying to praise you. If you don't know, I'll tell you directly. Only my brother's genes are worthy of inheriting the Yan family. The Yan family holds too many assets. We need someone with superior genes to inherit them. So that child is extremely important. Hearing this, Jiyu Shuiyi felt exasperated. Looking at the teary-eyed Yan Wenchu, she said, you are indeed a bit more foolish than your brother. Shuiyi stood up, explaining, everyone's genes are different. Some are born ordinary, some are born genius, but you should understand, foolishness can be cured. Then she gently lifted Yan Wenchu's face, wiping her tears. She said, work hard to make yourself shine. It's better than diving into self-destruction and doing countless foolish things. After speaking, she left Yan Wenchu with another perfect view of her back, walking out the door, letting her think things through before coming back. Jiyu Shuiyi closed the door, while Chen Yujin was waiting outside. Jiyu Shuiyi gave Chen Yujin a bright smile. There's something I need Secretary Chen's help with. Chen Yujin curiously leaned in. Unexpectedly, behind Jiyu Shuiyi's bright smile was a ruthless request. Cancel all of Yan Wenchu's flight bookings for the next 3 months, effectively confining her within the country. Then she encouraged Chen Yujin. I believe such a small matter would be easy for Secretary Chen to handle. Chen Yujin was quite receptive to this simple flattery and agreed with a smile. Jiyu Shuiyi was truly a master at training people, even better than Ma Chengxi. As Jiyu Shuiyi and Chen Yujin talked, they walked to the guest hall. She opened the door and stood gracefully at the entrance. She casually raised a glass of champagne and exchanged pleasantries with the wealthy ladies and gentlemen. Though it was called exchanging pleasantries, it was really just one-sided praise. In her mind, she was thinking that Yi Wenchu had strayed too far from the Yan family's discipline. She needed a few months of training first. However, she had gotten useful information from Yi Wenchu today. This young girl was still too naive in her schemes. As she was thinking, her gaze fell upon the young master of the Zhang family. She raised her glass while looking at the Zhang young master. The Zhang young master's face turned red under her gaze. Young Master Zhang, Why so shy? Such an innocent and gullible young man. Right after disciplining her family member, she was now flirting with a handsome man in front of her husband's secretary. Just as young Master Yang's face was completely red from Shui's gaze, the secretary caught this scene entirely. A clueless subordinate behind asked how to handle Zhang Meng, who didn't have an invitation. Chen Yujing said, since she wasn't invited, isn't it simple to handle? At this moment, the subordinate seemed to see Chen Yujing's foxtail and ears showing. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng stood at the banquet without a single familiar face, receiving only contemptuous looks and whispered criticisms. Suddenly, a voice called, "Miss," from above. Zhang Meng thought her salvation had come, but when she turned around, it was a group of security guards asking her to leave. Zhang Meng kept defending herself, saying she was the third young lady's guest. She threatened to make a scene if they tried to throw her out. A brain is a good thing to have. Hopefully next time Zhang Meng appears, she'll remember the security guards who, without hesitation, covered her mouth and dragged her away without any ambiguity. Zhang Meng thought it was all over. I'm completely finished. What about tomorrow's headlines? I've lost all face. If I had known earlier, why did I even try? I've really lost my mind. Then she was dragged outside under everyone's watchful eyes. The entire venue seemed cleaner after her departure. Sometime later, Jiyu Shuiyi finished hosting the banquet and returned to her room. Taking off her clothes and sitting on the sofa, she let out a long sigh. Social obligations were truly exhausting. Feeling the quiet night, she thought about Yi Wenjia, who should be at the film set, which explained the silence. She casually picked up her phone and called Secretary Chen, who had just witnessed her flirting with young Master Zhang. Secretary Chen, who had just returned home and hadn't even changed clothes, hurriedly answered the phone. Jiyu Shuiyi immediately asked about the film set's island phone number, like a child asking their father about their mother. Chen Yujin thought to herself, she's really using me as a tool, and this tool doubles as both nanny and secretary. Though she thought this way, her hands remained diligent, found the number and sent it to Jiyu Shu. Neither of them hung up the phone, leaving an awkward silence. Secretary Chen's heart was pounding in his chest. Aunt Shuiyi spoke first, saying, Secretary Chen, a woman calling her husband's secretary late at night, asking for another man's phone number. Secretary Chen listened dreamily to her voice. Thank you for your hard work today. Chen Yujin's body stiffened. Hard work? It had been so long since anyone had shown concern for him. Before he could respond, he heard a soft, good night, followed by beeping. Then the other end hung up. Secretary Chen took off his glasses, revealing a dreamy smile, then softly whispered, good night, in his heart. Meanwhile, Jiyu Shuiyi, after getting the number, sent a message to Director Li, asking him to take care of Yan Wenjia and notify her immediately if there was any unusual behavior. After arranging everything, Jiyu Shuiyi got up tiredly, then slowly took off her heavy formal dress. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. The lab had just returned home when Yan Wenshu blocked the way. You went to the banquet? When did it end? At 9:30. So early? Must be because Jiyu Shuiyi said she wanted to sleep early. Because of early sleep, right? I'm not the only one confused and shocked. Seeing your bewildered expression, I finally feel balanced. Such an unreliable request. Yet Mr. Jian, Zhang and Secretary Chen all listened to Jiyu Shuiyi. They actually ended exactly at 9:30. Yan Si looked worried. Hey, are you going to find Aunt Shuiyi? At that moment, sister-in-law had just finished bathing when she heard a knock. She wiped her hair while opening the door. What is it? The woman was beautiful like a lotus emerging from water, her hair still dripping. Yan Si swallowed and instantly blushed, quickly turning away. No, nothing. If it's nothing, I'll go dry my hair. Yan Si turned his back and asked softly, did the banquet go smoothly? Very smoothly. You've learned to show concern. You're improving. Yan Si's face reddened more. Is she praising me? No one has ever praised me like this. Wait a moment. I'll get something. Why is he hiding his hand behind his back? He's not going to get a belt to hit me, is he? Hold out your hand. Here's your reward. A reward for me? Yan Si stared at the star medal in his hand. This was his first time receiving a reward. Then he clutched the reward tightly, his face slightly red. Meanwhile, the film star couldn't focus on filming, constantly checking if sister-in-law had sent any messages, then checking news about sister-in-law again. Such a beauty, dressed elegantly and charming. with a polite smile on her face. The beauty then turned around and nearly drowned someone. Looking at the post below, Yi Wenjie nearly angered sister-in-law to death, not only personally going out to meet Zhang but also specially bringing a strawberry for him to eat. HMPH. I haven't even gotten to eat strawberries from sister-in-law. Looking further, someone dug up that back when Zhang brother fought with Yan Si, Zhang came to demand an explanation, but left with a big bag of strawberries, and now specially bringing strawberries to this banquet. I don't know what others think, but I find this CP quite interesting. Some even say they're together. After all, President Yan and Zhang Meng were already involved. He immediately reported these posts. Such random CP shipping is really annoying. That woman would never like Zhang. While the man was in Africa amidst gunfire, his wife was shopping crazy with his secondary card, and these beeping payment notifications became the man's sweet daily routine amidst the gunfire. Saji entered the ice cream shop. Soon her husband received an 11 yuan charge. Imagining his wife taking a small bite, the image instantly melted away all the fatigue from the gunfire. Saji eating her 99th ice cream. The clerk asked if she needed to redeem points again. Next time, when the kids at home behave well, and the fourth princess she mentioned was now preciously holding the badge sister-in-law gave. This is my first reward, and the first time someone has acknowledged me. He was being incredibly smug with the badge. I suddenly wonder, if kids on the street showed off the same badge to him, would the fourth prince cry and whine to sister-in-law? Soon Saji returned home and Secretary Chen came to find him. Please come in. Sir, what would you like to drink? An iced coffee with milk tea. Saji rested her chin on her hands. Let's talk about the Baoxin project. Madam is interested in this? Saji, with her hand supporting her chin, looked serious and stern. Yan City can't go bankrupt, because I can't live a poor life. It's just a subsidiary. Even if it fails, it won't affect Yan City's foundation. I only believe what my eyes see. Secretary Chen squinted his fox-like eyes. Perhaps he can create another miracle. Wait, I'll go with Mr. Jian for inspection. Madam can come with me. After all, inspecting Yan family properties is your legal right. Well, that's a good idea. It's lunchtime. At the company cafeteria. What food would you recommend? Then the two arrived at the cafeteria, and Secretary Chen introduced all the delicious dishes. Wow, it's the boss's wife. She's even more beautiful in person than on TV. No wonder Director Chen is personally giving the tour. This is so prestigious. Are there any portable special snacks? Of course. Madam, this way please. Soon Mr. Jian drove to the building. Saji casually handed over a small paper package. Good afternoon, Mr. Jian. These are special snacks from the Yan family cafeteria. Please try them. The man felt warmth in his heart. This is quite unique. Thank you, Mrs. Yan, for thinking of me. Tisk tisk. I never noticed before that he has such a talent for gift giving. Rich people don't lack money or things. Instead, these small, thoughtful gifts without ulterior motives show more sincerity. It's like a friendship where someone always thinks of you. The three turned and went upstairs. Suddenly, a phone rang urgently. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Mrs. Yan, it's terrible. We just discovered. Second young master's assistant booked skydiving tickets in Pinggu online. Saji composed herself. This unfortunate kid forgot the last lesson again. The woman was about to inspect the company's finances when she received news that her brother-in-law was going skydiving in deadly Pinggu. As her husband's disappearance stretched longer, various forces were becoming restless. Saji was already overwhelmed, working until late night, yet still had to clean up messes for those troublemakers in the Yan family. Secretary Chen looked sympathetically at this smart and strong woman. Madam, don't worry. Second young master's disappearances are common. He's going skydiving in Pinggu, jumping from 11.000 meters in Pinggu. Isn't that just suicide? I heard 5 tourists nearly died there last month. When Yan Jian Chong instantly felt a surge of anger. I'll send bodyguards to bring that kid back right now. No need. This child is naturally rebellious. If problems could be solved so simply and brutally, I might as well throw him off Pinggu myself. Was he always like this before? Secretary Chen's face showed indulgence. Long used to such situations, Saji stormed downstairs angrily. Soon they arrived at Baoxing's entrance. Saji closed her eyes, searching through the original owner's memories. Pei Li Zhen, Baoxing's manager. Her husband was Yan Chao's grand-uncle. Unfortunately, the original owner had no contact with him, so she didn't know what kind of person he was. They soon reached the conference room. A group of employees were already waiting there. The yellow-haired man's eyes lit up instantly. Hello, Director Chen. then walked past Bu Shui. "Oh, isn't this Director Jian? What brings you here? We're truly honored by your presence." Saji raised an eyebrow. Such a cheap show of authority. Secretary Chen politely greeted them, then explained he was just accompanying Madam for a visit. Yellow Hair was surprised that Director Chen was so polite to Ji Shui. He immediately put on a professional fake smile. "Oh, so Madam wanted to come take a look. But what is Madam here to see? We don't manufacture cosmetics here, nor do we have jewelry or bags. I'm afraid there's nothing interesting for Madam to look at." Saji's gaze turned sharp. "Isn't this Yan family property?" Of course it is." She then stepped forward slowly, her aura fully unleashed. "Then who am I?" Yellow Hair stepped back frightened. "Why, you're President Yan's wife, Saji, with her 2.8-meter presence. Then do I have the right to look around here?" Yellow Hair's smile froze on his face. When did this woman become so aggressive? She seemed even more intimidating than facing Yan Chao. "That's right, even if they're making rockets here. If I want to come take a look someday." Yellow Hair gritted his teeth but had to put on a flattering smile. "Bring me the financial records. I want to see the accounts." ZZ is indeed a clueless, stupid woman. "This will be easy to handle. I'm sorry, Madam, but these can't be shown casually. Not just us, but you could go to jail too." "Then what can you show me? The engineering plans?" Sorry, that's not allowed either." Saji crossed her arms, feigning displeasure. "This isn't allowed. That isn't permitted. Are you targeting me? Take me to the warehouse right now. This woman is making such a fuss coming here. Her husband isn't even dead yet, and she's already here counting Yan's inheritance." "Fine, I'll take you there." Secretary Chen saw everything going according to plan. He narrowed his fox-like eyes in pleasure. "Mr. Jian and I will have tea here and discuss some matters. Take your time, Madam." Yellow Hair's face instantly lit up. Indeed, these two important figures were forced to accompany her. He thought dealing with such a stupid woman just needed some casual deception. Though regulations only allowed daytime skydiving, the boy insisted on going at night, just because he thought the night view would be more beautiful. His sister-in-law rushed there overnight in panic, and kicked him straight off the helicopter. "You want to die? I'll help you with that." With her husband missing and the company facing bankruptcy, and the problem clearly lying with upper management, Saji was now negotiating with the person in charge. "Madam, this is the warehouse." Looking at the various boxes inside, Saji gained a new understanding of the Yan Group's massive scale. Fortunately, she had reviewed Baoxin's documents and knew the company's main business. It was handling large-scale infrastructure projects from the government. One could imagine how deep the waters ran. The woman beside her relaxed as she saw Saji's cursory glance around. Secretary Chen and Inspector couldn't see this warehouse, but Ji Shui could, because she wouldn't spot any issues or take things to show others, so no secrets would be exposed. "Let's go." Finished looking so quickly? Indeed, just a figurehead. Probably can't even read the words on the containers, let alone the secrets inside. Secretary Chen left. Still needs to visit Chang. Secretary Chen and Director Jian were already annoyed by their antics. At this moment, Saji's voice was like music to their ears. Both immediately stood up. Saji signaled with her eyes. "Mr. Jian doesn't need to come along, right?" The man immediately caught the signal. "With Yan Chao gone, I should protect Mrs. Yan." Their excellent acting quickly deceived the enemy into lowering their guard. Indeed, here to count Yan's inheritance, so no need to worry. Then smilingly saw them downstairs. After saying goodbye to Mr. Jian, Secretary Chen couldn't help but point out that woman wasn't the problem. It was the old turtle hiding behind him. If this issue wasn't resolved, the shop's business would end here. But Madam needn't worry. Turning back to see someone who wasn't worried at all, still as decisive as ever. "Hey Director Lee, I'm coming over now. Going to the film set? I'll take you there." The words slipped out. Then he realized he was being too eager. Unexpectedly, Aunt Ji Shui agreed right away. Naturally, Ji Shui was more lovable than before. They quickly arrived at the film set. Director Lee hurriedly came to greet them. "Ah, Mrs. Yan, you're finally here. This is the person in charge of the skydiving spot. Where do we skydive? Prepare one for me. I want to jump too." Secretary Chen grabbed his hand. "Are you crazy?" The veins on his hand showed his current anxiety and fear. "You can't go. It's too dangerous." Meanwhile, the other person involved was enjoying a hot spring. Looking at the 1 a.m. skydiving alarm, the man slowly got up. Soon he was ready. He excitedly boarded the helicopter. The beautiful night sky became within reach. Indeed, Pingu's night view was more beautiful than daytime. Taking a deep breath, "Coach, I'm ready." Before he could finish, he was suddenly kicked hard by a small foot. The unexpected weightlessness instantly filled his entire brain. His heartbeat immediately peaked. Ah, damn it, this isn't how you play. Every day at 1 a.m., the boy would go skydiving at Death Valley. But sister-in-law not only didn't stop him, she jumped down with him in her pajamas. And from that night on, the boy never dared mention skydiving again. Just now, as the boy spread his arms ready to jump from the plane, unexpectedly, he was kicked hard from behind. Ah damn, who's being so unfair? Trying to murder a handsome guy? Just then, a small hand suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed his safety equipment. And so, Yanner was dangling in the air like a chicken, until the parachute successfully opened. He finally let out a breath, then fearfully opened one eye, preparing to thank the instructor, but turned to find his sister-in-law's beautiful figure. Yanner was shocked like Yanner. How dare you? This is an 11,000-foot canyon. People could die. Sister-in-law had no time for his complaints, because the parachute was strangely descending. As the parachute swayed down to land, Yi-er finally dared to breathe heavily. How did you end up jumping with me? Because I told them to kick you off the plane, but they didn't dare, so I had to do it myself. Yi-er was instantly speechless. Indeed, sister-in-law, fierce but few words. Looks like you're not satisfied yet. Want to continue? Yi-er's mouth twitched. Hey, though complaining, his unwilling spirit shouted, all right, who's afraid of who? Just then, Sister saw Secretary Chen standing dazed nearby. She waved her small hand in front of him. Secretary Chen, what's wrong? It's already past midnight. Aren't you going home? The man finally snapped out of his shock. His ears were listening carefully, but his mind was stuck on the image of Sister Saw spreading her arms and rapidly descending. In an instant, his brain and soul seemed to split in two, as if he too had experienced the thrill of jumping. He was so free and flamboyant, like a butterfly dancing in the air. This intense visual impact instantly struck Chen Yujin's heart. His heartbeat accelerated wildly, blood rushing to his head. That intense feeling of danger still lingered in his heart. His facial expressions no longer under control. Well, I'm not going back. If I don't see you safely home, I'll be anxious even if I do go back. Since you don't want to go back, wait in the car then. It's too cold here. Don't catch a chill. Secretary Chen wanted to call out to him, but other thoughts emerged in his mind. He tried to convince himself he had no right to control him, nor should he. Meanwhile, Yan was happily kicked down again, and so it continued, kick after kick until finally, Yan couldn't take it anymore, clinging desperately to the cabin door. Sister, I know I was wrong. Stop kicking. Sister Saw showed a loving smile, then followed up with another hard kick. Yan gave up completely, choosing to accept his fate. Fine, let it be. Then his mind wandered to his adventures over the years, whether it was deep-sea diving, or trekking across deserts, or even having close encounters with bears alone on snowy mountains. But no matter how he adventured, he couldn't find the meaning of life in it. He had always been lonely, but today, for the first time, someone was fearlessly accompanying him, just staying by his side. The anger and coldness in his chest instantly found an outlet. Opening his eyes again, Pingu's night scenery appeared even more beautiful, as the first ray of sunlight slowly rose, embracing the earth with warmth. Ji Shui, the sun is rising, and that warm light seemed to welcome his heart's voice. Soon the parachute glided to land, the solid feeling of small feet touching the ground. He had finally found the meaning of life. Want to continue? No, no more. Yi shook his head like a rattledrum. I seriously suspect you just wanted an excuse to kick me. Of course, had to kick you several times to make sure you got your fill. If you still don't think it's thrilling enough, you can try jumping directly from Pingu's highest slope. The boy shuddered, letting out a light sigh. No more. I really won't do it anymore. Seeing he finally understood, Big Sister showed a tired smile. All right, let's go home. I'll wait for you in the car. If I don't see you in 3 minutes, I'll assume you're still attached to this place, and I'll risk my life to accompany you until tomorrow's sunrise. The boy jumped in fright, fearfully hugging his vulnerable self. I got it. I'm going home right now. Never skydiving again. His biggest regret in life was not disciplining little Shuzzy earlier. The boy was clearly a brilliant top-tier actor, yet he insisted on treating life like a game. And Sister Saw, to experience what he experienced, actually arrived at Death Valley 3 hours early, just to be like him, continuously feeling the fear of skydiving. However, after he jumped 82 times, he realized he was already frozen all over. Suddenly, a water cup was handed over. Drink some hot water. Warm yourself up. Sister Sa held the cup with both hands and took a slow sip. Instantly, warmth flowed through her entire body. You don't look so good. I thought you were naturally brave, but it turns out Madam is afraid too. About that, I'm wearing too little. When jumping down, the cold wind hit me head on, making my face hurt. Then she stretched her neck and leaned in slightly. You just said, too. So is Secretary Chen afraid of skydiving? Chen Yujin's face turned slightly red. His hand nervously gripped his leg. This curious girlish appearance made Chen Yujin's heart race uncontrollably. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up to hide his expression. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Oh, Director Chen is here too? Yes. Young Master too. I've been here the whole time. Second young master's eyebrows were nearly fighting each other. He opened the car door and sat down. You have something to say but haven't gone home. In his heart, he had already cursed Chen Yujin. With an extra person here, how could he talk? Chen Yujin clearly knew he had something to say, but this guy just wouldn't give them space. Since he won't talk, let him suffer. Sister Sa sat between the two handsome men, leisurely drinking tea, while Yan Er's glares were practically reaching the sky. Chen Yujin narrowed his fox-like eyes, easily deflecting them. Soon they arrived at the Yan family villa. Tell me what's the matter. You arrived at Death Valley 3 hours ago. Not only did you train, but jumped many times. Why? Because I've never jumped before. Sister Sa told the truth. Where would we have such things in ancient times? But Yan Er thought sister-in-law did all this for him. He immediately became agitated. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why you came to Pingu to find me, and why you jumped so many times. Sister Sa stared into his eyes, speaking softly. To judge what you play with, one should experience it first to have the right to comment. Yi Er's breath caught. No one had ever cared about him, nor had anyone done these things for him. He suddenly felt empty. Warmth slowly spreading through his internal organs, like spring blooming. Everything was indescribably wonderful. Then, how do you evaluate it now? How do I evaluate? Damn it, scolding you is letting you off easy. I should give you a good whipping with a belt. Yi Er's previously uplifted spirits instantly deflated, and Sister Sa, tired of this fool, turned around and went to bed. I'm so tired. If I don't sleep soon I'll get pimples. But the next morning, right after waking up, she encountered another problem. She just greeted her sister-in-law, but scared the young girl so much she broke into a cold sweat. It turned out that the previous sister-in-law not only wouldn't initiate conversation with her, even scolding her was considered merciful. She would even regularly whip her with a leather belt. Have I met a fake sister-in-law today? Why are you staring at me? Just say what you want to say. Yan Sis' eyes darted around, afraid of being hit. That matter. How do you plan to handle it? What do you think? Yan Si instantly became alert. Is she testing me? Regret is useless. You need to think about what to do next. Yan Si lowered her head, not daring to look at her. With my big brother away, you are the Yan family's mistress. I shouldn't have brought that woman to cause trouble at the banquet, and I shouldn't have indulged her coup attempt. Sa Jia sighed softly. This young woman lacks proper guidance since childhood. Her mind is not only simple but foolish. You believe whatever she says? Don't you have your own judgment? It was an emergency at the time. Emergency? Would the child in her belly be gone if you ran slower? Ultimately, she just knew how to handle you. Your disgust and prejudice towards me. Yan Si suddenly stood up. I was used as a pawn. You imposter. How dare you use me? Then she picked up her bag, ready to fight. I'm going to find out now if the child in her belly is really my brother's. Sister-in-law just casually mentioned it, and the hot-tempered sister-in-law suddenly had an epiphany. Damn that green tea bitch with pink hair. How dare she use me? I'll pull out a handful of her hair. The sister-in-law smiled from the side, calmly watching her rush out. These days, young girls need to hit the wall themselves to realize not everyone will pamper them. This girl is too careless. Without any scheming, she needs to go out and learn some lessons. Then she took out her phone and typed a message. Soon, Secretary Chen's phone rang. Thank you for your hard work yesterday. Secretary Chen, Pingu's dawn was very cold. Please take care and rest. If needed, you can brew some ginger tea for health. Secretary Chen's eyes immediately softened. Ginger tea? Never had it, but I can try. Meanwhile, Sa Jia wasn't idle. After sending the message, she called for writing materials. She needed to resolve the company matters quickly. She quickly listed everything she saw in the warehouse. Suddenly the door was slowly pushed open. Yan Si casually glanced over. It's unusually quiet today. Yan Wenshu finally joined the film crew. Always fighting with me for sister-in-law. So annoying. Give me Yan Wenshu's number. Sister-in-law suddenly spoke, startling Yan Si. Wah, sister-in-law is home? How didn't I see you earlier? Finally coming to her senses, she quickly sent over the number, just as she wanted to ask about the situation there. Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be reached. At this moment, Yan Wenchu was receiving a call from the pink-haired green tea's manager. Miss Yan, Meng, she's trying to commit suicide. Yan Wenchu's teeth gritted. Is that so? Give me the address. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl, seeing her plan succeed, quickly discussed the next steps. Yan Wenchu is stupid and impulsive. As long as you use the child as leverage, she'll protect you without thinking twice. This way, Jian Bing will firmly believe you're Yan Chao's lover. The pink-haired girl hugged herself vulnerably, not understanding how she became trending for being criticized. Meng, it's terrible. Yan Wenchu is criticizing you. Her acting hadn't improved on screen, but her real-life acting had progressed rapidly. We just posted yesterday about being friends with Miss Yan, and she immediately posted to contradict us. And she even posted photos saying Jiyu Shuiyi is the real Mrs. Yan. The pink-haired green tea girl was so angry she almost miscarried. Yan Wenchu clearly hated Jiyu Shuiyi. Why is she suddenly accepting her as sister-in-law? Just then, there was a knock at the door. Miss Yan, you're finally here. Yan Wenchu ignored her babbling. She pushed past the woman and rushed in. Where's Meng? Come out. I'll take you to the hospital for a proper checkup. Then she dragged the pink-haired green tea girl off the bed. Feels good acting in front of me? I'm taking you to the hospital right now. The manager beside them not only didn't stop it but kept recording with their phone. Just need some editing, and the situation will look completely different. Yan Wenchu became furious instantly. She slapped the phone away with one hand. Still dare to film me secretly? I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Then she grabbed the woman's collar, frightening the pink-haired green tea girl who stood frozen. Zhang Meng, why are you just standing there? Quick, call that person. Soon, a man wearing sunglasses walked in. Oh, isn't this Xiao Sao? So you're the pink-haired green tea's lover. Miss Yan, you can't speak carelessly. I just heard someone was harassing our company's artist, so I came to check. The two were at daggers drawn. Meanwhile, Jia saw that Yan Wenchu wasn't answering calls, nor reading messages, and had a bad feeling. This girl, don't tell me she can't even handle someone as crude as that pink-haired green tea? The warehouse report was just finished anyway. Might as well go find Secretary Chen for help. She then texted Secretary Chen asking if he's free, saying she'll visit the lab. Secretary Chen, drinking the ginger tea Jia mentioned, happily replied, okay. Jia quickly arrived at the lab building. Upon entering, she saw Mr. Jian was also there. After brief greetings, Jia treated him like an insider. Secretary Chen, do Yan family phones have GPS tracking installed? Yes, they do. But whether they've removed it or not, I don't know. Who do you need to find? Check Yan Wenchu's location. Secretary Chen turned to instruct his assistant. Go immediately. While waiting, Jia took out the warehouse report she'd just written. Both were instantly amazed. Wow, Mrs. Yan is incredible. Her handwriting is better than my practice copybooks. Even more shocking was, she only visited the warehouse once, yet produced such a detailed inventory report. This was too amazing. Madam, we found third Mrs. location. Just glancing at the trending topics, she immediately felt something was wrong, because her sister-in-law not only mocked Zhang Meng on Weibo, but also had people criticize her into trending topics, and even went to confront her alone. How reckless. She should have at least taken 2 bodyguards. Then she put down her work. Secretary Chen, can I borrow some bodyguards? Before Chen Yu could respond, Mr. Jian spoke first. Mrs. Yan can use mine. Thanks. Then Secretary Chen, please send me Zhang Meng's address. Mr. Jian felt awkward beside them. Zhang Meng was Yan Chao's lover. This was about to become a confrontation between wife and mistress. Chen Yujin didn't ask questions, but before leaving, gave all his bodyguards to her. Meanwhile, Yan Wenchu had just finished dealing with the pink-haired green tea girl when she saw her lover had arrived. Before Yan Wenchu could curse, the man turned the tables. So the Yan family doesn't want to take responsibility and sent you to cause trouble? Bang! The cup shattered to pieces. You, Yan Wenchu, aren't you afraid of the Jian family's revenge? Huh? A mere live-in son-in-law dares to represent the Jian family? You dog dare to bark at me? Not only did you get Zhang Meng pregnant, but you dare frame my big brother? Watch how my family deals with you 2 dogs. But does Jian Rui know about this? Seems not, but he will soon. The pink-haired green tea girl instantly panicked. She grabbed Yan Wenchu's waist. We can't let him tell Jian Rui, or we'll lose everything. At this point, the man no longer concealed the evil in his eyes. Then Miss Yan will have to stay here as our guest. Yan Wenchu laughed mockingly. What, you want to kill me? Just for that dangerous thought. What awaits you won't just be ruination, but dismemberment. Miss Yan doesn't seem to understand the situation. Let me teach you how they control disobedient actresses in Hong Kong. The man slowly approached, his voice hissing. First, they inject drugs into their bodies, then take nude photos. This way, they won't die, but become obedient dogs. They'll film whatever they're told, accompany whichever boss they're told to. You dare? My sister-in-law won't let you get away with this. Yan Wenchu was defiant, but truly scared. She never imagined people could be so evil. Her words thoroughly angered the cowardly man. He grabbed her chin, glaring at her fiercely. Try and see if I dare or not. Soon Yan Wenchu was bound and gagged with a ball. It's over. Big brother is missing. Second and fourth brother never cared if I lived or died. Even sister-in-law doesn't like me. I'm so pathetic that no one will come save me. Don't struggle, Miss Yan. Soon you'll love this feeling. Watching the syringe approach, Yan Wenchu's pupils dilated. Sister-in-law, save me. Just then, urgent knocking came from the door. Maybe it's the photographer. I'll check. Jiyu Shui? Why is she here? Seeing Sa Jia was alone, the man instantly grew bold. Hee, truly the capital's first beauty. Since you've delivered yourself, you might as well stay too. Then he put on a friendly smile and went to greet her. Sa Jia ignored him. Where's Yan Wenchu? The man locked the door while speaking gently. Miss Yan is inside. She seems to have had some conflict with Zhang Meng, so I, as their boss, came to see if I could help. While his mouth was babbling, his hand secretly reached for a vase. Yan Wenchu was extremely anxious, but with her mouth gagged by a golf ball, she could only pray for her sister-in-law to run quickly. Just as Sa Jia entered the room, the man revealed a triumphant smile and quickly swung the vase down. In that split second, Sa Jia turned and dodged, then countered with a kick. Sa Jia stepped forward, raising her leg. Bang, bang, two loud sounds. The moves were quite beautiful, then steadily caught the falling vase. Wow, sister-in-law is so cool. Just then, 4 black-clothed bodyguards burst through the door. They first looked at Sa Jia, then at the man on the ground. Slower please. Should we get bulls to watch the show? Suddenly the man on the ground groaned and woke up. What do you want? I'm Jian Rui's husband. Jian Rui loves me, very well. Then I'll ask Jian Rui how to give the Yan family an explanation. The woman grabbed the bully's hand, then picked up the needle from the ground, and jabbed it down without hesitation. So it was you who bullied my Yan Wenchu. The man broke into a cold sweat, begging repeatedly. It wasn't me. Zhang Meng hated Yan Wenchu for getting her trending in criticism, so she had people do it. I came to save Miss Yan. Scum will be scum. Zhang Meng is carrying your child, yet you still blame her. Sa Jia expressionlessly pulled out the needle, then slowly pushed the plunger. The liquid dripped from the needle tip onto the man's arm. The cold sensation terrified him, making his whole body tremble. Mrs. Yan, please don't. Not this. You'll ruin me. Besides, Jian Rui loves me so much. If he knows what you did to me, he definitely won't let you go. Sa Jia smiled mockingly. You're wrong. Whether the Jian and Yan families become enemies depends on if I let you go. Then she grabbed his collar and dialed the Jian family's number. Soon Jian Changming's voice came through. Please have Mr. Jian contact Jian Rui and tell him to come to Zhang Meng's place. Just then, Zhang Meng clutched her stomach, trembling, and crawled to Sa Jia's feet. Mrs. Yan, please spare me. I have nothing to do with Mr. Yan, and the child isn't his either. Besides, this has nothing to do with you. Please let me go. Sa Jia's eyes turned ice cold. I am the Yan family's wife. She is the Yan family's lady. You kidnapped her and tried to drug her. You dare say it has nothing to do with me? When did the Yan family ever let others bully us like this? When Yan Wenchu instantly stopped crying. She was protecting her, just like when she entered earlier. She took off her coat to cover my pathetic state, and rushed in without hesitation to save me. She even hugged and comforted me like family. Now she's willing to offend the Jian family for me, yet I was so mean to her before. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Jian Rui ran in panting. Mrs. Yan, what's going on here? Sa Jia crossed her arms, without any unnecessary words. If I were you, Either cut ties with this kind of trash completely, or teach him a lesson once and for all. For his first mistake, you should give him one way out. If he makes another mistake, cut off his fingers. Jian Rui's pupils widened suddenly, then shook his head. He couldn't do it. We've been married for over 10 years. If I just cut ties like this, wouldn't it mean my love back then was too cheap? Besides, if he leaves me, he'll just be with other women. That's not punishing him. It's doing him a favor. Jia saw that he was just unwilling to accept that his decade of youth was wasted. But it wasn't hopeless. But he changes lovers faster than changing clothes. Rather than emptying your heart trying to find out who his new lover is, who's carrying his child, it's better to cut off the root of trouble. Dragging it out like this will only hurt yourself. Remember, his pain is temporary, but your pain is permanent. If you really like such a man and can't let go, then cut off his path and keep him like a dog. That's fine too. After saying all this, if you still act this way, you'll truly lose people's respect. Jia then turned and ordered the bodyguards to call an ambulance first, then the police. Afterward, she escorted Yan Wenshu away. We're leaving first. You stay here and help Miss Jian handle the aftermath. Jian Rui was still immersed in past sweetness. He had truly loved this man, but his repeated betrayals and hurts had become unbearable. Jian Rui took a deep breath. Perhaps sister-in-law was right. Such a man should have his wings broken, kept like a dog. He was the dream lover of 900 million girls, yet was beaten black and blue by sister-in-law. With a snap, the belt struck hard on the ground. There are thousands of ways to seek death. Not troubling others is basic. I'll teach you today what basic morality is. With another snap, the whip swung again. So young yet finding life boring. Wanting to find meaning in living by treating life as a game. Maybe one day, you'll really die in some jungle. Everyone will just feel relieved. No one will commemorate you. Even those at your funeral will be happy. Is this the result you want? Another snap as the beating continued. Some people die having truly lived. Some people die having just died. Taking off Yan Jia's coat. What are you? Yan Er's true self? Yes. Is this what I wanted? What am I? Suddenly a sharp voice rang out. Ah, Yuan Ji. Why is your face so swollen? Yan Er finally snapped back from last night's memories. It's nothing. Makeup will cover it. You're a big star. Countless HD cameras will be zooming in on your face. Can't film. Can't film. It's over. It's over. Yuan Ji can't even speak properly. Maybe we should skip tonight's event. Yi Er pushed away the panicking manager to prepare. The manager was almost crying. The female lead Zhang Meng was arrested. And now the male lead was like this. Hearing Zhang Meng's name, Yi Er thought of Ji Yushui. Because this woman claimed to be carrying her brother's child. She immediately opened her phone and saw sister-in-law's figure. Seeing the comments below, her face immediately darkened. Her fingers flew across the keyboard in response. I've always wondered how someone with such poor acting skills and unprofessional attitude got into the crew. Today I finally understand. She tagged Zhang Meng's trending topic and Cao family's Yi himself. The Weibo post immediately went viral. The manager clutched the phone and exclaimed, "Your Highness, how could you post like that?" Uninformed netizens will say you're kicking someone when they're down, getting too close to the situation. None of my business. Yi Er flipped her hair, looking cool and arrogant. Then she continued drinking her beverage and watching the drama unfold, her small hands tapping away rapidly. Fans immediately exploded. Why is my brother suddenly so angry? Was Zhang Meng forced into the crew by Cao Jiayi? Zhang Meng not only has terrible acting skills but also poor character. Oh my god. Criticizing Zhang Meng actually got Yuan Ji's like. I'm great at criticizing. Let me go first. Yi Er promptly liked all their comments. The manager was about to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Looking closer, he almost jumped in fright. Yuan Ji, are you planning to lead 900 million fans to criticize Zhang Meng? She bullied my sister-in-law. She deserves it. Shameless. Meanwhile, sister-in-law was escorting Yan Wenshu to the hospital. Although she arrived in time, getting a hospital checkup would be more reassuring. There are reporters outside. I'll help you into the ambulance first. Take off the coat after you're in. Then she went to the police, first reporting Zhang Meng and Cao Jiayi for kidnapping and endangering personal safety. Second, suspecting them of selling prohibited items, with many victims already affected. Finally, stating that the store would help police find Cao Jiayi. Mai Jiayu came online. The store clerk quietly peeked out, watching sister-in-law methodically resolve all issues. A fire ignited in their heart. I want to become someone like sister-in-law, smart, decisive, free-spirited and bold. Most importantly, able to beat up bad people. Meanwhile, The villain was kneeling before Jian Rui, crying bitterly. Rui, you can't just listen to Aunt Ji Shui. Don't you remember? I saved you 17 years ago. I love you. Rui covered his mouth. Jian Rui closed his tired eyes. He had been bound by these words for too many years. Perhaps sister-in-law was right. Hesitation only leads to chaos. His constant tolerance only made the other person more reckless, taking advantage of his affection to do wrong. However, things weren't over. With trending topics spreading so fast now, if not handled well, the Jian and Yan families would stand in opposition. Meanwhile, Yan Si, who was in class, also opened the trending content. At first, he thought sister-in-law and Jian Rui had an argument. Then seeing sister-in-law got into an ambulance, Yan Si instantly lost his composure. He stood up abruptly. The whole class was startled. What's wrong with you now? Yan Si's mind was filled with thoughts of sister-in-law in the ambulance. Was she injured? Just thinking about this possibility made his heart race wildly. He grabbed his backpack and ran to the hospital, completely overlooking the headline about the Yan family's daughter being kidnapped. The girl had angrily rushed off to fight. Sister-in-law not only didn't stop her, but told her to bring more bodyguards next time. Yan Wenchu stammered, clutching the blanket silently. Learned your lesson? You don't even know how to be a proper young lady. Next time if something like this happens, first ensure your own safety. Then, when showing up to intimidate them, must bring several bodyguards to establish presence. I understand. Suddenly the door was pushed open. The boy shouted anxiously. Sister Saw looked at the newcomer in confusion. Why are you here? Don't you have class today? Seeing sister-in-law was fine, he finally relaxed. I just, then holding his shoulder. I hurt my leg playing basketball. That's why I came to the hospital. I'm not here specifically to see you. Sister-in-law, thinking he was really injured, suggested he get a quartz scan or x-ray first. Yi Wenchu couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, I don't think he hit his leg. I think he hit his dog head. Yan Si then noticed his sister lying in the hospital bed. Why are you here? Yan Wenchu was being typical Yan Wenchu. That's why you should beat up your brother early. Or it's frustrating when you can see but can't reach them. Sister Saw quickly changed the subject. The Jian family and Yan family are close. That's why Sao Jia Yi wouldn't dare go too far. What nonsense are you talking about now? You'll drive them to desperate measures. I'm just telling the truth. For people like them, stating facts is like stabbing their hearts. Bian Wenchu, like a child who made a mistake, hung his head. Then, I won't say it next time. The hand peeling the apple paused and changed direction. The next second he received his sister's death glare. The habit of teasing her little brother was ingrained in her bones. Sister saw them starting again and had to bring the topic back on track. I'm not saying don't speak up. If you want to hit someone's weak spot, you need to have the capital to be arrogant. Then pinching his delicate face. Don't you even know how to use your power to bully others? When dealing with bad people, just call the bodyguards to beat them up. Why put yourself in danger? I understand. Just then, Sister Saw's phone rang. Hey, you're the second one. Hair all purple. That woman even saved Director Lee's number but not mine. If you don't speak, I'll hang up. Don't hang up. It's Yan Wenjia. How was filming today? Meanwhile, someone who had been liking posts all day recalled their childish behavior. To help sister-in-law vent, he personally liked every hot search criticizing Zhang Meng. The confrontation scared his manager so much he lost several strands of hair. My God, if you fight like this, fans will unfollow and turn against you. He immediately checked his phone and broke into a cold sweat in shock. Am I seeing things? How did we gain 6 million followers? Even faster than Nan Shangwan's growth rate next door. Yi was speechless. How could criticizing people lead to gaining followers? He wanted to call sister-in-law to brag, but realized he didn't even have her number saved. After calming himself down, he still asked the question he'd been worried about. What's with the news? Are you hurt? No, I'm not the one who went to the hospital. Before she could finish, she heard the call disconnect. Since he knew about the news, doesn't he care about Yan Wenchu? Yan Wenchu, already used to it, said, was that Yan Wenjia? Sister Saw's expression turned serious. You should call him second brother. He's nothing special. The next moment, a certain pressure spread quickly. The siblings immediately obeyed. Soon after returning home, Yan Wenchu curled up on the sofa, unable to sleep. Sister-in-law not only saved her, but also took down the bad guys, and even protected her dignity. Like a family head, she handled everything in perfect order, emanating a convincing charisma throughout her body. I must become someone like sister-in-law. Meanwhile, sister-in-law had just instructed the servants to watch over the young miss. Then she received a message from Yan Wenjia seeking praise. Such a child who never grows up. On the other side, Yan Seeing sister-in-law hadn't replied to his message. Did I not film enough? That must be it. Yan Si got a reward from sister-in-law, but I didn't even get a reply. I need to film 2 more scenes. Meanwhile, in the same incident, Jong was anxiously calling Sister Saw. Why did he go to the hospital? Is he hurt? Sister-in-law just put on makeup to go out. Her sister-in-law thought she was eloping with a man. Yi Wenchu quickly blocked sister-in-law's path. Is Secretary Chen coming to pick you up again? Sister Saw looked at her cautious sister-in-law, puzzled. Yes, attending a banquet. Is something wrong? Unexpectedly, her sister-in-law immediately showed an abandoned expression. Sister Saw thought the girl was traumatized from the recent kidnapping, but the sister-in-law was actually thinking about her missing brother, not knowing if he could return. And sister-in-law was so beautiful and charming. Even Secretary Chen, who used to dislike sister-in-law, now voluntarily helped hold her dress. Not to mention the Zhang family CEO, her brother's arch-enemy, who kept coming to their house every day. Anyone could tell she was coming for sister-in-law. Oh no. Oh no. Does this mean she won't be my sister-in-law anymore? At this thought, Yan Wenchu burst into tears. Seeing the child's timid behavior, sister-in-law felt heartache. She must have been terrified by that bastard Cao Jia Yan. She gently stroked her hair, and Yan Wenchu felt instantly comforted. She no longer cared if her brother was being cheated on. However, what they didn't know was, the eligible bachelors thinking about Sister Saw weren't just these few. Jian Rui went to complain to his uncle early in the morning. Aunt Ji Yu Shui not only asked him to cut off Cao's business path but also wanted him to keep that Cao person as a dog. He thought that Jian Changming, being a man, would feel uncomfortable hearing this. Unexpectedly, he praised Aunt Ji Yu Shui for being clear-headed, assertive, and very clever. Moreover, with our Jian family's status, if you really like that Cao boy, keeping him as a dog isn't bad either. Also, when are you going to apologize? Jian Rui wanted to say something but dared not object. I don't know what Mrs. Yan and Miss Yan like. Jian Changming pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. Mrs. Yan is a straightforward person. Why don't you ask her directly? Jian Rui was stunned. This approach, asking someone directly what gift they want. By the way, when did Uncle become so familiar with Mrs. Yan? Before he could process this, the man covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Let me know when you find out. Jian Rui was completely confused. What's going on? The man pretended to read but didn't notice his book was upside down. Meanwhile, as Sister Saw was leaving, she found Secretary Chen had been waiting at the door for hours. When he saw Sister Saw approaching, he immediately opened the car door gentlemanly, and thoughtfully reminded her to watch her step. Then, while explaining today's banquet details and relationships, he knelt down to help arrange her trailing dress. He also reminded Pei Li Xin that though it appeared to be his brother's birthday, they actually had something to discuss with her. Sister Saw had anticipated this. However, today she needed to put on an act, making them think she was someone who could be manipulated with money. Soon they arrived at the banquet hall. The blonde siblings enthusiastically came forward to greet them. Soon, the man's gaze fixed on Sister Saw. He shyly scratched his head, then warmly extended his hand. Unexpectedly, Sister Saw flipped her hair, perfectly playing the role of arrogant and demanding, then directly ignored both of them and walked ahead. Are there any other guests today besides me? The blonde suppressed his displeasure and smiled. No. Today it's just family and some of Kong Kong's friends. You're the most honored guest here. Sister Saw quietly observed everything, trying to show respect and closeness this way, then offer benefits to win her over. Such amateur tactics. She had experienced this 800 times a day in ancient times. The blonde became increasingly enthusiastic, thinking Sister Saw was just a vain showpiece. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration, and the atmosphere instantly peaked. Unexpectedly, Sister Saw completely ignored him, casually speaking in ways that left him speechless and embarrassed. This blue sapphire diamond ring was worth over 100 million, yet sister-in-law casually gave it to her sister-in-law as a toy. A woman nearby laughed mockingly. Indeed, she's just an airhead. Then slowly approached with a glass of red wine. The wine glass then spilled on Sister Saw. However, what she didn't know was, Sister Saw had already anticipated her move. Though only a small spot was stained, Sister Saw still brought out her 2.8-meter tall presence. You invite me here, but the host isn't home. Is it because Yan Chao isn't here? You're deliberately slighting me? And now this? Are you trying to rebel? The blonde green tea girl jumped in fright. It's not that we don't have old Yan. He just couldn't make it back in time. So he's abroad then. It turned out Sister Saw attended this banquet to find out whether her husband was still alive. Unexpectedly, the blonde green tea's mouth was harder than her heart. Not only did she not reveal any information, but she also brought out an exquisite box, attempting to bribe Sister Saw. As the box slowly opened, Sister Saw smiled. "I like this thing." The blonde green tea heavily sighed in relief. "Indeed, she's just an airhead. Just give her a little benefit, and she'll work for you." Suddenly feeling something was wrong. Shouldn't she be the one in control? How did it seem like Aunt Jiyu Shui was leading her by the nose? Meanwhile, Sister Saw was looking for a chance to extract more information. Together they went to a private room upstairs. The blonde carefully tried to please her. "These are all new arrivals. Let me find a fitting set for Madam to change into." But Sister Saw didn't fall for it. "Bring a basin of water to clean this spot for me. Then use a hairdryer to dry it." Her queen-like aura was incredibly domineering. She directly treated the blonde green tea like a maid. The blonde suppressed her anger, wanting to tear the clothes apart. "I'll arrange for a maid to come up." Sister Saw didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. "You spilled the wine. Why call someone else?" The blonde was about to die from anger. Even Yan Chao called her aunt here and was always respectful. Unexpectedly, today she was humiliated by this airhead. If it weren't for having something to ask today, did she think I would always indulge her? Though dissatisfied, the blonde had to personally dry the spot herself. Meanwhile in the banquet hall, Secretary Chen knew Sister Saw was acting, but still couldn't help worrying. Logically, they should give Aunt Jiyu Shui time alone with them, as only then would they reveal their true intentions. Though understanding the reasoning, the worry couldn't be suppressed. But after a glass of wine, Secretary Chen slowly stood up, soon arrived at the private room's door. The scene inside stunned both of them. Sister Saw was lounging on the sofa like a queen, while the blonde knelt beside her with a hairdryer. Sister Saw's heavenly voice rang out, startling both of them into stillness. Secretary Chen realized his worries were unnecessary. The blonde was shocked like a deer in headlights. "It's over. They've seen everything. My image is ruined." Seeing the timing was right, Sister Saw left with Secretary Chen. Once back in the car, Secretary Chen eagerly asked how it went and if they showed their hand. The blonde implied throughout that Yan Chao was still alive and would return soon. She also said if I wanted Yan Chao's inheritance, I'd better cooperate with them to ensure Yan Chao couldn't return. Secretary Chen should investigate Yan Chao's uncle. He must be connected to Yan Chao's disappearance. However, how does his wife know if Yan Chao is still alive? I think they failed to kill Yan Chao but lost contact with him. The woman casually promised 2 words and almost lost everything trying to make amends. Sister Saw laughed nearby. "Since you want to make amends, prepare these things as compensation. I'm somewhat of a collector, and I'm just missing 7 colors of gemstones. Of course, I also like jade. Like red skin, white flesh, purple Hachan jade, lotus pink jadeite violet. I like all these." The blonde was so shocked her hair turned yellower. "Madam likes all these? Why not? You want to make amends, right? Let's start with these." The blonde's teeth chattered, but for the sake of the upcoming plan, she gritted her teeth and agreed, then grabbed Sister Saw's hand. "I invited you to this family dinner today because I consider you one of us. Let me give you some advice. There's been no news from Mr. Yan for a long time. Have you thought about your future?" The fox's tail was showing. Big Sister deliberately paused for 2 seconds. "That's simple. Take his inheritance. Keep a few pretty boys. The older brother makes money raising pigs. The younger brother stays home to play King of Glory with me." The blonde's mouth twitched. Indeed an airhead. She composed herself and slowly moved closer. "But Mr. Yan has several brothers and sisters. They'll all want a share of the inheritance. Let me give you some advice." After such a roundabout way, finally revealing her purpose. "With this intelligence level, she thinks she can outwit me." Sister Saw, seeing the goal achieved, turned and got in the car with Secretary Chen. Chen Yujin curiously asked what the woman had promised. Sister Saw smiled slyly. "She didn't promise. I ordered. I just told her. I like 7 colors of gemstones as a set, plus Hachan jade and agate." Chen Yujin laughed. "Madam is ruthless. This will hurt her pocket for quite a while." "That's nothing. Sister used to make lists 200 meters long when giving gifts." Secretary Chen spoke with a dismissive tone, as if those things were completely beneath notice. Is this really the former Aunt Jiyu Shui? Soon they arrived home. Sister saw her sister-in-law sitting by the window from afar. "What are you drawing?" Uncle Yan was so startled his hair stood on end. He quickly hid the drawing behind him. The psychologist said drawing helps relieve anxiety and depression. He wouldn't tell anyone that the boy in the drawing was based on sister-in-law who saved him last time. If only sister-in-law were a man, I'd definitely steal him as my husband. Before he could turn around, sister-in-law suddenly handed him a gift box. This is for you. Yan Wenchu slowly opened it with surprise. Inside was a diamond ring. This was his first gift from family, and no one had ever given him a ring before. Thinking that the Yan family definitely didn't have Yan Wenbo or Uncle Yan, he hugged the box and couldn't help but laugh like a goose. Meanwhile, Yan Wenbo was in a fight, because 3 troublemakers not only said Yan Chao wouldn't return, but dared to harass sister-in-law. He grabbed one's face and slammed it hard onto the table, then kicked him to the ground with a punch. That's for talking about my sister-in-law. The scene was chaos. The teacher had just entered the classroom and immediately called the police. So Yan 4 ended up at the police station again. Yan Wenbo said, "What is it this time?" Yan 4 reflexively dodged, wondering if he'd be whipped again. "Not hitting you this time. Tell me where you went yesterday." Somewhat awkwardly, "I went to Qingyang Mountain to pay respects to my mother." Sister Saw then remembered that Yan Wenbo's mother was the Yan family's mistress. Perhaps that's why he was reluctant to mention it. "Then why did you fight today? And why won't you cooperate with the statement?" Looking at the child's expression, Sister Saw instantly understood. He'd admitted to secretly visiting his mother's grave, so what made him hesitate must be because they were talking about her. "It doesn't matter. There's nothing that can't be said. It won't affect me at all, but I'm grateful you defended me." Our Yan 4 has grown up a bit more, becoming more responsible. Sister Saw then handed him a pack of rainbow candy. This reward made Yan 4's face flush. Sister-in-law praised him again. A warmth seemed to ignite in his heart, making his whole being feel warm. Just then, the blonde's brother approached, asking for trouble again. Yan 4 ignored him and popped the candy into his mouth, then strutted away happily. The blonde's brother was confused, wondering why he was so happy at the police station. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yan Chao just received a 2 yuan consumption notification. He doubted his own capability. His wife was now even shopping at roadside stores. "I remember the Yan family hasn't gone bankrupt." Just then, a beautiful woman carrying a medicine box slowly opened the tent. It was Yuan Shuna 1/4, the swimming instructor. She was the only woman Yan Chao had brought back. Others get punished for fighting, but Yan 4 gets rewarded. Don't blame sister-in-law for being partial. It's just that those people deserved a beating. Yan 4 extended his injured hand, face red. Sister Saw felt sorry for him. "Last time when you fought with Zhang Jing, I wanted to say, how could you, at 188 centimeters tall, not beat him? Haven't you thought about getting a trainer?" Yan 4 straightened up. So sister-in-law wasn't mocking him for being weak. Instead, she was seriously and objectively discussing this matter with him. "I did try to learn, but Zhang Jin learned from his uncle, who was skilled at combat in the military." Sister Saw suddenly understood. No wonder he couldn't win. After all, military skills are about survival. "Let me teach you kung fu. Next time if someone provokes you, you can win with one move instead of relying on brute force." He was a bit excited. He'd been in many fights, but never imagined sister-in-law would teach him how to fight. Before Yan 4 could react, sister-in-law had already made a training plan for him. "Let's start with the crouching tiger technique." Yan 4 looked confused. The name sounded like something made up from martial arts novels. "Any objections? I don't mind letting you try it first." No, I'll learn what you teach. You have good foundation. It won't take long before Zhang Jin has to take the beating passively. Hearing this, Yan 4 got a bit excited. If that happened, he would not only have self-protection ability but could also protect her. Soon back at the Yan house, Sister Saw had just sat down. Jian Rui came with many packages to apologize. Then Pei also came trotting in with gifts. Seeing this, Jian Rui exchanged pleasantries and prepared to leave. "If there's anything you don't like or particularly like, please let me know." Pei watched Jian Rui's departing figure thoughtfully. Looking at the rows of boxes spread on the tea table, he suddenly felt uncomfortable with what he was holding. Remembering his sister's instructions about Ji Shui's demands, he couldn't speak up. "Does young Master Lei have something?" "No, nothing. Just brought some small things for Madam. There's a banquet on the 7th. Would Madam honor us with her presence?" "I'll think about it," Sister Saw said without looking up. Pei wasn't angry. but felt the 5 million worth of gifts weren't good enough. He then made an excuse to leave quickly. However, this was all within Sister Saw's expectations. This is just the beginning. They'll return every penny they embezzled from the Yan family. Just then, the phone rang. Madam, young Master 4 has entered the club owned by the rival Feng family. What kind of club is it? It's a gathering place for rich second generations. The entertainment is more high-end and discreet. Also, I saw Pei getting out of Chairman Feng's car. Sister Saw smiled. This Pei just left here and immediately went to the Feng family. Looks like Pei Li Xin has prepared 2 backup plans. But that fool Pei is destined to fail. Soon Sister Saw arrived at the club in full dress. Hello, Mrs. Yan. This is your mask. The number on your card will be your name tonight. Everyone will address each other this way. Sister Saw slowly pushed open the door. The dim-colored lights created a mysterious atmosphere. The host announced loudly, "Today's theme is, no saying no. Inside are everyone's numbers. We'll start drawing now. The person who draws can ask the chosen person to do anything, and the chosen person cannot refuse." As the music ended, the woman excitedly read out the number on her card. Soon a man stepped out from the crowd. The woman excitedly wrote, "I want you to give me 1 million. Without a word, the man wrote a check. Sister Saw watched in surprise. This was allowed? No wonder some were excited while others were nervous. Soon it was Sister Saw's turn. The host eagerly asked what number she drew. Sister Saw held up her paper and read out number 79. Soon from the crowd, a group of people surrounded a tall man as he stepped forward. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange and quiet. The host carefully asked, "What is your request?" Sister Saw stepped forward. "This ends at midnight, right?" The host nervously glanced at that man. "Then be my servant for a few hours. Until midnight." The man raised his eyebrows, probably not expecting anyone would dare make such a request. "Very well, woman. You've successfully caught my attention." The woman had just randomly drawn a number and demanded $1 trillion CO to be her servant for hours. However, not only was he not angry, he agreed with interest. So this was how rich people played. The chosen person must fulfill one request from the drawer. Now the man held up his number card, but his eyes were on Sister Saw. "I'll make the same request. Be my servant until the event ends." Soon, a man wearing a silver mask excitedly raised his hand. "This is getting interesting. I'll make the same request as them. Number 18. Be my servant." This fun scene prompted others to follow suit. The host was shocked. This wasn't how the game was supposed to be played. In the end, not only did people form a long chain, but Sister Saw became the only master here. At this point, Sister Saw unceremoniously handed her wine glass to the man. "Get me some juice instead." The man was intrigued. Someone actually dared to treat him like a servant, and a woman at that. Onlookers were even more amused. Who is this woman? How dare she provoke that lord? Does she have a death wish? I bet 11 packs of spicy snacks she'll regret this. Unexpectedly, the man readily agreed. The waiter perceptively brought over juice. The man watched Sister Saw with interest, wondering who would draw his number. Just then, a waiter actually drew Sister Saw's number. The host immediately thrust the microphone at him. The young man nervously clutched the paper, large drops of sweat slowly falling. But before he could make his request, a fat man interrupted him. "Oh, if you can't think of anything, you can decide later. It's valid until midnight anyway, right? Let's move on to the next one." Servant number 1 moved closer to Sister Saw. "Aren't you worried?" "What is there to worry about?" The man carefully studied the woman before him, wondering if she was fearless due to ignorance or truly didn't care about these people. As if to deepen Sister Saw's fear, he moved even closer. Soon someone will approach him and make him demand something more outrageous from you. However, the next moment, he couldn't smile anymore, because the waiter had already made up his mind, pointing at him. "My request is, whatever I demand from you, you must demand the same from him." "Fine." Sister Saw coldly looked at this stupid yet malicious man. "Give me 10 million first. Quick, tell him the same thing." Sister Saw didn't even look up, about to remind this fool that he had already used up his request. Unexpectedly, the man stared directly at Sister Saw. "Then sleep with me for an hour." Sister Saw raised an eyebrow. "You want him to sleep with you for an hour too?" The man got excited, his hands cracking as he clenched them. "Sure, there's a whole line of people behind." The waiter tensed up. "Don't do this." Sister Saw remained calm, just kindly reminding him, "Each person only gets one request. You've already made yours." The man was confused, wondering when he had made his request. Then he replayed what he had said. He collapsed instantly. Realizing he had wasted his one chance to become somebody important, he lunged forward, kneeling at Sister Saw's feet. "Give me 5 million. Just 5 million will do." The lady pulled away her skirt, coldly commanded, "Beat him," then pointed, "And him too." Before the fat man could beg, his eye took a direct punch. Then his throat was grabbed by a large hand. "Please." President Feng's eyes turned ice cold. "You shouldn't beg me." The fat man finally realized that today's apex predator was actually that woman. He then looked pleadingly at Sister Saw. That request was his own idea. "I just wanted to get a contract signed. Please ask this gentleman to stop." Sister Saw smiled coldly. "At such a time, you still dared to instigate that young man. Did you think he wouldn't hold a grudge?" Then she said softly, "Everyone only gets one request, but you've lost your chance." The CO beside her understood immediately, beckoning to his bodyguards, "Clean it up. Don't let him dirty my floor." Soon, the wails of the fat man and young man disappeared from the hall. The club quickly returned to its usual lively atmosphere. As beautiful saxophone music began playing, the hall's atmosphere instantly turned intimate. With a sweet fragrance lingering in the air, the man extended his hand gentlemanly. "Shall we dance?" Sister Saw didn't even glance at him. "What's the next segment?" The man slowly moved closer, his voice somewhat seductive. "The next segment is the most interesting, my master. What do you need me to do?" Sister Saw put her hand on his shoulder. "I need you." The man expectantly thought something would happen, but with a loud bang in the next second, Sister Saw pushed him onto the sofa. "Sit there and don't move." The man's face showed enjoyment. Hee hee, interesting. Then he gazed at Sister Saw's retreating figure, confidently thinking this was plain hard to get. Whether there was romance or not, who knows? But Sister Saw had already gotten into her car home. Then she dialed a number. "I am out with classmates now. I told you about this before. Come out. I'm downstairs." A quick-witted person at the temple casually threw down the dart in his hand, not caring if it hit anyone, reflexively rushed to appear before his sister-in-law. But when the door opened, he felt extremely guilty. "I just went to play pool. Really? I didn't do anything else. I promised a friend before. Today was just keeping that promise." I know. I went to the 3rd floor. Didn't see you." Yan suddenly jumped up from his seat. Then his head hit the car roof hard back and forth. "That cursed place. I can't go there." "You shouldn't go there either." Sister Saw chuckled. "All right." Meanwhile, the CO stared longingly at the closed door. He glanced at the wall clock. "Left so early?" Yanked off the annoying mask. "I'm done playing." Everyone looked at that cold, handsome face, worried. "You've been this woman's servant for hours. If word gets out, it would shock everyone's eyes out." Everyone wore masks. "Who knows who's who?" The man glanced contemptuously. "Anyone who's been here would recognize Feng Du. Unless they came for the first time today." Bring the surveillance footage. Quickly found that graceful figure. Which female guests came today? Miss Liu, Miss Lin, and Mrs. Yan too. Everyone was incredulous. How could Yan Chao's wife possibly come here? While Pei went to check. "It is Mrs. Yan. No mistake. That silhouette. No one else compares." The assistant couldn't help but look at his boss. "Mr. Feng, could Mrs. Yan be here for you?" Feng Yun traced Sister Saw's silhouette. "Daring to make me a servant. It won't be that easy to play with." The aloof actor fought for attention with 8 treasured brides. Not only posted on Weibo at 3 a.m. playing victim, but also deliberately drove to the seaside. The manager beside him trembled in fear. "Quick, contact sister-in-law. Brother Yan wants to jump into the sea again." While Yan looked at his recent social media posts, there wasn't a single comment from sister-in-law. His heart felt inexplicably sour. Yan Si had to report to sister-in-law when going out and couldn't return late. But even though he was out so late, sister-in-law hadn't shown any concern. Just as he was feeling disappointed, sister-in-law sent a caring message. "Work has been tough lately. Don't overexert yourself. I'll have someone send you some food tomorrow. Remember to share with your staff." Seeing sister-in-law's goodnight message, Yi Er's heart instantly melted, his lips unconsciously curving into a smile. Hee, sending food. Finally, not that stupid brother's special treatment. Suddenly felt a sense of vindication. He read the message over and over again, but still felt restless energy coursing through him. Then specifically screenshot the goodnight message, posted it on social media right after. Then quietly waited for comments below. The manager beside him finally relaxed when he got out of the car. Sister-in-law always knows what to do. The anxious director Lee even put up sister-in-law's photo and prayed for the crew's smooth filming, thanking her for saving everyone from disaster. Soon came the next day. Yi waited eagerly. Finally, the food delivery team arrived. Black-suited bodyguards led a group of chefs making a grand entrance. "This is from Yuan's family for everyone to enjoy, since it's home-cooked food by our family chefs. Hope you don't mind." Everyone stared at rows of abalone and lobster. Their jaws dropped instantly. Wow, this is too luxurious. These must be professional chefs from a Michelin 5-star hotel. Our Yuan must be a secret rich kid. Yi pretended not to care but perked up his ears to eavesdrop carefully. Yuan is so generous. Did Yuan's mother prepare this? No, it's from my sister-in-law. That proud expression couldn't be more smug. Everyone was shocked. Is this still the same low-key Yuan? He's clearly showing off. Meanwhile, sister-in-law hadn't expected that. She had just casually asked bodyguards to deliver some food. The aloof actor ended up bragging about it forever. But just as she was about to go downstairs for tea, she saw Uncle Yan Wen looking around furtively. Sister-in-law looked at the tiptoeing girl, feeling a bit troubled. Uncle, finished looking? Uncle Yan Wen instantly felt guilty, then timidly expressed that he wanted to stay out for a couple of days. Sister-in-law was puzzled. Yan Wen Hong is coming back. I don't want to see him. He'll only stay for 2 days. I'll return after he leaves. Sister-in-law searched through her memories. Yan Wen Hong, the Yan family's youngest son, now in his final year of high school. Seeing Yan Wen Shu's cute pleading expression, sister-in-law didn't want to make it difficult. All right, go ahead. But as soon as she finished speaking, the girl ran off like the wind. Just then, a maid reported, "Madam, young master is back." A boy who looked somewhat like Yan Chao walked in slowly. He carefully handed his school bag to a maid nearby, then politely called out, "Sister-in-law, haven't eaten yet? I had the kitchen prepare some food. Please sit down." The well-mannered boy sat properly on the sofa, looking like a lost, obedient cub. Is at the film set. San comes back every few days. C is at school, and your eldest brother won't be back for now. Sister-in-law noticed his indifferent expression, seemingly uninterested in the Yan family members. However, Yan Wen Hong was actually shocked internally. The usually reckless Yan actually staying obediently at the film set, and the wild child Yan Si properly attending school. It was too strange. Even sister-in-law across from him was strange. And sister-in-law, remembering Yan Wen Shu saying he'd only stay for 2 days, asked, "How long do you plan to stay this time?" "Half a month. There was an incident at school, so return is delayed." "Oh, what happened?" Sister-in-law thought it might be bullying or corporal punishment. Unexpectedly, Yan Wen Hong said a student was killed, yet his demeanor remained gentle and well-mannered. With a sense of peaceful tranquility, sister-in-law looked up at him. He showed no fear or anxiety, not even a hint of negative emotion. Being mature for his age was understandable, but it seemed somewhat inconsistent with his appearance. Sister-in-law suppressed her suspicions, hoping she was overthinking. But all rich kids' childhood trauma, the demon that scared Sister Ching into running away from home. Yet in front of sister-in-law, she was as docile as a kitten, even drinking up the milk she despised in one go. But yellow hair was particularly tactless, actually inviting sister-in-law to browse jewelry stores early in the morning. Sa Jia elegantly tucked her hair behind her ear. "Do you have money?" Yellow hair pulled out a black card, extremely arrogant. "All right, wait a bit. I have a few more pages to read." Yellow hair was so excited, immediately saying it's fine to wait even an hour. But soon he couldn't smile anymore, because an hour later, Sa Jia was still reading intently. Yellow hair impatiently counted ceiling patterns. Seeing Sa Jia showed no sign of getting up, yellow hair's face turned green, feeling Sa Jia was deliberately wearing him down. Just then, Yan Wen Hong walked over slowly. "Sister-in-law, I've finished eating. Can I come along? I haven't been shopping for a long time." "Sure, let's go." Sa Jia didn't even look up. Yellow hair was so angry his hair turned yellower. Why bring a third wheel? But he dared not say anything, just held it in. Looking at the well-behaved one, yellow hair felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. Yan Wen Hong turned to leave. Suddenly his hand was grabbed. "It's getting cold. Get young Master Wu a jacket." Yan Wen Hong felt warmth in his heart, about to thank sister-in-law for her concern. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law delivered a soul-crushing question. "Did you drink your milk?" Yan Wen Hong's expression froze, his stomach churning, feeling nauseous. But seeing sister-in-law's caring eyes, Yan Wen Hong closed his eyes and downed it in one gulp. The maids were stunned. Young master actually listening to madam. This was truly miraculous. Soon they arrived at the counter. Sa Jia just glanced casually, pointing at the latest styles in front. This one, and this one. Pack them all. Then handed the bags to yellow hair to carry, clearly treating him like a servant. She then inquired about Yan Wen Hong's school situation, while casually picking several gold bracelets to be packed together. "What grade are you in now?" "Oh right, final year." That's as important as the imperial examinations in ancient times. Do you need a tutor? The boy paused. Seems sister-in-law really doesn't know me well. Then smiled slightly. No need. I'll be fine. But where sister-in-law couldn't see, the boy's gaze turned cold. He stared at everything steadily. Was it because Yan Chao couldn't return that he spent so freely? Meanwhile, yellow hair, carrying the bags, opened his mouth but no one paid attention. He could only follow step by step behind Sa Jia and Yan Wenhong. Soon Sa Jia showed boredom on her face. This is boring. Let's go. Then she looked up at the store number. This is number 112. Pick any number. Yellow hair didn't understand her meaning but randomly said, 126. Alright, let's go to 126 then. Soon it was time for Sa Jia's performance. This one. Pack everything except these. Yellow hair was dumbfounded. She was really playing it up. Before he could react, Sa Jia turned to look at him. Swipe your card. Then with a half smile, want to keep playing? Of course we'll play. Soon yellow hair was buried under a pile of receipts. Sa Jia looked at the kid beside her. This time you pick a number. How about 145? The kid was as obedient as could be. It was his first time shopping with a girl, and first time seeing this shopping style. Sister-in-law was indeed different now. Meanwhile, Brother Bing was wondering, did sister-in-law use her card today? Better ask the boss. But their boss was sleeping soundly. Just then, a young nurse walked towards them. Seeing Yan Chao in a wheelchair, she became instantly worried. Has your condition worsened? Seeing the man's lowered head, she approached gently with a feminine demeanor. Do you see the green leaves on the wall? This is a desert. Rarely do we see green leaves. Yet they stubbornly climb up the wall. The man slowly opened his eyes, clearly annoyed. He just wanted to save energy to get home early to see his wife. This clueless stupid woman was being so noisy. He was clearly sick and couldn't take much, yet ate ice cream all day long. Just because it was the first time sister-in-law bought him something. Yellow hair watched enviously. Mrs. Yan, where's mine? Young master pay. Buy it yourself if you want some. Yellow hair almost cried. His gifts to her always started at 5 million. Yet she wouldn't even treat him to a 5 yuan ice cream. Beautiful women are always stingy. Anyway, I've already taken photos of you accepting my gifts today. Once it trends, let's see how you deny our relationship. Huh, playing such petty tricks before me? Boring. I'm going home to read. Soon evening came. The maid respectfully invited Sa Jia down for dinner. Where's Yan Wenhong? Isn't he coming down for dinner? Young master said he'll eat in his room. Don't worry, madam. Young master often does this. He doesn't like being disturbed. Sa Jia turned to go upstairs, but after knocking for a while, there was no response. Sa Jia grew worried. Yi Wenhong opened the door quickly. After a while, the door finally opened. Sa Jia saw his pale face, forehead hair damp with sweat. Are you feeling unwell? Yi Wenhong forced a smile. No, sister-in-law. I just want to sleep for a while. Sa Jia blocked the door with one hand. With a gentle push, the door opened. Then she ordered the maid to get the driver ready. Will you walk down yourself or should I have the guards carry you down? I'll go down myself. As he spoke, Yan Wenhong grabbed the door. Sa Jia's eyes sharpened. You can close the door, but I don't mind having the guards cut it open with a cutting machine. Yan Wenhong instantly became obedient. Of course not. I'll come down right away. The sister-in-law before him seemed like a different person. Not only had she become calm as water, but she now liked sweets she never ate before. More importantly, her methods had become exceptionally firm. Soon Yan Wenhong was bundled into the car. Sister-in-law tossed him a coat, then stuffed a hand warmer into his hands, then instructed the driver to go to the hospital. The doctor's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you be such careless guardians? Didn't you know the child has a gastric ulcer? Drinking milk and cold foods will cause vomiting and diarrhea. Sa Jia felt angry, but mostly guilty. With poor digestion, he must often feel stomach discomfort and nausea. Yet his face showed no expression, as if the sick person was someone else. Don't you feel the pain? Why didn't you refuse? It was sister-in-law's kindness. The child looked pitiful like a small child. Even if it's kindness, if it harms you, you must refuse without hesitation. You don't need to sacrifice yourself to please anyone. Don't let this happen again. Seeing this, the young nurse quickly wheeled the child away. The patient needs rest. I'll take him back to his room. Sister-in-law collected herself. This was really giving her a headache. The first 3 siblings wouldn't listen to anything. This one listens to everything. Well, better ask Secretary Chen first. Do you know what school Yan Wenhong attends? Sorry, I'm not sure. His education was always arranged by his mother. Oh, Yan Si mentioned visiting his mother's grave last time. I thought all the mistresses were gone, so some are still alive. Better ask him directly. Soon, Sa Jia brought a cup of hot water to Yan Wenhong's room. Just as Sa Jia was about to ask something, Yan Wenhong took the cup and spoke first. Is sister-in-law this nice to second brother and others too? Sa Jia raised an eyebrow. They're not as obedient as you. Getting beaten is normal for them. Want to try? The sweet, well-behaved child from a moment ago suddenly showed a crazy expression. Even the maid who grew up with him quickly hid away in fear. So scary. Young master used to keep it in check, but now it's completely exploded. However, Yi Wenhong touched his expressionless face. What do you know? Acting cute is to gain others' love, and I've already got it now. Just then, sister-in-law approached slowly. The boy instantly showed a sweet smile. Is sister-in-law this nice to second brother too? The child was quite persistent about this, always wanting to be the favored one. But Sa Jia had no idea about the child's schemes. They haven't been hospitalized like you. Wait until they do. Then they'll know. Just then, a phone rang. Sa Jia held the phone to the child's ear. Yi Wenhong looked down, saying nothing. Sa Jia immediately understood. She took the phone and coldly asked, "Who are you looking for?" Wrong number. But after 2 seconds of silence, the caller's voice rose 800 degrees. I get it. You're a thief who stole his phone. Do you know the punishment for defamation? Sa Jia hung up immediately. Yi Wenhong smiled, completely impressed by sister-in-law's coolness. The way you just spoke reminds me of Big Brother. He's afraid of Big Brother. Probably will be afraid of you too. Sa Jia wondered. Am I that scary? Yi Wenhong couldn't help but laugh. That was my mother. Oh, did she arrange your schooling? What's the school called? Whining Middle School. I heard it's quite famous. Yan Wenhong replied like an obedient student. I remember Yan and Yan Si are both at Jingxi First School. Why didn't you go there? Yan Wenhong lowered his eyes, slightly unhappy. Sister-in-law remembered where Yan Wenbo and others studied, but didn't know about his school. Then he looked up at sister-in-law calmly. Because second brother and others are stupid. The child glanced at sister-in-law and quickly put on a pleasing expression. Sister-in-law, was I too direct? Sa Jia gently stroked his hair. Honesty is a virtue, but speaking requires skill. Yi Wenhong was instantly soothed. Okay, I'll listen to sister-in-law. I'll remember that. This obedient appearance almost confused Sa Jia. Those others were impulsive, angry, and stubborn like children. But they all had one thing in common. They were single-minded. As for this kid in front of her, he probably had 7, 8, or 9 different minds. Wonder what Yan Chao would be like. Sa Jia simply took out a book and started reading. I want to read too. Can I? Sister-in-law? That pitiful look seemed to say. If you don't agree, I'll cry. Sa Jia was generally more lenient with sick children. Seeing his pitiful look, her voice naturally became gentler. Alright, lie down first. I'll read to you. Yan Wenhong obediently lay down. Sister-in-law's pleasant voice filled his ears. At this moment, the cold hospital room seemed to radiate warmth. Being sick didn't seem so bad after all. 3 days passed quickly. Just as Yi Wenhong got up, he saw sister-in-law preparing to leave. Sister-in-law, are you going out? Yes. Going to buy a painting. What for? Does sister-in-law like paintings? No. It's for someone else. Sa Jia wasn't very clear in her explanation, as these matters weren't for a minor to know. Sister-in-law won't accompany me to the hospital today? The child looked somewhat pitiful. Sa Jia explained while putting on her earrings. The doctor said you don't need to go to the hospital anymore. Just rest well at home. Yi Wenhong's small hands gripped the railing tightly, like an abandoned puppy, though his face remained expressionless. Sa Jia looked up and reminded, I won't be back until evening. Remember to eat on time. The child watched sister-in-law's departing figure pitifully. Okay, I'll listen to sister-in-law. The maid couldn't help but remind him to rest in his bedroom. Once sister-in-law had left, Yi Wenhong's pitiful and obedient expression instantly vanished. He coldly responded and turned to go upstairs. The maid thought she must have seen wrong. How could the always polite and obedient young master show such a cold expression? However, when she saw the young master again, she was so scared her back was soaked with sweat. Yi Wenhong was drawing something while looking at something. The maid was startled but still couldn't help but care for the young master. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Or did something unhappy happen? Yi Wenhong touched his face. This is how I look when I'm happy. The maid ran out in fear. Has the young master been possessed? Just like Madam back then? A sudden change in personality, as if becoming a different person. And Sa Jia knew nothing about it. The maid suspected he had a change of heart. Meanwhile, She was happily shopping with her sister-in-law. I've heard much about Madame Yan. I heard you want to buy a painting. What kind do you like? Which is your cheapest painting? The shop owner was stunned. The cheapest? Yan Wen-shu was also shocked. Doesn't Big Brother give sister-in-law any spending money? Then whispered to sister-in-law, are you out of money? I have some pocket money saved up. Would 1 million be enough? Sa Jia smiled. What a pure and lovely girl. You can use Yi Wen-jia's money. He's a big star. Richer than all of us. Ask him for 7 or 800 million. He'll definitely give it to you. Sa Jia smiled indulgently. Okay, I understand, but really no need. Then she took out an unlimited black card. Sister-in-law just went out shopping, yet dominated the top 5 trending topics all day. Everyone was attracted by Sa Jia's superpower, but yellow hair showed a triumphant expression. With this rumor, Jiyu Shuiyi would still be linked to Bao Sheng. Even if Yan Chao could return alive, he would definitely divorce her and force her to die. But when Yellow Hair saw the trending topics, he fainted from anger, because not only were there no rumors, but all posts were criticizing his brother for being a lackey. Sa Jia smiled. I knew you arranged photographers. Let everyone see how lowly you look serving as my servants. Yellow Hair angrily smashed the teacup. Though he came from a poor family, he hated being called inferior to others. And Jiyu Shuiyi seemed to know this, deliberately making his brother serve her all day. Fortunately, Mr. Feng will attend tonight's charity banquet. He will surely help us teach Jiyu Shui a lesson. Yellow Hair's brother felt uneasy. Sister, will this really work? Mr. Feng doesn't seem like that kind of person. Moreover, he felt working with Feng Yu was like dealing with a tiger. You know nothing. You don't know how vicious and cunning Feng Yu is. He'll use any means to achieve his goals, even making people disappear. In the entire capital, only Yan Chao is his match. Since this Jiyu Shuiyi won't listen to reason, let Mr. Feng teach her a lesson she won't forget. Meanwhile, Sa Jia had no idea Yellow Hair was plotting again. She was preparing for today's charity gala. As soon as she entered the store, she went straight to the point. She directly asked the owner for the cheapest item. The owner was shocked that the first lady of the Yan family wanted the cheapest item, but he still carefully selected a painting to present. Madam Yan, this young artist needs money, so this painting is just 3,000. It's the cheapest in the store. Good, I'll take this one. Sa Jia took out her unlimited black card while Yan Wen-shu looked concerned. Sister-in-law, just tell me if you run out of money. I still have some. Alright, I'll definitely come to our Wen-shu when I'm out of money. Yan Wen-shu was overjoyed, feeling needed by sister-in-law, as if this was her value for existing. Big sister couldn't help but stroke the child's hair. Yan Wen-shu felt warmth flowing through her heart. These children were becoming more and more sensible, but Yan was such a headache. A few hours later, Yi called angrily. Someone saw you at Dao Domain. What were you doing there? Attending a charity banquet. Sa Jia was confused. What's wrong? What's this child up to now? Did Chen Yu Jin arrange that stylist? He knows nothing. That place is trash. The staff nearby were like, Staff, is it okay to badmouth so openly? But wait, isn't that the famous actor? Sa Jia embarrassedly covered her phone. Sorry, I'll scold him later. The staff's brain was overheating. Damn, what kind of gossip did I just stumble upon? Is the relationship between the actor and Mrs. Yan what I think it is? Wow, Mr. Yan might be getting cheated on. At that moment, Yan Chao in Africa suddenly sneezed. Hee hee, how's that skating female student taking care of you? Not good. She talks too much and doesn't wear a mask. I suspect she gave me the flu. Such an unromantic man. Rest well. I'm leaving. Oh? Why did that skating girl run away crying, while that heartbreaker was resting with his eyes closed? At this moment, 2 soldiers came in with their phones. What's this studio? Sister-in-law spent 53.500 there. A styling studio. They reported to their boss who was sitting lazily in his wheelchair. You're still awake? It's where women do their hair and makeup. But why did she spend 3,000 at Ching Ching Gallery? Boss, this is bad. Sister-in-law not only got her hair and makeup done but also bought a painting. Isn't that? Yan Chao didn't even look up. What is it? The 2 soldiers anxiously gestured. Could sister-in-law be going on a date? Yan Chao's heart skipped a beat. How could anyone be interested in her? However, we need to speed up our return. A homeless person's painting was sold by sister-in-law for an astronomical 9.9 million. Even their arch-enemy Feng Yu became interested. This woman is indeed interesting. Not only did she discipline Zhang Er's thuggish behavior, but also tricked Yellow Hair. Just now, Yellow Hair's brother took Sa Jia to the auction. Unexpectedly, Sajia's appearance drew all media attention. Yellow Hair's brother secretly tried to squeeze closer to Sajia, hoping not to look like just a bag carrier. Sajia gave him a cold glance. This is Yan Chao's place. Zhan Ji turned and left. At that moment, Zhang 100 meters away, saw Sajia and his eyes lit up. Mrs. Yan, didn't expect to meet you here. But why let that idiot Pei follow you around? Sajia didn't even look at him, casually saying, guess. Zhang laughed angrily. Just too lazy to explain. Huh? Perhaps I should thank you for showing mercy and not turning me into Yan family's dog too. Sajia looked up with a slight smile. That would require Mr. Yang's willingness. Pei behind them pouted. She just said that spot was for Yan Chao, but now she's chatting happily with Zhang. Could they really be having an affair? Sajia had no time for this fool. She had important things to do today. At this time, Yellow Hair approached with a face full of smiles, causing the man in the front row to turn and look back. This is Mr. Feng. I know. Number 79. My servant. Feng Yu's eyelid twitched. If Mr. Yan knows his wife has been on Feng family territory, do you think he would? He'd be delighted, wouldn't he? After all, not everyone can be Mr. Feng's master. Feng Yu suppressed the cold expression on his face. Yellow Hair beside him was scared half to death. Looking at Sajia's composure, he was amazed she wasn't afraid of Feng Yu at all. Soon, the auction officially began. Today's first item is a painting. Starting price, 100.000. Sajia, uninterested, turned to instruct Yellow Hair. If his starts at 100.000, mine can't be lower. Go tell them to change it to 1 million starting price. Yellow Hair almost scratched her. The price is too high. It might fall flat. That would be embarrassing for you. Sajia gave him a cold glance. Why be so stingy doing charity? Why not just hoard your money and live out your days? How dare you show your face here? Yellow Hair froze. It felt like Sajia was indirectly insulting him. Then, Sajia impatiently kicked Feng Yu's chair. Hurry up and go. Feng Yu's expression was quite spectacular. This woman dared to kick his chair. Seeing that she even dared to act this way with Feng Yu, Yellow Hair quickly got up to do as told. After several antiques were auctioned, it was time for Sajia's item. The host paused for 2 seconds before announcing Sajia's piece. Starting price, 1 million. Sajia kicked Feng Yu's chair again. Move aside. Feng Yu laughed in anger. Am I in your way? Zhan Ji turned and kicked Pei chair. Move aside. Pei looking pitiful, had to quietly move to the side. Sajia proudly went on stage. This painting's design is ingenious, the brushwork striking. With the story behind it, 1 million is too low. But for charity, we need to consider both donating to those in need and everyone's circumstances. What does that mean? Afraid we won't pay up? Indeed, number 399? Same arrogant attitude. We're similar types. Sajia returned to her seat and ordered Yellow Hair. You bid first. Yellow Hair almost spat blood but could only helplessly bid 1.1 million. Unexpectedly, Zhang immediately raised it to 2 million. Bid again. 2 million is too low, and I don't want to sell to Mr. Zhang, but I really want to buy Mrs. Yan's painting. Sajia ignored him, just kept urging Yellow Hair, hurry up, I want to sell it for a high price. Yellow Hair had no choice but to continue. Unexpectedly, Zhang kept mindlessly raising. The price shot up to 9 million. Sajia still wasn't satisfied. Since Zhang has money to burn, let's push it to 10 million and sell it to him. Yellow Hair's hands were shaking, but thinking Zhang would cover it, he didn't care anymore. 9.9 million. The host quickly counted down. 9.9 million once. 9.9 million twice. Yellow Hair panicked. Mr. Zhang, aren't you bidding? Didn't you say you must have this painting? Zhang leaned towards Sajia's direction. If Mrs. Yan won't sell to me, there's nothing I can do. Sajia didn't even look up. I'm very satisfied. The host swiftly brought down the hammer. 9.9 million. Sold. Yellow Hair instantly turned to stone, his vision going dark. He had wanted to see Xuyên make a fool of herself, but he ended up being the clown. Meanwhile, Sajia contentedly checked her phone, looking at Zhang message seeking credit. She had to acknowledge this favor, but within minutes, Sajia had already repaid this debt. A button that the elder sister-in-law had casually torn off. The man actually brought it to auction, and set the starting price at 100.000. Everyone was shocked, speechless. Damn, this Zhang is too shameless. Is that black thing made of gold or something? Yeah, this is robbery. Who would be foolish enough to buy a button to take home? Unexpectedly, Sa Jia calmly bid 200.000. Those wanting to attract Sa Jia's attention quickly made bids. Without even looking up, Sa Jia bid 400.000. Zhang became anxious. I have lots of those. If you like them, I'll send you a truckload tomorrow. You don't need to thank me like this. Sa Jia turned to look at him. Business is business. Favors should be saved for important matters, not small things like this. Feng Yu looked up. Indeed, she was a clever woman. Zhang helped drive her item's price to over 9 million, and she repaid him in the same way. They were indeed similar. Neither liked owing favors. However, speaking of which, if Yellow Hair knew that the 9.9 million item he bought was just a small matter to this woman, wonder if he'd come looking for a fight. Sa Jia didn't know about Yellow Hair, as she was busy energizing the crowd. Those wanting to catch Zhang eyes suddenly felt that Black Button seemed somewhat valuable. Everyone joined the bidding, but Sa Jia didn't blink. She directly bid 600.000. The old man wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. 700.000. The host, seeing Sa Jia finally showed no intention of bidding further, quickly announced, 700.000. Sold. Zhang felt uneasy. Did this woman so desperately want to avoid owing him? If he bid, he didn't want her to lose out. But if he didn't bid, Zhang felt strangely disappointed. It felt like being used and discarded. Worst of all, he had eagerly offered himself as backup. The more he thought, the more irritated he became. Your item sold for over 9 million, but mine only got 700.000. Do you think that's fair? Sa Jia glanced at him. My painting was genuine. But Mr. Yang's button wasn't quite right. Zhang laughed at himself. She really was a woman who wouldn't take any loss. Feng Yu, watching Zhang defeat, instantly felt refreshed. Finally, someone could handle Zhang roguish ways. But when he came to his senses, he noticed Sa Jia was leaving. Mrs. Yan won't stay for the banquet later? Are you perhaps afraid? Sa Jia showed a proper smile. I think Mr. Feng's earlier words make sense. After all, if Mr. Yan learns I've stayed too long in Feng territory, using my own words to brush me off, Mrs. Yan is quite understanding. Sa Jia turned back. I wouldn't dare. After all, Mr. Feng was even more understanding that night. With those words, Sa Jia turned and left gracefully, leaving behind a shocked Feng Yu who couldn't recover for a long time. President Feng. President Pei has donated Mrs. Yan's painting again. How should we handle it? HMPH. Interesting. Hang Mrs. Yan's painting in my office. Meanwhile, Sa Jia had no idea she had captivated another powerful admirer. She was even more unaware that a top entertainment industry actor was personally fighting for her. His manager was anxiously losing hair over it. Brother, that's someone else's comment section. We can't fight like this. You're a top star. Yan thought the manager had a point, but before the manager could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard his actor confidently declare, I'll fight them in my own comment section. He immediately posted in support of sister-in-law, and tagged her trending topic. The manager felt dizzy. You're such a logical genius. You're so amazing. Does your sister-in-law even know? Meanwhile, when sister-in-law just returned home, Yi Wenhong was already waiting for her. Sister-in-law, do you like this painting? I drew it for you. Sa Jia looked at the child. Alright, let's hang it by my bedside. The child was instantly delighted, eagerly pushing the maid to hang it quickly. Then shyly following sister-in-law. If you like it, I'll draw you a rose painting next time. Sa Jia was too tired and lounged on the sofa, lazily responding with an, okay. The child immediately became obedient. I ate lunch today, and dinner too. Good boy. Did you take your medicine? The child suddenly looked pitiful. The medicine is too bitter and hard to swallow. It makes me feel sick and I can't sleep well. Sa Jia looked serious. Take candy if it's bitter. Not taking medicine means you'll hurt again next time. But if I can't sleep, will you read to me like you did at the hospital? Sa Jia sighed. The little kid just wanted her company. Okay, take your medicine first. The child threw the medicine in his mouth, swallowing several times before getting it down. Sa Jia immediately took out a candy. The candy will take away the bitterness. The child didn't use his hands, just bent down. When his soft lips touched her palm, Sa Jia froze for 2 seconds. What bad thoughts could a child have? He was just too lazy to take the candy. Use your hands next time. The child nodded obediently. Sister-in-law hasn't eaten yet, right? I'll eat with sister-in-law. Sa Jia sighed. The child was probably being clingy because he was sick. If you're not feeling unwell, then do as you like. The child's eyes immediately lit up. Being with sister-in-law is always comfortable, but as he was quietly watching sister-in-law, suddenly an irritating ringtone sounded. Soon Yan Sis' voice came through. Sister-in-law, can you hear me? The wind is too strong here. Wen Hong is back. Do you want to talk to him? Yan Si hurriedly declined. No, the signal here is bad. This kid usually talks for hours on the phone. Why is he in such a hurry today? Looking back, she found the child staring at her resentfully. Was that fourth brother's call? Why did he call sister-in-law? Sa Jia calmly ate her food. He's hiking outdoors, so of course he needs to report his whereabouts to family. Quite surprising that fourth brother would do something like this. Sa Jia put down her chopsticks casually. I'm done eating. You should rest early too. Unexpectedly, the next second, the child covered his mouth, then rushed to the bathroom like he was flying. Sa Jia sympathetically handed him a towel. Are you okay? The child looked pitiful. Sister-in-law, the medicine really makes me want to throw up. Sa Jia was startled. Is this how all puppies act spoiled? She quickly helped him to bed. Rest well. I'll stay here with you. The child quietly watched his sister-in-law, as if just looking at her made him feel at ease, and softly said goodnight. Ji Yu Shui Ni. Sa Jia returned to her room only after the child fell asleep, but looking at the flowers the child gave her, Sa Jia felt troubled. Yi Wenhong's inner thoughts were completely disconnected from his words. Getting him back on the right path would be 100 times more troublesome than the others. She then opened her computer and searched for the child's school. Looking at thousands of positive reviews, Sa Jia still felt uncomfortable about this school. Suddenly she saw a negative review. I'm at whining school. I want to die. When Sa Jia clicked on it, the post was immediately deleted. The younger brother-in-law secretly transferred 2 million to sister-in-law as pocket money, but the money went to his brother's card. However, the younger brother-in-law didn't know this. He specially called his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law was confused, inexplicably told to check messages, but her phone only showed advertisements. She didn't know what Yan was so happy about. Meanwhile, somewhere in Africa, the soldier was stunned when he saw the message. Boss, something's wrong. Money came into sister-in-law's card. Yan Chao's eyebrow twitched. Bao Xing actually transferred him 9.9 million, and his second brother, that penny pincher, also transferred 2 million. Yes, sister-in-law is earning money for the family now, and she earned over 10 million. That's amazing. Yan Chao coughed lightly. Yes, quite impressive. And his beloved wife was now sitting in Secretary Chen's office. This time Bao Xing only coughed up over 9 million to save what he messed up. The official deposit transfer. After going through the charity fund totals over 2 billion. No wonder they want Yan Chao's seal. After all, if Yan Chao dies abroad, things would be much simpler. If my shares plus Yan Chao's, could I become CEO? Secretary Chen said. That won't work. Second Uncle Yan has more shares than President Yan, though all the Yan family's young masters and misses have shares. If their families win, President Yan would only need 1% to exceed second Uncle Yan's shares. But that's impossible. Just then, Sa Jia's phone rang. Sister-in-law, I just took my medicine and ate a candy. Even though I still want to throw up, I held it in. Yes, good boy. Sa Jia had just put away her phone and was about to discuss with Secretary Chen. Then the phone rang again. Sister-in-law, I'm reading the book you left. And then, the child would call to say he drank some hot water. Then call again to say he was painting roses, either complaining about the paint quality or acting cute because he was worried his painting wasn't good enough. Sister-in-law didn't like Secretary Chen, and Secretary Chen was finally having a good conversation with Sa Jia. Was this little brat doing it on purpose? Sa Jia rubbed her forehead. I'm in a meeting. The child nodded obediently. Then you handle your business. I'll call you again after a while. However, an hour later. Hello, sister-in-law? I waited for an hour. Is that long enough? Sa Jia sighed. Let's make a deal. Each time you call me, the next time you wait half an hour longer. The child instantly became dejected. Sa Jia waited 2 seconds. Is it candy? I'll bring some back for you. The child immediately became as obedient as a child, shyly responding, okay. But just as Sa Jia got home, the child called again. We're both at home. Isn't this call a bit unnecessary? But we're separated by many walls. Sa Jia lowered her eyes. My study is above your bedroom. Only one wall separates us upstairs. Get some rest early. Stop calling. The child instantly became pitiful. Can't call. Can't text. Will be disliked. But school notified we need to return tomorrow. Jia looked up. Haven't they caught the culprit yet? How dare they resume classes? The child reached out to touch the last light. They said we can't delay the study progress. Fine. I'll take you tomorrow. The child instantly became happy. The next morning, just as Jia dropped the child at Whining School's gate, she heard the security guard's angry roar. Didn't we say no phones allowed? Who gave you the courage to hide it in your pocket? All confiscated. Then pushed the student inside and blocked the crowd of reluctant parents. Parents not allowed in. Jia's face instantly darkened. The guard grabbed the child's backpack to check. Jia blocked him. What are you doing? The guard immediately pulled out his electric baton. Stay outside. Not allowed in. Jia stepped forward. I'm his sister-in-law. Why am I not qualified to escort him into school? Stop talking nonsense. I said no means no. Jia lifted her chin. The bodyguards behind her stepped forward together. Jia, with her 2.8-meter presence. What if I insist on entering? He'll be shocked unconscious just touching this gate. However, Jia immediately pressed the discipline director against it. The parents nearby became angry. Quick, let us go. Director Wang, you're committing murder. You know that? Jia smiled wickedly. How can this be murder? I'm just helping you test for your children. If they're really pressed against this gate, whether they'll be electrocuted to death. Look at his current state. This is how your child would look pressed against the iron gate. Several parents pulled their children back. This woman is too scary. At this moment, Director Wang's eyes were black, feeling hopeless, like a mass that had lost all human dignity. But even seeing this situation, there were still parents making excuses for them, not only thinking closed management and being strict was appropriate, but also firmly believing the school was just trying to make children obedient. This is elite education. Of course it has its own management methods. Suffering the bitterest leads to becoming superior to others. Jia's eyes changed instantly. These people are disgusting. Not only using excuses about children's welfare, but also using it as a fig leaf to wave their own flag. Jia pointed to Yan Wenhong beside her. He's the young master of Yan City, born with a silver spoon. His starting point is where others can't reach in their entire lifetime. So stop dreaming. Some social classes are forever beyond your reach. Sending your children here won't make them elite. Chickens and dogs can't ascend to heaven. Indeed, why force your dreams onto others, expecting others to transform them into phoenixes? Bah! Rich people are heartless. Are common people not allowed to climb up? Just then, a hurried figure rushed forward. I'm Yan Wenhong's mother. Who are you? His sister-in-law. Xuying. Oh, Mrs. Yan. Originally, old Mr. Yan said whoever's child it is, they raise it themselves. Mrs. Yan shouldn't have a say in Hong Hong schooling, right? Jia's eyes change. The elder sister-in-law is like a mother. How can I not manage? The woman choked, stepping back. If you insist on interfering, I'll have to call Mr. Yan. Sure, if you can get through. I'd like to speak with him too. Suddenly a group of people surrounded them. So you're the woman causing trouble? Jia's expression cooled. Hold him down. I don't like people pointing at me like that. The man was stunned, never having seen someone so arrogant towards teachers. Jia lost patience. She directly grabbed his wrist. With a twist and pull, there was a crisp sound. Ouch! My hand is broken. It's broken. What are you all standing there for? Get your sticks and attack together. Jia was furious. She swung her skirt and stepped right on it. Have you learned to show some respect now? Nearby students burst into laughter, wanting to applaud sister-in-law with both hands and feet. What are you laughing at? Your school teachers are being bullied. Where's your respect for teachers? Huh? What teachers? They're just beasts with human faces. Suddenly police sirens rang out. I'm reporting an illegal school operation and suspected student abuse. Alright, can any student lead us to inspect the school? Parents collectively stepped back, averting their gazes. Jia slightly raised her eyebrows. No one dares? Don't parents want to go in and see? I'll lead the way. Me too. We can all lead the way. Director Wang became anxious. These students are usually disobedient. Not only skip classes but also lie. You can't trust what they say. Then let's choose several students. Are you saying they're all liars? Or are you charging such high tuition fees but can't even educate children properly? The man gritted his teeth in anger but couldn't refute. At this time, a student pointed to the nearby sink. If anyone shows even a bit of drowsiness during class, they'll be taken away by special teachers. Then they push our heads under the faucet, asking every half hour if we're awake yet. In temperatures below zero, It feels like your whole head is frozen off. If we still don't comply, they beat us with clothes hangers. Is that so? Director Wang exclaimed. They're all liars. How could we do that? Right? Sa Jia looked at the silent parents. Then let me test this water on you to see if it can kill someone. Paolo grabbed the man's collar and dragged him to the sink, then turned on the faucet and pushed him down. After a while, the head uncle finally came forward. Don't rush, Mrs. Yan. Leave it to us to handle. Sa Jia released her small hand. She coldly looked at the silent parents. Would you like to try this on behalf of your children? Since no one wants to try, let's go check the principal's office. Yan Wenhong looked at his sister-in-law's tall figure and felt at ease. Everything in this world was murky and dark. Only she was the lone flower blooming in the darkness. Such a sister-in-law deserved the best protection. Yan Wenhong took his sister-in-law's hand, then gently wiped it. Let me clean it if it's dirty. Soon they arrived at the classroom and found the windows had no glass. While the principal's office not only had imported oak flooring but also luxurious Italian crystal chandeliers. The parents saw this and everything became clear. The principal took their hard-earned money, abused their children, while living a luxurious life himself. The scene instantly boiled over, everyone demanding a satisfactory explanation from the school. Sa Jia sat down on a sofa with a dark face. Call your principal here. I'll wait for him right here. On sister-in-law's first time sending her brother-in-law to school, she not only beat up all the school's security, but also grabbed the principal and pressed him against the corridor. Young people are the hope of our country's future. How dare you harm them? How is that different from treason? The principal was sweating in fear. Mrs. Yan, please calm down. Calm down, but Sa Jia pressed him down further. Do you see those people? Those students and parents? They want to tear you into pieces right now. The principal hung over the railing, swaying, feeling he might fall to his death at any moment. How could this be? They voluntarily sent their children here. Sa Jia became angry. She increased the pressure of her hand. The children were just dozing off, and you dragged them to spray with cold water. If they resist, you beat their thighs with bamboo sticks, even using electric shocks or locking them in dark rooms. How dare you? How could you be so heartless? The principal tried to quibble but feared angering the woman before him. Only when the hat uncle came over did he dare collapse to the ground, immediately begging to be taken away. This woman is terrifying, I confess. The child nearby looked at his sister-in-law, thinking she couldn't be more cool. Sa Jia, seeing others would handle the aftermath, turned around and extended her hand. Let's go home. Yan Wenhong's heart warmed completely. His gaze unconsciously turned to his sister-in-law. Will you come back? Never again? Because Sa Jia planned to tear this place down completely. At this moment, green hair grabbed Yan Wenhong. Why are you going with her? If you're going home, it should be to our home. Mom will choose a better school for you. Yan Wenhong looked up at him. Didn't you say the Yan family was my home? Green hair choked. How can this child talk like this? Just because she stood up for you. You want to go with her? Have you forgotten? I risked my life to give birth to you. Sa Jia became angry. What emotional blackmail. When you chose to be someone's concubine, all this suffering was what you deserved. Green hair stepped back. You're Mrs. Yan. You're rich and powerful. Of course you wouldn't understand. Sa Jia didn't even look up. I'm Yan's legally wedded wife. Why should I understand a concubine's feelings? Green hair instantly became pitiful. Hong Hong, how can you let her bully your mother? Yan Wenhong looked at his sister-in-law, not wanting her to argue with others here and lose face, so he asked her to wait in the car. Sa Jia understood immediately and walked to the car. Though the path was clear, some things should be handled by the child himself. Green hair looked smug on the side, grabbing Yan Wenhong's hand, hoping he would return with her. Unexpectedly, Yan Wenhong's eyes turned ice cold. He quickly pulled his hand back and wiped it. Is it because when I was 10, I swallowed a lot of sleeping pills and vomited terribly? You called me weak? So you still think I'm weak? Yan Wenhong smirked. Actually, when I first went in there, they did push my head into the pool, but the next day, I trapped his neck in the iron door, almost breaking it. Though this place is disgusting, I wasn't suffering here, because they're all afraid of me. So save your fake pity and guilt. Green hair stepped back several steps in fear, but thinking of Mrs. Jiyu Shui made her jealous to the point of madness. If you didn't suffer, why are you grateful to her? I'm your real mother. Yan Wenhong laughed. How can you compare to her? Green hair was incredulous that her own child wouldn't listen to her. He was a student even the principal feared. Yet before his sister-in-law, he was as gentle as a kitten. just because for his sake, she not only beat up everyone who had bullied him, but also completely demolished the school. Moreover, she donated 10 million as an education fund to heal his wounded heart. Such a powerful and protective sister-in-law. What's not to love? However, the woman beside them became angry. I'm your mother. How dare you be grateful to an outsider? Yi Wenhong smiled. How can you compare to her? Besides, in my heart, you're the outsider. The woman became anxious. How can you disregard family ties? We are your real family. Yi Wenhong tilted his head. Have you gone stupid spending the Yan family's money? Wasn't it you who taught me? Only by being cold-hearted and ruthless can I compete with Big Brother. Then looking in his sister-in-law's direction, even the air became gentle. And now I seem to have more motivation to compete with him. The woman stood there in disbelief. Her hands grasped wildly at the air but caught nothing. Back in the car, Yi Wenhong instantly transformed into a good boy. Sa Jia looked at the child. Although he acted well, she still noticed the hostility he hadn't managed to hide. The boy smiled sweetly. Sister-in-law, are you hungry? I haven't been shopping for a long time. Let's go eat outside. Just the two of us. Sister-in-law nodded. Bian Wenhong's eyes lit up with joy. I'm so happy today. Let me treat you to dinner. Sister-in-law, I have money. Lots and lots of money. Sa Jia thought for a moment. We can meet someone familiar while we're at it. They soon arrived at the restaurant. Zhang came running over excitedly. He was puzzled seeing Yi Wenhong playing with his phone. Then, crossing his legs, he sat next to Sa Jia. Tell me, what help do you need this time? It's not like this is our first time conspiring together. Sa Jia sipped her tea. It's not conspiring. We're doing good deeds openly and righteously. Zhang couldn't help but smile. Sa Jia suddenly became serious. The whining middle school land belongs to you, right? I want to buy that place. Please, Mr. Zhang, tear it down. Though Zhang didn't understand why she wanted to demolish a school, he reminded her that construction needs approval documents. Jian Changming has them. Zhang Yu took a breath. Everything's prepared already? That's so efficient. As expected of the woman I admire. After finishing dinner, Sa Jia immediately invited Secretary Chen. After all, Sa Jia had donated 10 million at the last charity gala. This money could now be used for children's psychological treatment. Secretary Chen also discovered that Principal Xiao's backing was the Song family's illegitimate son. Sa Jia was surprised. An illegitimate son counts as backing? It turned out the Song family patriarch had promised before death that illegitimate children could inherit the family business. Sa Jia was speechless. That's worse than old Yan. Even dead, he's causing trouble for his descendants. These modern wealthy families don't even understand that children of concubines can't surpass legitimate heirs. But this matter needs to be handled quickly. When dealing with such petty people, we must resolve it before they can react. Once it's done, there's nothing they can do no matter how angry they get. Secretary Chen nodded in approval. When the king of hell hides, the little devils are hard to handle. These petty people are the most troublesome. Sa Jia lowered her eyes, suddenly thinking of someone perfect to deal with the Song family's petty person. Just then, Yan Wenhong appeared obediently. Sa Jia felt helpless, not wanting to ask questions in front of the child. His brother casually asked about Yan Chao's situation. Secretary Chen felt a bit uncomfortable and awkwardly averted his gaze. There's no news yet. Sa Jia, having asked what needed to be asked, stood up to see the guests out. Bian Wenhong stared at his sister-in-law, thinking about waiting for his brother. The child instantly became downcast. Meanwhile, Brother Bing was shocked to see the 10 million charity fund transferred by sister-in-law. The next moment, he wanted the whole world to know how amazing sister-in-law was. The woman beside them was stunned for a moment. So Yan Chao had a wife who donated 10 million to charity. Was he that wealthy? Yan Chao took the phone and smiled foolishly. His wife was so capable. He really wanted to see her soon. They had just sent the children to school after much trouble. But the woman immediately ordered to have it leveled to the ground. The rich kid beside them was stunned. Didn't you already beat up that unscrupulous principal? Why still demolish the school? Sa Jia didn't even look up. As long as the school stands, parents will come. Without Principal Xiao, there'll be Principal Lu. Let's just demolish it. Those who won't listen to reason will only fear the Yan family's power and money. Then give up. Zhang nodded. But the funding is a huge amount. Sa Jia sipped her tea, indicating she didn't mind using Yan Chao's money at all. Zhang felt inexplicably upset, wondering when they became so close. Then he waved his hand. No need to talk about money. With all the recent hot searches, I'll just ride your wave and do good deeds together. Sa Jia smiled gently. Then thank you, Mr. Zhang. So Zhang returned home contentedly. Unexpectedly, just as he sat down, a strange call came in. Then came a barrage of angry cursing from the other end. Zhang, with his hot temper, shouted back, "That's my land. I can dig up as many skulls as I want. You're not qualified to settle scores with me. If you have something to say, tell your old man to come." Zhang laughed at his own anger. "Damn you, Yu Shui. Not wanting to argue with the Song family's petty people yourself, so you push me out to offend them." Angrily dialing Yu Shui's number, he only heard the mechanical powered-off message. Zhang was furious. "I'd be a dog if I fall for your tricks again." Meanwhile, Sa Jia was drinking tea with others. Jian Changming couldn't believe Yu Shui would use such a huge favor just for a small approval document. Adjusting his glasses, "Mrs. Yan, don't you think it's not worth using this favor now?" Sa Jia tilted her head. "This favor sounds too big. I'm worried Mr. Jian might fear I'll seek returns and kill me to prevent future troubles." Jian Changming smiled warmly. This Yu Shui was indeed remarkable, not only seeing things clearly but also understanding the anxiety of big families owing favors, and she actively consumed that favor. He never expected the second person to see through him would be Yu Shui, worthy of being a couple. Both were clever people. Meanwhile, Sa Jia called Zhang back as soon as she got home. Zhang angrily pushed away the woman beside him. "Tisk, Mrs. Yan, did you just remember phones exist after I've laughed off my anger?" Sa Jia's expression turned serious as she revealed how Song Jia had tampered with his car, nearly causing a fatal accident. She also pointed out that the building jointly developed by the Zhang and Song families had many accidents, warning him to withdraw early. After all, the three families being too close wasn't good, and this was an opportunity to create some distance between them. Though every word struck Zhang heart, he took each seriously. Unexpectedly, once the matter was resolved, she changed the topic to what he least wanted to discuss, Bao Xin's issue. Zhang quickly adapted, asking Mrs. Yan to teach him how to handle his troublesome brother in the future. Meanwhile, someone was plotting to kidnap Sa Jia's beloved brother. Yan Si had just finished school. Suddenly, a club swung from behind. Fortunately, Yan Si dodged it nimbly. His classmates were about to call the police, but Yan Si took a fighting stance. The kidnapper laughed, as expected of a rich young master, thinking a simple pose would scare me. But the next second, with a loud bang from his hook punch, the man's jawbone shattered into 8 pieces. Everyone fled in terror, clutching their heads. Yan Si was also startled by his own strength, recalling when his sister-in-law taught him. He thought she was just entertaining him. He never expected such amazing results. The tiger-subduing fist truly lived up to its name, fast, powerful, and decisive. She wasn't fooling me. Thinking about dinner at home, he didn't want her to worry. He quickly fixed his handsome face, wondering what she was doing now. Meanwhile, his beloved sister-in-law was preparing to send pork knuckles to the annoying Yan Tu. However, Sa Jia didn't know that he had just gone to check on D. Yet it caused a series of incidents. My sister-in-law's first visit to the film set. Everyone criticized her for being stingy. Who would send pork knuckles to a famous actor boss? And 50 portions at that. A blonde guy nearby laughed. "You know nothing. She's always trending on social media." Mrs. Yan not only attends various charity galas, but casually made an artist famous, and donated 10 million for an education fund. Meanwhile, the person in question was staring at 2 roasted pork knuckles in front of her, swallowing as she sensed someone entering. She turned to find a blonde guy with earrings. Sa Jia thought the kid had entered the wrong room, but the blonde quickly closed the door. Then, blushing, he slowly approached. "I am not lost. I just really admire you." Sa Jia was confused, but thankfully her phone rang. She turned to answer, but there was silence on the other end. The blonde, seeing Sa Jia ignore him, became anxious. "Sister, look at me. I'm young, good-looking, and obedient. I'm more caring than Yuan Ji and better at pleasing. Sister, keep me as your sugar baby. I don't want to work hard. I'm even okay with a threesome." Yan Chao on the phone growled angrily. Meanwhile, the blonde continued listing 108 benefits of keeping him as a sugar baby, determined to secure this wealthy patron. But Sa Jia had no time for this kid's nonsense. Unexpectedly, the blonde guy grabbed Sa Jia's hand. Yan Chao finally revealed his name in frustration. However, Sa Jia wasn't flustered at all. She immediately took control and asked when he'd return home. Yan Chao was disturbed. Who was that person just now? Just a minor celebrity. And what's this about a threesome? What's his name? Sa Jia glanced at the cooling pork knuckles, feeling anxious. I don't know his name, but I do know if Mr. Yan doesn't say something useful soon, I'm hanging up. Her eyes fixed on the pork knuckles again. Ah, they're really getting cold. Wonder if the crew has a microwave. Fortunately, Yan Chao's voice came through quickly. Please tell Mr. Gu that if he gets any closer to Mrs. Yan's influence won't be enough to help. Sa Jia, knowing the true nature of her original parents, wasn't angry at all. This surprised Yan Chao, as he knew how much his wife usually favored her family. He expected her to throw an unreasonable tantrum. Instead, she simply asked if he had anything else to say. The man was silent for 3.1415926 seconds. You don't call me husband anymore, just Yan Zhu. Does Mrs. Yan want me to show more concern? Sa Jia questioned. What about your younger siblings? Don't they need your concern? They don't need my concern. Only you, my legal wife, need my attention. Yan Chao was still searching his mind for what few romantic words he knew, but Sa Jia cut him off with, Mr. Yan, you talk too much, and hung up without hesitation. Yan Chao felt complicated. Do I talk too much? What's that celebrity's name? Does she find talking to me annoying now? Thinking back to how he used himself as bait to lure out enemies just to see his wife sooner, barely escaping gunfire to catch the target, only to find the old man trying to use family ties as leverage. That old turtle had hidden in Africa for over a decade. It would have been fine if he'd stayed hidden, but he had to buzz around like a fly, seeking attention. Most importantly, he needed to get home to his wife, not listen to this nonsense. Just as he finished dealing with these troubles, a minor celebrity was trying to become his wife's sugar baby. What a mess. Arrange my flight home immediately. While he fought bandits abroad, his wife was shopping and buying pork knuckles at home, buying 50 portions at once. Suddenly, she heard people discussing a finance executive's suicide jump. Gu Jia turned around. So the show begins. Sister, there's trouble. Chen Yu exposed our plant in Yan City. What about him? Dead. Jumped off a building. Let me check what happened. Just as she opened her phone, she received a message. Yan Zunhua is dead. Old Yan is dead. But who sent this message from his phone? It must be him. He's back. We have no choice now. Ji Shuiyi always has bodyguards. Go kidnap Yan Wenbo. This is our last chance. Don't worry, sister. I'm on it. I can't handle Ji Shuiyi, but I can handle that kid. Let him suffer a bit first. Meanwhile, fourth brother just got out of school. His expression suddenly tensed. He immediately ducked to avoid a lethal strike. Are you capable or not? Aim better and finish quickly to get paid. Classmates who saw this immediately called the police. Fourth brother showed no intention of running. Haha. Rich young master dares to kneel. Before he could finish, the buzz-cut guy was knocked out by fourth brother's punch. Using the crouching tiger fist, one strike to defeat the enemy. Try running now. This kid really knows his stuff. Fourth brother was also in disbelief. When learning from sister-in-law before, he thought it was just child's play. Turns out these martial arts were actually powerful. He immediately took out his phone to check his reflection. He had dinner at the Yan family tonight and couldn't let them worry. Meanwhile, visiting second brother's film set, instructions were given to distribute strawberry milk tea and roasted pork knuckles to everyone. Staff members whispered, Yuan Ge is so stingy. This is stingy? Before, he'd just leave without giving anything. Haven't you seen who's delivering these? That's Mrs. Yan, who was trending before. She attends Sri Lankan banquets and Fung family charity dinners, casually donating millions. Rich people don't need to show off to prove their status. You know nothing. After speaking, they secretly followed Gu Jia. Gu Jia paused, turned around and asked, Are you lost? No, I've admired you for a long time. Suddenly her phone rang. Hello? The blonde guy was still flattering Mrs. Yan. Look at me. If others can do it, I can too. I'm more attentive and know how to please. I don't want to try anymore. Sister. On the other end of the phone, the man heard clearly and replied, This is Yan Chao. The blonde guy grabbed her hand, excitedly shouting, Mrs. Yan, be my sugar mommy. I don't mind sharing with other brothers. I'm fine with anything. I'm her husband of many years, and the first time I call, I hear a puppy begging my wife to be his sugar mommy. Jia immediately covered the phone. I'm not interested. Why not try first? Why refuse? Is it because I'm not as handsome as Yuan Wenjia? Indeed not as handsome as me. Second brother appeared at the door angrily. The blonde immediately knelt down. Just when he had a chance to hook up with a rich lady, he got caught by her sugar baby. Second brother grabbed the blonde's collar, dragging him away with a dark face. Misunderstanding. Yuan Ge. Let me explain. But Jia suddenly called out. Mrs. Yan, please say something for me. Go easy on him. Understood. The blonde was completely stunned. Jia returned to the phone. Mr. Yan. Both were stunned. The blonde cried rivers. I'm finished. Not only caught by Yuan Ge but also made bold claims in front of her real husband. Jia asked. Mr. Yan, are you safe? Who was that person just now? Just a small-time celebrity. When does Chairman Yan plan to return home? What's his name? If Chairman Yan doesn't say anything useful, I'll hang up. The pork knuckles are getting cold. Chairman Yan was speechless. Tell Mr. Gu if he continues getting close to Clayton. Mrs. Yan's face won't be enough to cover it. Is there anything else? Chairman Yan, she thought about whether there was a microwave to heat the pork knuckles. Yan Chao laughed. Mrs. Yan, do you want me to show concern for you? Don't you care about your brothers and sisters anymore? They don't need my concern. Only Mrs. Yan is my legal wife who needs my attention. Chairman Yan talks too much. Let's eat the pork knuckles first. First time being hung up on. And by his own wife. Yan Chao's face instantly darkened. Did Big Brother's wife answer the phone? Yan Chao didn't hear. Muttering to himself. Do I talk too much? Pork knuckles are indeed best eaten hot. After eating, she took a sip of milk tea. What a heavenly combination. Simply delicious. After dealing with the blonde guy, fourth brother immediately panted. Sister-in-law, if Big Brother misunderstands you and divorces you when he returns, what then? Jia wiped her hands. Then we'll divorce. Unexpectedly, fourth brother became anxious first, slapping the table. That won't do. Jia wondered why. Because the Yan family still has Yan Wenbo, Yan Wenshu. We all quite enjoy being ordinary people. Fourth brother thought about the reality and couldn't finish his sentence. Never mind. You should go. Fourth brother suddenly felt heartache, mumbling to himself. You haven't told me the true meaning of life yet. I don't want you to leave. How can I make you stay? The two brothers who used to dislike each other, now, to please their sister-in-law, unprecedentedly sat together in the same frame. Fourth brother accidentally took down the killer using the martial arts sister-in-law taught. Media surrounded him for interviews. Just about to curse. Hearing the interview would be seen by sister-in-law, he immediately cooperated, saying it was all thanks to sister-in-law's good teaching. Seeing the news, Jia had the driver speed home. Fourth and fifth brother stood 3 meters apart. Seeing sister-in-law return, fifth brother immediately greeted her. Fourth brother was stunned. He was beaten to it. Didn't expect him to call out so quickly. Fifth brother immediately criticized fourth brother. Why are you back? What's with the act? You didn't say a word to me earlier. Got into a fight. Fourth brother hid his hands behind his back. What? Fourth brother got into another fight? Yi Wenhong. Are you a broken record? Why repeat it? Enough. Such a big thing as kidnapping. If I hadn't seen the interview, you wouldn't have told me? The police were called right away and took them away. I didn't want to worry you. Alright, let's eat first. What's wrong? Stomach hurts? No, just feel I'm not as capable as fourth brother. You're very smart. Fifth brother immediately beamed with joy. Sister-in-law, let's go eat. So hungry. This kidnapping attempt was probably Pei Zin's doing. Failed in desperation. Guess the next target should be me. Fourth brother immediately slammed the table and stood up. They're targeting you. Fifth brother's face instantly darkened. Don't worry. I hope they make their moves soon. That way we can catch them all at once. Cut off the roots completely. Do you have any preparations? Jia recalled Yan Chao's earlier phone warning to have his father avoid contact with Clayton. She decided to visit the Gu family first. Don't worry about these things. Knowing fourth brother was temperamental yet insecure, she asked, did you feel happy seeing people praising you online? Fourth brother's face immediately turned red. A little bit. Do you feel powerful? Not really. You are very capable. The greater power one has, the greater things they can accomplish. Now you can do even greater things. Fourth brother asked puzzled. What kind of things? Fifth brother, seeing fourth brother's shy reaction to the praise, became irritated and immediately decided to make a comeback. Asked sister-in-law, "Can I go back to the GU family with you?" "No, it's not appropriate." Fifth brother was secretly unhappy, wondering why only Yan Chao could accompany her back. Knowing fifth brother was proud but overthinking, she actively gave him something easy to focus on, saying, "How about drawing daisies today?" "Sure." Fifth brother's quick mood change once again dropped fourth brother's jaw. "Also help me organize the study room. Remember to eat on time." "Yes, yes, yes." Fifth brother excitedly responded 3 times. The maid was confused. Since when was being assigned work such a joyful thing? "Young master, please wake up." That evening, Gu Jia returned to the Gu family. "You came at the right time. Dad, let me introduce you." At that evening banquet, Mr. Jian left a business card, introducing Mr. Clayton to me. "Oh, it's nothing. What business is Mr. Clayton doing with my father?" "Foreign trade business." Mr. Clayton has extensive channels abroad, made 90 million in just 1 month. Does Mr. Clayton think this amount is a lot? Of course not, but there will be more in the future. But I think it's too much. Look how your family treats you. Thinking 90 million is a lot. What's your relationship with Mr. Jian? Clayton broke into a cold sweat. Haha, it's complicated, but don't worry, I won't mistreat your father. The guest treated him like a fool to deceive, yet claimed he wouldn't mistreat him. What does this mean? Miss Gu, you're being very disrespectful. What nonsense. I thought you came to visit your mother and me, but you're here to sabotage? You just can't stand seeing your father prosper, can you? Gu Jia still ignored her father and instead took out her phone that was already connected. "So, Mr. Jian, at the Sri Lanka banquet, did you give my father your business card? Was Mr. Gu deceived? I never gave out any business card." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Jian." Gu Jia hung up the phone and coldly looked at Clayton, saying, "Are you from the Song family, or from the Feng family?" A subordinate showing off to a noble family's matriarch was pressed into a plate by Gu Jia with one hand. Just now, Gu Jia exposed the man's lies in just a few sentences. Asked if he was from the Song family or the Feng family, the man was sweating profusely. Seems he's from the Feng family but still showing off. "Mr. Gu, we can't do business anymore." Mr. Gu quickly tried to calm the man down, but Gu Jia directly grabbed the man. "What does this mean?" The next second he was pressed into a plate. "Your master was once my servant. Who do you think you are to speak to me like this?" The man was tied up and beaten by hidden subordinates. Beat until his master comes to rescue him. 20 minutes later, the man couldn't take it anymore and called Mr. Feng for help. Father was stunned. Could Mr. Feng be that Mr. Feng? Yes, it's Feng Yun. Now do you realize how foolish you've been? I've already received last month's money. Could there be some misunderstanding? You tell me. No, you have no right to be angry with me. Let's wait until Mr. Feng arrives. Another fool. When Feng arrives, do you think you'll even have a chance to open your mouth? The man hesitated briefly, then immediately confessed. I will. I installed electrical devices there. Please don't tell Mr. Feng. Madam, look what you've done. Father was sweating profusely. He wanted to get some benefits but never intended to deal with such things. Gu Jia grabbed the man's hair. The first batch of goods. I raised you as a foundation for the nation's future. People like you in ancient times would be executed, along with 9 generations of family. Soon Feng Yun arrived. Mrs. Yan, long time no see. Why are you lying on the ground? Bold enough to show off at the Gu family but too ashamed to show your face? Mrs. Yan, what's this about? Showing me a monkey killing chicken show as soon as I arrive? Since Mr. Feng admits it directly, I'll be frank. What were you trying to do? Think planting a bomb in the Gu family would destroy the Yan family? That's too naive. Brother Chen watched silently. Now Gu Shuiyi could handle things herself. Yan Chao was worried about Gu Shuimei's difficult personality, thinking he might not be able to persuade her, wanting to handle it himself. Gu Shuiyi's changes, Yan Chao would have to see it himself to believe it. Meanwhile, Yan Chao was getting ready. His subordinate asked, "Boss, there's a duty-free mall downstairs. Won't you buy something for madam?" Yan Chao paused, remembering how Gu Jia used to buy things worth just a few dollars. He figured she probably wouldn't like things from the mall anymore. Besides, he had already prepared a gift for her, as a reward for not causing trouble for the Yan family lately. Chen Yu called to say madam was already at the Gu family, and things seemed to be mostly handled. Feng Yu explained, it wasn't about planting bombs at the Gu family. Actually, I've admired madam since the club. That's why I specially sent people to look after the GU family. The voice transmitted through the phone to Yan Chao's ears. Yan Chao's eyes instantly turned cold. Don't you like it? After all, Clayton made my father earn 90 million in just 1 month. Was Mr. Feng's first business deal this impressive when he was young? Clayton was sweating profusely, begging Mrs. Yan to stop. Mr. Feng heard and guessed what happened. My first business deal made 1.3 billion. How dare this fool compare himself to me? Mr. Feng, I'm not worthy. I shouldn't have spoken. Using the Feng family name to drag Xu Xuanming down. What did you smuggle? Drugs. Quite daring. The Feng family values face above all. Yet you dare to be two-faced. You're asking for death. Feng Yun kicked Clayton flying. Gu Jia stated. Now the most important thing is to clarify who was involved. Who's the seller? Who's the buyer? And which distribution channels were used? But I'm not interested in these. More than the smuggling. Exploiting the Feng family is more infuriating. Meanwhile, at a street corner, the 3 people Pei Li Zin hired to kidnap Gu Jia were still staking out. More and more people were going in, making it impossible to act. Pei Zhikong called again to hurry them. The man hung up directly. What's the rush? If they don't come out, we can't go in. Unable to kidnap, Pei Zhikong called Feng Yu again. Mr. Feng, Yan Chao isn't dead. He's coming back soon. You can't just watch this happen. Ta-ta. You introduced us. Remember? What do you want? If I don't allow it, I know Mr. Feng has people. Mr. Feng must want to catch him too. You think I'm a kidnapper? Don't hang up. If Yan Chao knows you're not cooperating with me, you won't escape either. We should work together. Everyone knows I don't get along with Yan Chao. Whether he knows or not makes no difference. Want to catch Gu Shui? I can't do that. Can I, madam? Pei Zhikong was stunned. You've been in cahoots with them from the start. If you can't even understand this, Mr. Feng wants to remove useless pieces from the board. You've delivered yourself right to his wishes. Ha ha ha. He's right. Mr. Feng's mood swings from gloomy to laughing or scary. They say he's ruthless and unpredictable. Very frightening. Indeed, it's all true. Pei Li Zin sent another message. Mr. Feng, have you seen the news? Or just ask Gu Shui directly. Baoxing's project is up for rebidding. Zhang wants a piece of it. You know what this means. Baoxing is rebidding. How did you convince Zhang? Take a guess. Mr. Feng, leave this person to Mrs. Yan first. Return him to me after she's done questioning. If Mrs. Yan doesn't like me taking care of the Gu family, I won't do it again. I'll clean up this matter thoroughly. Won't cause Mrs. Yan any trouble. However, just after leaving, Feng Yu's expression changed. Grinding his teeth, Gu Shui, you're quite skilled. A noble family's waste. Now just one word. A poor white-collar tyrant. Betraying family ties. Feng Yun vowed to make Xu Shui pay. Gu Jia warned her parents not to do anything foolish. How dare you speak to your parents like that? If this happens again, I'll put justice before family ties. You've become so strange. You're not my Shui. Then pretend I'm not. Father quickly tried to mediate. He still needed his daughter's support. Secretary Chen. Mr. Yan sent me here. What for? Mr. Yan's impression of you is still in the past. He thought you might not handle this well. Since Secretary Chen is here, please take these people away first. Madam, aren't you leaving? Mei Zhikong has prepared people to kidnap me. They haven't shown up yet. Actually, you don't need to do this. I'm worried. Before finishing, Gu Jia interrupted with a smile. Everyone has different personalities. I just happen to prefer keeping control in my own hands. Alright, this is indeed the Mrs. Yan I know now. Brother Chen leaned in, lowering his voice. I was on the phone with Mr. Yan when I entered. I'm not sure if he heard Feng Yun's words. It's fine. He's smart. He won't be suspicious. On the other side, the smart Yan Zhu indeed wasn't suspicious, but his face still darkened. Feng Yu's words were worse than Wu Ze's. One day, Feng Yu must be dealt with. Someone needs to silence him forever. Gu Jia walked out of the Gu family home alone. The kidnappers took the bait immediately. Sister Gu grabbed the criminal's wrist, seized the dagger, easily took him down. Another criminal rushed forward. Sister Gu turned around. Another kick. The last one was so scared he wet himself, holding the dagger shakily. Soon the police arrived, shouting commands. Sister Gu remained composed, slowly turned her head. Fortunately, Mrs. Yan called in advance. These people are desperate criminals. First young Master Yan, then Mrs. Yan. These people seem to be targeting the Yan family. But with the second wave of criminals caught, those arrested earlier will understand their boss can't protect them. They should confess easily. Soon, Mrs. Yan's assistance in catching criminals became trending news. The new foundation's website also officially launched. Yan Chao glanced at his phone, instructed his subordinate to buy something from the mall. At home, fifth sister saw the foundation news, posted her thoughts, blushing with happiness. For the first time, she felt genuine joy. Is this what happiness feels like? Hearing the door, fifth sister called out. Sister-in-law rushed to greet, suddenly stopped and frowned. Why is it him? Third brother rushed to hug sister Jiyu first. I was so scared. I saw in the news, MMPH. Okay. Third brother was pleased. Sister-in-law patted my head. Yi Wenhong definitely doesn't get this treatment. Speaking of Yi Wenhong, he suddenly straightened up at home. Alert expression. After a moment's eye contact, sister-in-law, Yi Wenhong bullied. Why are you standing? Let's sit together. Third brother used his feminine advantage, sticking close to sister Jiyu. Secretary Chen has selected some schools. Take them home to choose. Also, will you continue studying abroad or choose a school in China? Hearing, abroad? Immediately back down. I'll retake exams for domestic universities. Third sister should be freshman age now. I'm not. I'm only 20. I should be able to pass the graduate entrance exam. That depends on the person. Think it through. Momentary impulse won't carry you far. I've thought it through. I'll go study now. Sister-in-law Jiyu smiled. Young ones are easier to handle. Madam, Mr. Zhang requests a meeting. Not so easy to handle. Here came the wealthy family issues Zhang disliked. Now the four siblings sat properly together just to dine with sister-in-law. Just now, Zhang called, asking how Mrs. Yan knew Song Jia would submit a bid. Hasn't Song Jia always been eager to compete with Zhang Jia? Yes. Only outsiders think the two families get along. It's just that Song family's methods are underhanded, not obvious on the surface. But how did Mrs. Yan see through it? Has Mr. Zhang considered why the Song family has such a good reputation outside? They do charity. People praise them online as philanthropists, donating to schools and building libraries. But no one knows they spend 10 times more on marketing than you do. Even so, they can't open the Guan family's door. Mr. Zhang should know why. 2 generations ago, the Song family had someone defect abroad. How did she know that? Mrs. Yan is really well informed. This bid is like a stepping stone in Song family's eyes. Of course they'll compete with Mr. Zhang for it. Well, too bad. The Zhang family has already broken ties with them. We won't be at a disadvantage this time. I wish Mr. Zhang success. Thank you for your kind words. Madam, how's the meal preparation? Madam, everything's ready. The young masters and misses are waiting in the dining room. Only second young master is missing. Starting tomorrow, build me a top-tier marketing team. No budget limit. The subordinates were confused. What's going on? At the Sri Lanka dinner, Jiyu Shuiyi said she would voluntarily share Baoxin's risks, since she had calculated this step all along. Don't say it was voluntary anymore. Here, the 4 siblings appeared together for the first time. The maids were amazed. Madam is powerful. Even when Master Yan Chao was here, this never happened. Though the atmosphere seems a bit, Sister Jiyu smiled, breaking the atmosphere. Would you like some wine? The 4 were stunned. Red wine? White wine might be unfamiliar to you. Come on, try it and see if you like it. Why isn't anyone telling me about their recent situations? Third brother raised his hand first. Sister-in-law, remember that painting you bought? That artist Tony's paintings are selling like crazy. Second brother said his spy film was almost done, and he'd attend events abroad soon. Fifth sister said she'd finished reviewing the school materials sister-in-law gave her. Fourth brother expressed wanting to apply for military graduate school. The 3 others were stunned. You said I could do bigger things. Of course, you're young. I encourage you to try more things. Cheers to your success first. Thank you, sister-in-law. The same goes for all of you. You know right from wrong. What kind of person you choose to be. You have your own standards. Why does this sound like she's leaving and giving final instructions? Really not self-questioning. Soon after, Sister Jiyu finished washing up. An unknown video call came in. Yan Chao froze seeing the screen. His wife was actually this beautiful, so different from his memory. Mr. Yan, do you need something at this hour? You made Zhang apply for the Baoxing project bid? Not really. Mr. Zhang made the best choice himself. How's the Clavin matter being handled? Clavin. An entire industry chain was exposed. Sister Jiyu was blow-drying her hair. Too busy to talk to Yan Chao properly. You mentioned the industry chain? The NDP chain. As for the Gu family, I've restrained them. Don't worry about them doing anything stupid to implicate you. Must give my father an 8 million contract, or it means you don't love me. Ling Ling was always like this. Yan Chao joked about whether Du Zuming would listen. No worries. Send him to jail. Has the former Aunt Jiu Shui disappeared? Though I don't know why. It feels good. I'm flying back tomorrow morning. Anything else to say? Mr. Yan Chao was speechless for a while, then managed a good night, Sister Gu. Then she hung up. Beep 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 beep, leaving Yan Chao stunned. With a black face, an older girl wanted to commit suicide. She wanted to take her parents with her before leaving. Sister Gu saw the girl's Weibo post. She rushed to the scene immediately. With a slight move, she took the knife from the girl. It turned out the girl, like fifth sister, had also suffered at whining school. Later, seeing Sister Gu stand up for Yan Wenhong made her both happy and envious. But her parents blamed Sister Gu for meddling and wanted to send the girl to another similar school. What Yi Wenhong said in his speech was right. One's life shouldn't be controlled by others. I admire his courage to speak and act. He has a sister-in-law like you to save him. Now I've decided to stop envying others and bravely take control of my own life. Sister Gu noticed Yi Wenhong mentioned in the Weibo post. Without even changing from her pajamas, she put on a coat and left. Fifth sister asked where she was going. Sister Gu didn't tell her, just said she was going somewhere and would be back soon. Fifth sister felt something was wrong. She could only squat on the stairs waiting for sister-in-law to return. The maid advised young master to wait in his room. The floor is cold. I'll stay right here. Second brother asked what happened. Second young madam just left. Don't know what for. Could it be Yan Chao's return? He went to pick her up? He'll sign divorce papers right after picking her up. So second brother also sat on the stairs. More and more people saw the girl's Weibo post. The comments section gradually heated up, even saying if the girl commits suicide, many would blame Yantai. By now Sister Gu had arrived at the apartment building. With elevator and room cards in hand, Brother Chen was about to swipe the card to open the door, but Sister Gu grabbed his hand. Let's try calling inside to contact customer service first. The maintenance call was answered but with no response, then hung up. If she can answer the phone, she's not at the window. We can go in now. Brother Chen swiped the card. The girl was pointing a knife at her parents. It's me, Jiu Shui. Put down the knife. I saw your Weibo. I'm very emotional. At school that time, seeing the Weibo, and you coming here, I'm also very emotional. But it's useless. I'll die too. Before dying, I'll let them know what suffering feels like. It's all your fault for messing up at school. If the school was still there, she would have improved by now. Ha ha ha. See? These are my closest relatives. Isn't it laughable? No one will be sad even if I die. Sister Gu slowly approached. The girl immediately raised the knife and shouted, "Don't come closer." Sister Gu grabbed the girl's wrist with slight force. The knife dropped. Seeing Sister Gu's beautiful face up close, and for the first time feeling protected like Yan Wenhong by sister-in-law, the girl unconsciously blushed. Soon police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene. Sister Gu asked the girl, "Did Yan Wenhong teach you this?" "He didn't tell me. If you hate someone, you should step on them. Let them watch you climb higher and higher. They'll desperately try to get close to you, but you'll disdain them. That's what will make them feel pain. If you kill them and then kill yourself, will they feel pain?" No. The girl hadn't expected this kind of guidance. Finally opening up, she said, "Last January, he gave a speech after getting first place in school. He said something that touched many people. I was just one of them. I thought he was right. We should bravely take up the knife and cut off the root of all suffering." "Alright, I understand. We'll get you a lawyer for the interview. But whether to choose a new life depends on you." It was dawn when she finally returned home. As soon as she entered, she saw 4 little ones sitting on the stairs. "Sister-in-law, you're back. Where did you go?" "Yi Wenhong, come with me." Fifth sister was sweating profusely. "Close the door." Fifth sister obediently did as told. "Last May, you gave a speech at whining school. Tell me about it." "So it was about this." Fifth sister felt uneasy. Her fists gradually tightened. Meanwhile at the airport, Yan Chao finally returned to the country. Not far from landing, the crowds were all there to welcome celebrities, but his area was empty and desolate. "Didn't Big Brother tell his wife yesterday that we're returning today?" When Yan Chao's face instantly darkened. The husband finally returned home after years, yet the woman told him to wait downstairs. Sister Gu asked fifth sister to repeat the speech content. If sister-in-law wants to hear, I'll tell you. Last year I read a book. In it, people were divided into 3 classes. For lower class people, even seeing sunlight was a luxury. Either become numb slaves or rise up in rebellion. Take up all weapons we can possess and aim them at those who try to control us. Rebel. Sister Gu sighed. He seemed like a natural-born speaker, easily able to persuade others to agree with his views and follow his commands. If no one stopped him, would he become antisocial like in the book? Sister-in-law, I'm done. Can you tell me what you've been through? Sister Gu thoughtfully turned on the air conditioning. Fifth sister was wearing little. Get warmer. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Fifth sister trembled with disgust remembering past events, but she agreed. I can expose myself. Reveal all those ugly dark thoughts before your eyes. Let you see how terrible I really am. My mom always loved beauty and money since young. She disguised herself as an independent woman to seduce my father. But pretense is just pretense. They had my IQ tested right after birth. I was the only one nearly matching Yan Chao, so I was considered useful. This way she could become Mrs. Yan. Now there would be endless money. I was their little money tree. After father's death, she had no hope of becoming Mrs. Yan, and I became useless again. So during that time she always took her anger out on me. Later I learned to be docile and weak. That's how to make people like me. What about you? Do you like me even a little? Instead of answering fifth sister, Sister Gu asked sternly. Do you know what crime it is to incite others to kill, instigating murder? You'll go to prison. If you go to prison, forget about being a prodigy or the store owner, including me. You won't see any of it. Fifth sister panicked hearing this. Sister Gu asked fifth sister again. Tell me, was the previous school murder case related to you? I didn't do it myself. If I had killed someone, no one would have ever found out. Suddenly, shocked screams came from the maid outside. Madam, the master is back. Sister Gu calmly called out to let him wait. The maid and fifth sister were both stunned. Yan Chao walked in. You're all here. All 3 were stunned. Big brother was back. Where's madam? The maid was sweating profusely. Madam said to let you wait. Yan Chao couldn't process what was said. Oh no. Was Big Brother angry? They had to quickly say something for sister-in-law. Big Brother, just wait a bit. Girls always need time to prepare. Right. Anyway, the timing isn't great. Yeah, what's going on? Did I come to the wrong place? Yan Chao took a step forward. He sat down interestedly on the bamboo chair. Fine. I'll wait then. Yan Chao finally saw sister-in-law. He had rushed to find sister-in-law as soon as he got home. When sister-in-law heard, she directly told him to wait behind the children. At these words, the 3 little ones obediently stood up. Big brother is back. Worried that Yan Chao would be angry, Yan Wenshu stammered out a complete sentence. Big brother, girls need time to prepare. And Yan standing in his position, was covered in sweat. This is all because your timing isn't great. As soon as the words fell, Yan Chao lounged on the lazy sofa. Then I'll wait. However, while Yan Chao said he didn't care, he kept checking news about sister-in-law on his phone. From charity galas to catching criminals, the more he read, the more jealous he became. The green hat growing bigger. Yan Chao's face turned green with anger, feeling like an outsider. Seeing Yan Chao's gloomy face, Wen Shu stood by the sofa and softly explained, Big brother, don't mind these. The media just writes gossip. Right. What's worth looking at here? Just then, the soldier brother came in with bags. Boss, where should I put these things? There's an empty room on the 3rd floor. The servant immediately told Yan Chao. That room is now Madam's study. Madam loves to read. Yan Chao tried to imagine that scene but couldn't. It seemed even more absurd to sister-in-law. Seeing he couldn't hide it from Yan he came clean. Look how you treated sister-in-law. She's planning to farm for herself after divorce. Yes, it's all your fault. Though the 3 little ones' words were silly, but Yan Chao still responded. I always thought the old man's children weren't very bright. Now I see they're simply stupid. But the clear-headed Yan Chao could recognize sister-in-law's value. You're overthinking. She has money. The usually not so bright fourth Yan surprisingly spoke up. Does having money mean sister-in-law won't divorce you? Seeing the 3 little ones panicking like the sky was falling, Yan Chao felt the house had changed completely. But there was one thing Yan Chao was really curious about. Is sister-in-law really that good to you all? Just then, sister-in-law came down, perfectly dressed and graceful. She carried herself with all the dignity of a noble grandmother. No trace of past weakness could be found in her bearing. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Yan Chao couldn't help but blink. Mrs. Yan, long time no see. Yan Wenhong was tested for IQ right after birth by the Yan family. and so was sister-in-law. Yan Wenhong was known as a genius youth. Despite his intelligence turning into antisocial personality, sister-in-law wasn't afraid. She even actively asked him, "What have you been through?" Struck at his weak point, Yan Wenhong recalled and gave up. "It's just a memory of being used and abandoned. I can expose all my dark and ugly thoughts to you. Let you see how terrible I really am. My mother always loved beauty and money since young. She focused entirely on pretending to be from a noble family. Then when she got together with my father, I was born into the Yan family. They tested my IQ right after birth. I was the only one who could match Yan Chao. That was the first time my mother thought I was useful. Funny, isn't it? I was never cherished from birth." Mother's first appreciative words made it clear. This is a little money tree. Yes, my mother was always lost in the fantasy of becoming Mrs. Yan. She never thought that after father's death, she couldn't get anything more from me. Then, she took out all her frustrations on me. During that time, Yan Wenhong was like a living dead. She understood this clearly. And now because of his genius title, he's caught his mother's attention again. Later he learned to be obedient, pretending to be weak. But because of his responsibility and outstanding intelligence like Yan Chao's, he could wake up. Yan Wenhong looked at sister-in-law neither humbly nor arrogantly. His voice trembled heartbreakingly. "Please, sister-in-law, just like me a little bit. Everyone says I'm scary. Indeed quite scary. Do you know instigating others to kill is a crime?" Though meant as guidance, Yan Wenhong felt some disgust hearing it, and sister-in-law's next words made him afraid. "Murder leads to prison. Once you're in prison, forget about being a genius youth. You won't see anything of the Yan family, including me." Then sister-in-law asked the slightly trembling Yan Wenhong, "Tell me, was the previous school murder case related to you?" "I didn't do it myself." "Sister-in-law, do you think I'm beyond help? You're still young. Of course there's hope. I hope you made that vow in a moment of impulse." Yan Wenhong knelt on the ground, scared and regretful. Those eyes looked extremely innocent. "I swear I won't do it again." Sister-in-law raised Yan Wenhong's chin with one hand. "I'll say it again. You don't need to please anyone. Just be yourself. If you don't want to smile, don't force yourself." Yan Chao returned home, but sister-in-law was preparing for divorce. Sister-in-law had no interest in being a stepping stone for the female lead. She wanted to firmly control her own destiny, and the first step to correcting the story was divorce. Sister-in-law recalled the plot from the book. Did Yan Chao bring the female lead this time? Sister-in-law increasingly wanted to confirm what Mr. Yan brought back. Yan Chao immediately took her to the audio room. The soldier brother's mood instantly dropped. "Boss, are you really taking Madam to see Yan Chao?" He slightly guarded a hidden vehicle. Sister-in-law felt he was hiding something, but the book clearly mentioned the female lead. Although sister-in-law had no interest in being a stepping stone, even if she came, sister-in-law wanted to keep firm control of the story's development. If not for needing to confirm the female lead, sister-in-law would have divorced him immediately. However, when sister-in-law arrived at the audio room, he looked completely bewildered. The boss had put the female lead in a sack, but sister-in-law was intently searching through a pile of gems. Rummaging further, she found another chest of gold. It really gave sister-in-law a headache. There wasn't even a trace of the female lead. Sister-in-law was incredibly disappointed, awkwardly asking where these things came from. "Stolen," Yan Chao simply said. But the soldier brother went on endlessly about how it wasn't stolen. Tata took money to try to kill the boss in Africa. The boss killed Tata. These were the ransom. Right after paying the ransom, he was killed by a grenade. They had to explain everything. Sister-in-law was surprised. The middleman's death seemed too quick, but this wasn't the result she wanted. She had thought the female lead was Tata, sent to treat Yan Chao's wounds, later becoming cannon fodder due to his desires. Unexpectedly, the truth was so simple. The person was dead in exchange for lots of gold and gems. After confirming these subplot details, sister-in-law wanted to verify if besides these things, "Did you bring anything else back?" Yan Chao nervously responded. Sister-in-law knew the female lead was still brought back. However, when Yan Chao took out other items, sister-in-law was very surprised. She just wanted to know where the female lead was taken. But what was this man doing bringing out gifts? At Yan Chao's first meal back home, sister-in-law only cared about the children, making him wait behind them. But how could sister-in-law forget about the soldier brothers? With slightly sweaty hands, she said, "Thank you very much for protecting Mr. Yan's return. If you don't mind, please stay for a simple meal. The soldier brothers thought about it, waiting for Yan Chao's word. Do as madam says. The soldier brothers were overjoyed. We haven't had such good food in so long. But this side was dead silent. The children didn't dare use their chopsticks, eagerly waiting for sister-in-law to pick hers up. This dish tastes good. The children quickly swarmed to get food. Of course, if sister-in-law says it's good, it must be good. Yan Chao was stunned, so even for meals, he had to wait behind the children. But Yan Chao felt it was normal. After all, those 4 little ones had become like baby chicks following sister-in-law. They always brought unexpected surprises. Now as soon as sister-in-law spoke, they followed, until Yan Chao asked about the Zhang and Song family news. But how could sister-in-law forget old scores? She frankly checked the trending topics. If Mr. Yan doubts the news, perhaps he should first explain about this lover. Yan Chao couldn't get angry, softly saying, I don't know him. After all, sister-in-law was teasing him. What else was there to explain about the lover? Yan Chao became anxious. I'll have Secretary Chen clarify this matter. But then Yan Chao said, a simple clarification isn't enough. Sister-in-law looked at Yan Chao, eyes narrowing to slits. So I'll send him to prison. Then Yan Chao was left speechless. Yan Wenshu was amazed. Sister-in-law is amazing. Big brother is actually speechless. He tried to break the silence. Now should madam talk about Zhang? But sister-in-law was even smarter. With one look she said it all. Is Mr. Yan stupid? What this news is about? Why do I need to explain? Yan Chao was speechless again. Is this his way of doing things? Now he's become clever. It's become hundreds or thousands of times more interesting than before. But sister-in-law not only didn't explain, she smiled so beautifully. Yan Chao suddenly became serious. Given the chance, I'll definitely send Zhang to mine in Africa. Just then, Feng Yu called. Unexpectedly, it made him feel jealous again. Sister-in-law dressed up carefully for the charity banquet. Yan Chao regretted it. So many men were circling around her. Before attending the charity banquet, sister-in-law had received Feng Yu's call first, inviting her to another foundation's charity banquet. Sister-in-law was very troubled. These 7 bank cards added up to only 20,000. She'd never seen such a small amount. Never seen anyone so foolish. The original madam was from a wealthy family, yet only had this little left after supporting her family. But Yan Chao was frighteningly clever. Sister-in-law couldn't let him see through her too early. She needed to find more things related to the original madam to fool him. Just then, Yan Chao returned. He had his assistant select some jewelry and dresses for sister-in-law to try. But before he could find sister-in-law, Secretary Chen had already arranged a styling team for her. Looking at what she wore, nothing was from what he prepared. Yan Chao felt quite wronged. Secretary Chen had never been such a bootlicker before. But when Yan Chao saw it himself, he couldn't help but say, since you're ready, let's go. When he entered the banquet hall arm in arm with sister-in-law, Yan Chao couldn't help feeling jealous. Everyone was watching as men called out, Mrs. Yan, and wanted to drink wine with her. Yan Chao was furious. Moreover, talking with the Jian family, he learned that sister-in-law had sent the Cao family to prison. Perhaps how did the Jian family save face? The man indicated no regret, saying thanks to sister-in-law. He saw through the plot, so he wanted to thank sister-in-law for covering for Yanzu. This really confused Yan Chao. After all, sister-in-law used to just make unreasonable scenes. Yan Chao wanted to know what else happened that day. How did she expose it? Just as Yan Chao thought, sister-in-law's one look told everything. But Yan Chao's intuition was accurate. When sister-in-law looked at him, swirling her wine with noble grace, it was the first time Yan Chao had seen her like this. He suddenly felt quite appreciative. But soon he confirmed what he had already acknowledged in his heart. Such a noble soul must be someone of very high birth inhabiting this body. Yan Chao gave sister-in-law a pair of custom crystal shoes. But sister-in-law still preferred divorce. Yan Chao was completely not on sister-in-law's wavelength. Sister-in-law found him too talkative, saying this was fine already. But he still wanted to give her jewels. Sister-in-law pointed at his cabinet full of jewels, indicating she couldn't carry any more. Yes, these were all from other men. Yan Chao got jealous. Who sent them all? Trying to please you. Sister-in-law explained clearly. I cooperated with enemies to fake your death, even causing social unrest. They hoped I would steal your methods. But if they had thought about it, they would know you wouldn't leave such things to anyone. and wouldn't let them eliminate you. So that's how it is. Mrs. Yan knows so much. He became attracted to sister-in-law's calm demeanor in handling matters. Only sister-in-law walked calmly, saying, "It's all from books." Yan Chao was stunned for 3 or 4 seconds, and when he opened it, his face showed complete disbelief. For instance, he discovered that sister-in-law's image had gradually shifted from her past arrogant and annoying self to something more mysterious, intelligent, rational, and alluring. It felt like discovering a new continent to him, but sister-in-law didn't understand. When she saw the book title, she looked awkward. Just as she put the book back, sister-in-law still persistently asked about the female lead's news, bringing nothing else back. Yan Chao was confused. Could it be that he wanted intimacy? Not getting any clues, sister-in-law turned to leave, saying, "I'll go rest first." The soldier brother was quite helpful, predicting a lot without hesitation. "The madam definitely wants a hug and hopes you'll say some intimate words to her." Yan Chao closed his eyes. "Shut up." Meanwhile, at another hotel, Feng Yu watched as sister-in-law hung up his call. The waiter awkwardly called out, "Mr. Feng, Yan Chao is back. Aren't you going to let go?" His response was throwing his phone at the wall. Feng Yu felt inexplicably angry. Remembering how sister-in-law just hung up on him, he was furious. "She's even more cold-hearted than me. Yan Chao is back, so she just used and discarded me." Feng Yu's features scrunched up in anger. How could she love Yan Chao so deeply? Just because he looked like a good person? Learning that sister-in-law was penniless, the 4 youngsters decided to transfer company shares to her, since Yan Chao hadn't given her a black card. But Yan Wenhong wouldn't tolerate it. Sister-in-law had no reliable family, no loving brother, and she'd turn 18 next month. Seeing his dear sister-in-law bullied by his brother, he wanted to secretly help her deal with the Pei family trouble. This seemingly perfect plan made Yi close his eyes. "You want to transfer your shares to sister-in-law after coming of age?" Yi Wenhong softened his voice. "As long as sister-in-law stays by my side, Baoxing's shares aren't that important to me." After discussing important matters, Yi Wenchu suddenly stood up. "I'm already of age. I want to contribute for sister-in-law too." Yi stood up and directly refuted. "Save it. Sister-in-law won't accept it. I've mentioned this before." Yi Wenhong looked somewhat disappointed. He suddenly stood up. "Why won't sister-in-law accept it?" Yan stepped back. "Sister-in-law said if there's too much money, she'll use it for charity." Yan decided to be honest. Big brother is back. She doesn't want any connection with the Yan family anymore. Then Yan went upstairs and closed his door. After being rejected by sister-in-law multiple times, he understood better than anyone, but he couldn't take it anymore. He wanted sister-in-law's happiness more than anyone. He discussed with his agent about filming 5 more movies in a year, thinking he might become richer than Yan Chao. But his agent ignored his crazy idea. "Yang, why don't you get some sleep first? Then we'll talk." Yan persisted, changing 5 movies to 7, but his agent still told him to sleep first, saying his movies were nothing compared to Yan Chao's empire. Yan Chao was a true capitalist. Yan was completely deflated. Seems he should just follow sister-in-law's advice and do charity work. Sister-in-law went to the banquet alone. Yan Chao checked on her 3 times in 1 hour. After receiving the banquet invitation, the hosts, afraid of disturbing Yan Chao, only required sister-in-law's attendance. But sister-in-law didn't care whether Yan Chao went or not. Immediately praising the Women's Foundation's influence, she agreed right away. "Tonight at 6, Huayue Hotel. I'll definitely be there on time." Yan Chao quickly received the news, suddenly called sister-in-law. "Madam, are you sober now? I had the maid prepare some hangover soup." Sister-in-law felt awkward hearing this. Why was he making small talk now? She didn't want to know anything about him. Yan Chao quickly got to the point. "I heard you're going to attend a charity banquet. Those people's intentions aren't pure." These words sounded like nonsense to sister-in-law. "It's just charity work. Will my attendance affect Mr. Yan?" Finally finishing her sentence, sister-in-law hung up immediately. Hearing the beeping sound, Yan Chao became completely withdrawn. She thought he was talking too much first thing in the morning. Gritting his teeth, he called again. Sister-in-law stared dryly at the caller. Can't even drink hangover soup in peace." While sister-in-law greeted Yan Chao politely, she was thinking about hanging up quickly. "Is there anything else, Mr. Yan? I've arranged an excellent styling team for you. Please use them for the banquet. I'm worried you'll face hostility going alone." Then Yan Chao wanted to discuss replacing Secretary Chen's styling team. Sister-in-law cut him off with, "It's your decision," and hung up again. Yan Chao felt absurd again. Why did she sound so unhappy? The directors waiting beside him were getting impatient. Mr. Yan, are you interested in this trillion-dollar project? But Yan Chao couldn't care less. He only wanted to know what sister-in-law was interested in. Soon evening came. Sister-in-law walked the banquet's red carpet right on time. She exuded the aura of a noble family matriarch, looking extremely elegant. It instantly became trending. Other wealthy ladies kept complaining that she stole the host's thunder, saying they should put sister-in-law in her place. When sister-in-law faced this hostility, she coolly countered, "I'm sorry, Mrs. Song, I don't like this wine." When sister-in-law gets drunk, Yan Chao loses his mind. At the banquet, Yan Chao had learned about the Hong Xin Foundation sister-in-law mentioned. The rules, system, and activity point allocation made sister-in-law instantly feel it was like a pyramid scheme. Unexpectedly, other wealthy ladies agreed laughing. "Mrs. Yan is so right. I feel much better now." Diane Chao was somewhat worried. Hong Xin Foundation. They invited you to their charity banquet? But sister-in-law dismissed her concern. "I declined," the Jian family suddenly said. "Mrs. Yan seems to love desserts." "Yes, they're the world's delicacies." Diane Chao sipped wine, observing sister-in-law's behavior. Her eyes were like deep pools, as if trying to thoroughly understand sister-in-law. In the past, she never integrated into the Jin family, but now she was an enthusiastic guest. From this point, Yan Chao felt something peculiar. A young lady nearby helped the conversation along. "Mrs. Yan looks like a mermaid today." "Yes, indeed." Thus Yan Chao awkwardly complimented sister-in-law for the first time. "Madam does look like a mermaid today." "Thank you." The Jian family was hospitable. "Mrs. Yan, today's wine is quite strong." Sister-in-law became nostalgic. "I like strong liquor." But more than that, she missed her parents from another timeline. Her first time going to battle, her mother poured a bowl of strong liquor to bid her farewell. Later, she returned victorious. She drank strong liquor with her soldiers too. Sister-in-law thought she could return, but now she could never go back. This was the first time she'd truly faced the pain of separation. But now, just having some white wine could temporarily numb everything. So while sister-in-law was drowning her sorrows, Diane Chao came over. "I'll drink with madam." When Yan Chao drank the strong liquor, everyone was stunned. Later, as the banquet ended, sister-in-law was somewhat drunk and carefree. Seeing sister-in-law in this state, Yan Chao obediently followed her to the car. While feeling sorry for sister-in-law, he was also unexpectedly moved by her tipsy state. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, during a sharp turn, sister-in-law's body swayed unsteadily. Yan Chao quickly supported her head. Unexpectedly, the tipsy sister-in-law stuck out her tongue, tasting the wine residue. Those dreamy eyes, those wine-flushed cheeks, had Yan Chao completely enchanted. He let sister-in-law lean on his broad shoulders. Yan Chao watched as sister-in-law dropped her public facade, hiccuping from the wine. His heart was moved, making him feel like falling in love. Sister-in-law accepted 500 million from Yan Chao for the first time. Poor Yan Chao. Only his trillion-dollar assets could interest sister-in-law. Sister-in-law had been watching drama series for several days. Unsatisfied with the ending, she couldn't take it anymore. She directly called the director to invest 500 million. After studying all morning, she concluded Yan Tu would be most suitable for the role. At this moment, Yan Tu was overjoyed inside. "Sister-in-law cares about my work. A director approached me for investment. Due to poor box office, they lost money and almost got pulled from theaters. Can you read scripts?" Yan Tu could, and he concentrated on reading the script. The script is good, but many domestic directors and investors dare not touch it. This subject matter would attract attention domestically, but sister-in-law couldn't stand it. Forbidden true love. But sister-in-law wanted to escape, and was overjoyed about it. After turning to the second part, "Sister-in-law, who will you cast?" "Of course I want you to act in it." Through their past interactions, sister-in-law had seen Yan Tu's true nature. Not only was Chen Yu changeable, but she also sought excitement. It made sense, partly because she had played too many submissive roles in her youth. Since she was always on cloud 9, perhaps she needed to struggle through pain in this role to find an answer. Anyway, her disconnection from life would be healed. Then sister-in-law immediately called the director to finalize the contract. "Sign the contract tomorrow afternoon." "Is 500 million enough?" Yan Tu, moved by sister-in-law's attention, perked up his ears hearing they were still short 300 million. So he decided to actively support with huge investment. "Sister-in-law, let me chip in. I'm actually very wealthy." Only sister-in-law calmly replied. "But Yan Chao should be wealthier." Yan Tu was immediately deflated. Yan Chao proved quite helpful. not only receiving sister-in-law's initiative call but also exchanging pleasantries. Mr. Yan, are you available? I want to invest in a movie, but I only have 5 million in liquid cash. Hearing sister-in-law's voice, he would agree to any request. Acting like a devoted puppy, both the supplementary card and new card are in your room. I won't interfere. Take as you please. After getting such a quick response from Yan Chao, sister-in-law immediately hung up. Only Yan Chao was left fuming. How could she just use and discard her husband like that? Sister-in-law decided to become independent. She wouldn't rely on Yan Chao's supplementary card anymore, and she would share half of her earnings with him. Yan Chao was self-aware. This was the first time he felt like they were truly a married couple. But when sister-in-law mentioned getting another bank card, Yan Chao felt uneasy. But sister-in-law didn't care about that child at all. Yan Chao had never been close to those illegitimate children. It felt like sister-in-law had seen through his poor interpersonal relationships. When sister-in-law attended the charity banquet, she met several wealthy socialites. They said exclusive reporters treated sister-in-law like a celebrity, publishing news about her outshining others and spending millions on charity. Sister-in-law saw this charity as no different from a pyramid scheme. That socialite came with another boastful comment. Very pleased with herself, she felt it necessary to properly assess sister-in-law's current situation. When sister-in-law returned home and just put down her heavy bags, she called out, "Yan Zhu, madam, you're back." Sister-in-law couldn't understand why she was just attending a small party. Was it necessary for him to wait until now? But Yan Chao remained stubborn. "I was reading documents." "Did Xi give you trouble?" Sister-in-law was about to go upstairs, but upon hearing this, she turned her head. Suddenly Yan Chao's inquiring look made sister-in-law pause. This second unnecessary comment seemed like he was lecturing her. As sister-in-law sat on the sofa, Yan Chao kept talking endlessly. Xi isn't the original wife. After meeting Song Chengdu, they immediately hit it off and became allies. He would stop at nothing to get Chengdu. Sister-in-law was getting sleepy listening to this. She kicked off her heels. Then Yan Chao finally closed his mouth and got slippers for madam. So the once proud Yan Chao personally helped lift sister-in-law's skirt. "If you wear them like this, you won't step on them." Their eyes met. He was worried. "Did madam drink today? It's not good to drink in others' territory." The word, others, made Yan Chao ponder. "So when I'm at the Xuyên family with him, I'm just being myself." But sister-in-law made 10 million today, using Yan Chao's name to get it easily. However, sister-in-law decided to be generous. "I'll split it with President Yan." Hearing someone offer to share money with him for the first time, such a sincere sister-in-law, Yan Chao couldn't process this special feeling for a long time. 2 hours after sister-in-law left, Yan Chao became restless. He didn't understand. The banquet had been going for 2 hours and 17 minutes. Why was there no activity on his phone? Could she have been kidnapped? Being bullied and unable to contact him? He couldn't wait like this anymore. But just as he stood up, Secretary Chen told him, "President Yan, there's an international meeting in 10 minutes. But how could meetings be more important than his wife?" Just as he was about to cancel it, sister-in-law appeared nearby, with the presence of a queen. "Mrs. Yan, please sit down and let's talk." 3 wealthy ladies putting on a show. Sister-in-law was speechless. How could people still play such low-level household drama? But sister-in-law sat down directly. "What does Mrs. Song want to discuss?" Unexpectedly, what they said wasn't bad. They first targeted sister-in-law's fund, suggesting merging 2 funds together. This proposal was like a lion opening its mouth wide, calculating sister-in-law's worth. But sister-in-law dared to counter-propose. Let his fund acknowledge her new fund, or else they just play with his fund. But the other party wasn't afraid and even praised aggressively. "Your fund is very powerful. Leveling a school, such methods aren't something ordinary people can achieve." However, these sycophantic praises were nothing to sister-in-law. She suddenly felt arrogant. She didn't want to use such small things to join their pyramid scheme excitement. Those few wealthy ladies wouldn't stop making noise, saying, "What you call small might be a treasure here. Or perhaps Mrs. Yan doesn't want to join us," they shouted loudly in rejection. Sister-in-law closed her eyes and responded coldly, "You must be joking." Showing no mercy, sister-in-law completely disrupted their plans. "I understand my fund very well." One of the women who had been shuttling back and forth was shaken. Neither had expected this outcome, but sister-in-law knew they wouldn't give up like this, using the auction to give sister-in-law an easy 10 million opening. If that didn't work, they'd keep adding until Yan Chao was satisfied. After seeing through their tactics, sister-in-law became more guarded. The amount was too large. She felt their purpose wasn't simply merging funds. Since she needed to understand this fund's nest, sister-in-law decided to wait and observe. Then sister-in-law investigated these gathered investors from a first-person perspective. But she really couldn't accept mindless investment, because letting wealthy ladies who had never dealt with investments watch money being thrown away was like throwing meat buns to dogs, never to return. Sister-in-law spent 500 million on the supplementary card. Yan Chao was so happy he could burst, even wanting to double sister-in-law's card limit. It turned out Yan Chao had been ignored by sister-in-law for several days. While sister-in-law had been busy with the film crew for several days, she even ignored her husband, constantly busy with work. Learning that the male lead hadn't been decided yet, sister-in-law was getting anxious. The director wanted to hire expensive talent, but in this case, sister-in-law would need to get 300 million from Yan Chao, but sister-in-law wanted to get it for free. Then she remembered their second child was an actor. Let me recommend someone to director's son. He's a good actor and won't charge a fee. The director was immediately excited. Then we can start filming tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yan was vacationing by the seaside. Although his agent had found many resources for him, Yan only listened to sister-in-law. Even if sister-in-law sold him off without taking any payment, he would be willing. However, when Yan Chao saw the 500 million transfer, his mood improved. That woman had such courage. As someone on the sidelines, he could only double the supplementary card limit. But because Yan Chao only served as an ATM, like spending money on the children, being on screen was always a good thing. However, when sister-in-law brought in the second young master, the director was so shocked he almost lost his breath. How could it be this spoiled rich kid? So it was director's son who had run out of ideas. Second young master was accused by this director of being a talentless pretty face. He was furious and looked pitifully at his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you must stand up for me. 3 years ago, director's son called me dead fish eyes, said my acting had no soul. 3 years ago, he said I was just a rich kid relying on looks. Sister-in-law smiled confidently and beautifully. I understand. The director heard this and said absurdly, Miss Gu, he really can't act. He can't handle creating a character's soul as the lead. Second young master was again furious, his eyes bulging. I was waiting for you to say that. Anyway, you have to listen to me, because she's my sister-in-law. Surprised? Deal with it. Only sister-in-law remained calm. Director's son, I've seen Wenjia's acting, but don't worry about him not fitting the character, because I will teach him. With sister-in-law's one sentence, the director immediately compromised, because sister-in-law's confidence assured him they wouldn't lose. Second young master was quite smug. If you want me as the lead, post 3 complimentary Weibo posts about me now. The director was fuming with anger. Yuan Lunjia is a genius, not only skilled in acting but also handsome. In that shameless scene of pure joy, sister-in-law spent 500 million taking care of the children. Not only did she hire 2 film teachers for Yan but also selected many art teachers for Yan Wenhong. Then sister-in-law returned home empty-handed. Yan Chao was furious. This woman only thought about the children. But sister-in-law wasn't done yet. Just leaving the film crew, she went to the art gallery, mainly using Yan Chao's money, all for the children's sake. I want to find Dong Yen. The gallery owner quickly bowed and brought someone over. Madam, this is Lu Dong, the artist of Winter Night. Seeing him too nervous, sister-in-law suggested walking around the gallery. The artist quickly introduced the paintings to sister-in-law. This painting's scenery is vibrant, but the colors are very gloomy. It was created during late-stage cancer, expressing decay and distorted emotions. Sister-in-law greatly appreciated this. From her perspective, the artist not only used technique but also clearly showed his experience. The artist became more resonant. Paintings can reflect one's inner world and hardships. Life experiences might be similar, but that's the rock and roll of life. Sister-in-law nodded continuously. Life is hard, but for someone who paints so well, can you recommend me a lot more? The owner felt he'd struck gold, his words becoming sweeter. Please come again. Madam, visit us often. Then returning home, she heard Wenhong's voice. Sister-in-law went to see the instruments in February. This guy had waited at home all day just to intercept sister-in-law. Meanwhile, sister-in-law brought the artist home. Bian Wenhong, this is the teacher I hired for you. Due to sister-in-law's attention, Bian Wenhong's first reaction was excitement. He immediately grabbed the teacher's hand. Thank you. Sister-in-law, I will definitely study hard under teacher's guidance and won't disappoint you. The teacher's hair stood on end hearing this. Do all young masters in wealthy families speak so formally? Meanwhile, Yan constantly stuck to sister-in-law, playing the poor little thing, listening to sister-in-law talking with the director, speaking well of him, Wenjia's temperament. I hope director's son can guide and take care of him. Yan was touched. It's so good to have sister-in-law. Sister-in-law needed a favor from Yan Chao. He directly called Secretary Chen. He was furiously bristling. How could she call someone else instead of her husband? Unfortunately, sister-in-law only wanted to divorce him, but it was just Zhang being nosy, coming to the Yan family to stir up trouble. However, when he heard sister-in-law spent 500 million of Yan Chao's money, he was very worried about sister-in-law being naive. Anyway, Yan Chao is two-faced, deep, and even tougher than me. If you're this casual and carefree, he might take advantage of you when you least expect it. But sister-in-law listened to this nonsense without even lifting her eyelids, just saying, thinking Zhang would stop. He unexpectedly started listing all of Yan Chao's scandals. The long story made sister-in-law raise her head, but Zhang wasn't finished. Actually, these 500 million, you might as well come to the Zhang family and teach our bunch of kids. Sister-in-law appeared matter-of-fact about it, but the next second, Zhang broke into a cold sweat and passed it off as a joke. Meanwhile, Yan Chao returned home right on time. He immediately questioned, Zhang what are you doing here? Zhang said he was just chatting with Mrs. Yan. Yan Chao was somewhat angry. Seeing this, sister-in-law quickly assessed the situation. He was just warning me to be careful of your two-faced, deep nature. When sister-in-law said this, Yan Chao's gaze could kill. Zhang got scared and ran away quickly. So, Yanzu, are you not angry? Want to try some? It's very sweet. Yan Chao looked at the strawberry in his hand, stunned when it touched his fingertips. Even though the strawberries were from Zhang how could he not be angry when she spoke? He just said, if madam needs any help, just ask anytime. After seeing Yan Chao's professional behavior, sister-in-law found it convenient to deal with him. If he kept acting like this, being Mrs. Yan wasn't bad. Even if one day he suddenly announced being with the female lead, sister-in-law wouldn't make a scene. At this moment, Yan Chao stood up and said, the supplementary cards limit has been increased. Madam can continue using it as needed. Seeing he hadn't given her another bank card, sister-in-law muttered, thank you, Yanzu. Then Yan Chao persisted, still not giving up. What else did Zhang say about me? Sister-in-law immediately recited a list. Cold-blooded, heartless, ruthless in methods, says one thing but means another, says, it's up to you, but is actually very petty. Yan Chao was so angry his fingers could break. He smiled coldly. It's time to make Zhang disappear. Sister-in-law's training of the wild beasts officially began. Last time we mentioned sister-in-law spent 500 million on the children, not only hiring top art teachers for Yan Wenhong, but also learning about the artists' daily lives and habits. Now sister-in-law brought the fourth princess to the hospital. It was also to teach him about the meaning of life. Yi Wenhong was looking at sister-in-law. What sister-in-law said shocked him. Teacher Li's mother had cerebral palsy, and his wife was also in the hospital for surgery. Yi Wenhong listened, thinking his mood was just indifferent. So sister-in-law gave him a second lesson. Teacher, I heard your wife is ill. We came to visit. Thank you. Miss Gu, please come in. The man introduced to his wife. This is our benefactor, Miss Gu. His wife smiled brightly, then urged her husband Lu Dong, quick, peel an apple for our benefactor. He looked at sister-in-law, his eyes full of gratitude. Lu Dong said, you sold his paintings so well. He was able to pay off all the previous medical bills. You both are the benefactors of our little family. But the next second, the woman suddenly had an attack. Her limbs began to convulse violently. The two watched helplessly from the side. With a snap, the man came back. Sister-in-law calmed down, pressed the emergency call button. Lu Dong, hold her down so she doesn't hurt herself. The nurses arrived quickly. After giving her a sedative, the man finally calmed down. Yi Wenhong looked helpless. She was fine just now. The man sat beside his wife. This illness comes and goes. Don't know how many more injections she'll need. Sister-in-law felt sympathetic and handed him a card. This is Yan's hospital. Call this number. They'll arrange everything for you. After the hospital, sister-in-law wanted to give Yi Wenhong the third lesson. Look over there. What do you see? In the distance, a boy stood in the rain, falling down, yet he was happy like a child. Yi Wenhong was confused. Does that person have some kind of problem? Sister-in-law held an umbrella for him, explaining, he had a high fever as a child that damaged his brain. He's been cursed at since childhood. Then sister-in-law crouched down, looking at flowers growing by the roadside. Life indeed has countless hardships. No one knows how beautiful the flowers blooming from ruins are. Yi Wenhong didn't understand. Sister-in-law told him, isn't this what you need to express? So even in hardship, living earnestly, this is how most ordinary people are. When sister-in-law said this, her eyes were bright. Wenhong, maybe you think life itself has no meaning, but every ordinary person gives it meaning. Sister-in-law called the men. Yan Chao was jealous. He was the legitimate husband, yet she wouldn't call him. Just as Yan Chao was drooping his eyebrows unhappily, sister-in-law apologized sincerely, saying it was just because Yan's company couldn't cover some areas. She hoped Yan Chao's business scope would expand more. Just then, Yan Wenjia video called. Sister-in-law, I've finished class. Let's go play. Seeing Yan Wenjia grasp the soul of acting, sister-in-law nodded repeatedly with a smile. Finding the answer means experiencing a second life. Having a heart for country and nature is enough. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law's words increased Yan Chao's favorability again. His puzzled gaze sank deep. He's different from me. He's smart and rational. Under that cold exterior, his heart is actually warm and gentle. Yan Chao couldn't bear to blame anymore. He just wanted to have breakfast with his wife. Seeing Yan Chao had appeased sister-in-law, his mind turned, asking about the company. Though busy, Yan Chao still smiled devotedly. If madam needs anything, I'll have it arranged. But sister-in-law had already found a business opportunity, closing her eyes contentedly. By the way, I noticed I get text messages when using the card. I've mentioned it many times. Does Mr. Yan also get notifications? Yes. Sister-in-law froze. Yan Chao couldn't help teasing his wife. I received notifications for all the ice cream, spicy noodles, pork trotters, and hot pot madam bought. Sister-in-law felt mortified. Having lived 2 lives, she'd never been so embarrassed. That shy blush caught Yan Chao's eye. Were those things delicious, madam? Sister-in-law felt awkward for 2 seconds. Not bad, though I haven't tried it. Next time, please bring me some too. Madam. Alright. Sister-in-law handed over a box, a souvenir for President Yan, meaning safe journey. In Yan Chao's stunned moment, he stammered, even saying thank you. After all, this was sister-in-law's first gift to him. This loving scene, their mutual respect as husband and wife, made everyone envious. Everyone knew sister-in-law understood how to handle men, but didn't expect she'd start feeding Yan Chao this time. When sister-in-law was taking the child to school, the 4th princess kept clinging to her. Unfamiliarity with the new school kept Yi Wenhong from entering the gates, but sister-in-law's smile made Yi Wenhong feel warm and completely at ease. She had looked back countless times before, but it was always empty. This time was different. With sister-in-law here, she was improving, no longer that lonely person from before. After watching the child enter school, sister-in-law started thinking about what to eat next. Spicy hot pot, sour spicy noodles, braised duck, ice cream, milk tea, snail noodles. Finally, sister-in-law reached the food street. Looking at the street full of food, she salivated more and more. You go check that street. I'll check this one. We'll meet at the ice cream shop later. Then sister-in-law and her black-clothed bodyguards bought from both streets. Sister-in-law's afternoon tea was just beginning. We shouldn't have missed any shops. Madam. Thinking this, sister-in-law wanted to buy from a 3rd street. However, while happily enjoying ice cream, she thought of someone at home, and the idea of feeding naturally arose. When sister-in-law returned home, that person came back right on time. What's that smell, sir? It's madam's afternoon tea. He gazed intently. The coffee table was piled with packages. Sister-in-law sat on the sofa, focused on reading. When he approached, sister-in-law closed her book and smiled. The portion for President Yan has been reheated, though I don't know how it tastes. Let's try it together? Under everyone's attention, Yan Chao began protecting his wife domineeringly. This show of favoritism instantly amazed everyone present. At this moment, no one questioned sister-in-law's position in the Yan family. Sister-in-law's feeding continued. Yan Chao looked at the small bowl, frowning slightly. What's this? Sister-in-law handed it to him. After eating the sour spicy noodles, Yan Chao's throat burned. The servants were terrified watching this. Sir's diet was always managed by professional nutritionists. He absolutely couldn't eat more. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law, like an experienced person, handed him milk tea. Drink this to ease the spiciness. The servant shook her head again, deeply worried. The sugar content is too high. Sir will get sick. However, Yan Chao wiped his mouth and told his wife, my stomach isn't that delicate. Let's try the next one. After Yan Chao finished each snack, sister-in-law asked about the details more than once. How does it taste? Such a gentle and considerate sister-in-law. Eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yan Chao finally realized he should praise her. Quite delicious. Later, inspired by the charity banquet, Yan Chao's attention turned to sister-in-law's wardrobe, and because of matching the formal dress, he also couldn't choose the most dazzling pair of shoes. Someone who knew the situation immediately bought a pair of haute couture shoes. I brought a new pair of shoes for you to try. Upon receiving the shoes, her expression sweetened. These match Madam's makeup perfectly today. Just as sister-in-law said, President Yan was truly timely. Yan Chao took her hand, drawing his wife close with a doting expression. Need help putting them on? Sister-in-law calmly put them on herself. Later, sister-in-law wore an elegant gown and arrived at the venue with Yan Chao. Yan Chao held sister-in-law's hand as they entered together. Their entrance immediately stunned everyone. The original female lead looked at them both with a shocked expression. However, with old Deng's appearance, things quickly change. As soon as old Deng saw sister-in-law, he directly questioned if she was Yan Chao's date. Sister-in-law noticed old Deng's expression. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. Yan Chao immediately grabbed his wife's hand, protectively declaring, "What's wrong, President Song? Should check if you have a brain tumor." The first thing Yan Chao and sister-in-law did at the party was to get revenge on romantic rivals in front of his wife. So whether male or female, or the crazy Zhong, Yan Chao made them all jealous. He had worried sister-in-law might have conflicts, but sister-in-law's sophisticated face seamlessly connected. What show is the green tea starring in? Yan Chao didn't even lift his eyelids, but Yan Chao's face was important to sister-in-law. How much did you invest in green tea? Soon it will win 80 million. Sister-in-law laughed. Isn't this just begging? Sister-in-law wanted to use Yan Chao's face and capital to make the green tea back off. When Yan Chao was particularly curious, what show did Madam invest in? Sister-in-law raised her eyebrows high. A blockbuster, superior in both plot and capital. So President Yan, it's a rare opportunity. Yan Chao smiled like a fool. Madam has lots of money. Unexpectedly, two rivals came to join the excitement, not only showing support but sarcastically noting Yan Chao is usually busy and only knows how to throw money around. Hearing this, sister-in-law remained calm and proud, praising Yan Chao to the skies. Yes, he has the most money. How pitiful. But when everyone discussed real estate development, sister-in-law didn't hesitate at all. That land isn't a good place. The feng shui is problematic. Zhong, who took these words to heart, understood sister-in-law was warning him to cut losses in time. The Zhang family isn't interested in that land, but it was precisely because of his foolish luck. Still confused, he asked sister-in-law again. After all, Yan Chao and sister-in-law's knowledge was equally matched, so both husband and wife had the same expression of not wanting to waste words. Of course, Yan Chao understood sister-in-law's meaning. President Zhang is really at preschool level, always asking why. Yan Chao left happily after his revenge, leaving Zhong fuming on the spot. However, Yan Chao was particularly curious. Why would Madam warn Zhang? Sister-in-law frankly said he was useful, while old Deng stood there puzzled, but sister-in-law still patiently explained it to him. Divide and conquer is the most stable and quickest way to deal with political enemies. It's also a brilliant strategy on the battlefield. He wondered where sister-in-law learned the art of war. She was surprisingly familiar with enemy tactics. Looking at her now, he wanted to understand more about her. With rivals right before his eyes, his jealousy could open a vinegar shop. However, sister-in-law thought something was wrong with him. To protect his wife, he glared at the two rivals, his murderous look turning into low pressure. He was the legitimate husband, yet sister-in-law was chatting and laughing with rivals. Was she trying to give him a heart attack? Meanwhile, old Deng congratulated them on attending the 70th birthday celebration. Sister-in-law withdrew her hand to applaud old Deng. Yan Chao wasn't happy. His wrist felt empty now. If he let sister-in-law hold it again, where would he put his face? But sister-in-law didn't care about all that. She happily mingled with the rivals during conversation, but sister-in-law would have the last laugh. She wouldn't lose to anyone. Watching the green tea unable to come up with anything good, sister-in-law found it quite amusing. ready to settle both old and new scores. Has old Deng finally grown a brain? Can't remember I'm Yan Chao's wife, but remembers these hundreds of words clearly. Sister-in-law's words were sharp yet beneficial. Facing more people becoming fascinated with her, she didn't need to care about anyone's reaction. When Yan Chao turned his gaze and saw those two dogs, his face darkened further. He felt increasingly unhappy. The rivals felt his sharp gaze and shivered. The windfish failed, and everyone understood with one look. Then old Deng invited them to be seated. Mrs. Yan, this is my most capable son, Song Jin, and these three, Song Wen and Song Wu. Yan Chao interrupted this useless introduction. Then at the dining table, sister-in-law explained everything, especially about that bootlicking green tea. Sister-in-law directly pointed out his particular admiration for Yan Chao. Yes, I know everything about Yan Chao by heart. The couple immediately spoke in unison. So you want to write a biography? The green tea was immediately trapped. Yan Chao was instantly delighted because his wife was so in sync with him. A meaningful smile made Zhang extremely jealous. Imitating Yan Chao's annoyed look. Stop showing off. You two even insult people the same way. Sister-in-law just said, I dare. The man was completely crushed. After sister-in-law had just dealt with the green tea's report, she made a statement that completely outshone a certain famous woman. Although sister-in-law was really sharp, the green tea wouldn't give up until the bitter end. Wanting to settle scores with sister-in-law, using public opinion to create drama, linking photos to sister-in-law's Weibo. But suddenly, the MLM Foundation targeted sister-in-law's parents. Looking at these two naive parents, the foundation members immediately started getting friendly. Seeing sister-in-law wasn't around, these people wanted to scam whoever they could. Fortunately, the worthless father was cautious and discussed this matter with sister-in-law. Originally, these people's plan was to use sister-in-law to control Jiyu Jia like before, but they couldn't handle sister-in-law. It also proved that Jiyu Jia was a typical parasite. Whether it's reputation or property, the only thing the parents could rely on was sister-in-law, their big tree. After receiving the call, she knew Shiwa would still absorb and cultivate new experiences. They planned to target the simple-minded Jiyu family members, but sister-in-law knew she couldn't fully trust her parents' words, which were somewhat short-sighted. But the next moment, danger arrived. The Song family from Whining School approached with big steps. They said they would teach sister-in-law a lesson. She recognized them as the human traffickers she had previously dealt with. The school's backers. She remained indifferent. Walk in the dark long enough, and you'll meet ghosts. Then sister-in-law played with her hair. I've been waiting for you to come to me. The scumbag got angrier and grabbed sister-in-law's wrist. Feeling no remorse, he continued harassing sister-in-law. Sister-in-law had no patience to waste time with scum. After checking this was a camera blind spot, her expression immediately changed. Then with one hand, she flipped the scumbag over, lifting her long skirt. She stomped on his kidney with her high heel. Indeed, sister-in-law was fierce but quiet. One kick between life and death. Sister-in-law's first time doing bad things. All rivals came to cover up. Yan Chao's face darkened with anger. However, sister-in-law's hair was messy from the fight. Unexpectedly, when Yan Chao saw this, he took off his coat to support his wife, worried she'd catch cold. Without a word, he joined in the beating, then pushed the scumbag's head into the pool. What did you say about my wife? Say it again. But then a child walked by. The couple was startled and embarrassed. They took away the child's toy gun. Bang! Yan Chao instantly shot down the security camera. During the later confrontation, the child was innocently childlike, so innocent that he just said Yan Chao's aim was good, and sister-in-law taught him to count 123. The scumbag was furious enough to explode, dismissing the lies. High heels stepped on my head. Yan Chao crouched down and pushed me into the fountain pool. But hearing old Deng's warning not to provoke Yan Chao, the scumbag's anger suddenly flared up, cursing his own elder, saying the Song family's young master was worth less than a woman. In such cold weather, he was pushed into the fountain pool. Sister-in-law thought it was too light a punishment. The fallen scumbag now shuddered thinking about it. Meanwhile, after helping his wife, Yan Chao asked what happened. Sister-in-law found it absurd. So you didn't know I took down one of Song family's schools? But Yan Chao only cared about sister-in-law. He said if it made sister-in-law happy, he'd turn the Song family into the Yan family. The air suddenly went quiet. You two go play in the back garden. Compared to Zhang stupidity, Feng Yu swirled his wineglass and revealed. More accurately, they went to play with people. This couple was so bold. Zhang Er was stunned. Unexpectedly, Feng Yun asked sister-in-law if Mrs. Yan wasn't afraid of the Song family's revenge. Yan Chao immediately blocked his wife. Why are you getting so close? Sister-in-law thought both were childish, but admitted the Yan family name was truly useful. Hearing that Feng Yun's reputation was good, sister-in-law stood by Yan Chao's side. What does that have to do with me? Sister-in-law was just playing mahjong. Yan Chao told his wife to lose 800 million first. Everyone laughed, excited at the prospect of earning a few hundred million. But what they didn't expect was, sister-in-law immediately won every round, though the winnings weren't much. Sister-in-law just enjoyed dominating the game. Yan Chao stood like a stick figure beside her while sister-in-law sat there exuding urgency. Someone keep track of all this money. Acting like a nouveau riche, several wealthy ladies gritted their teeth. Their expressions mocked sister-in-law as a pig trying to eat a tiger. Sister-in-law smiled broadly, politely thanking the three wealthy ladies for their kindness, then looked up at Yan Chao. Saved Mr. Yan some money. Upon seeing sister-in-law's cards, the four old-timers playing cards were laughing their heads off. Would Mrs. Yan like to try? Yan Chao stood behind his wife, looking somewhat unhappy. But what about the cards? Sister-in-law now had strong hands in every round. The old-timers were losing badly. This monster is clearly an expert. Why didn't you say you were so good at mahjong before? Sister-in-law rested her chin indifferently. Well, nobody asked me. Then the waiter announced sister-in-law had 75 million won, but old Deng insisted on rounding it up. Yan Chao didn't even look, his face darkening with anger. By 10 o'clock, sister-in-law had received 600 million in winnings, and the couple left with smiles. Then sister-in-law looked down at the wrinkled suit jacket. She took it off and put it on Yan Chao. On the way back, sister-in-law thought about the children's things. Yan Chao became melancholic again, feeling very unhappy. Was his presence too weak, or was his 1.95 meters height not tall enough? His wife hadn't noticed him at all, so Yan Chao spoke up. I didn't scold, but sister-in-law said she forgot. Then she remembered there was still this small confrontation. Then I'll take this to heart. Then sister-in-law went home and finished rating the snacks. Yan Chao started questioning his rival. You seem very familiar with Mr. Zhang and Mr. Feng. Sister-in-law was speechless. Mr. Yan, don't you have friends? Yan Chao blurted out. No, too much nonsense. Sister-in-law sighed, turned and waved. Mr. Yan, get some rest. Yan Chao held the planet cup, about to break it. Then he treated it like a treasure, placing the planet cup on the mismatched antique cabinet. Sister-in-law just called Secretary Chen. Yan Chao had enough collectibles to open a store. He was waiting for his wife to call him, but sister-in-law completely ignored this man-child. For everything, she called Secretary Chen, wanting to donate all the money won at the card table to the foundation. She earned another 200,000 to pay Secretary Chen's salary. When Yan Chao found out, his jealousy could open another store. His face was full of absurdity, wondering why she wouldn't call her husband. He felt it unfair. Does Secretary Chen's wife always call you? Secretary Chen raised his eyebrows. Sometimes she texts too. Just hearing about the texts while he hadn't received any, Yan Chao became so angry he needed to lie down. For the first time, he thought about firing Secretary Chen. Put your phone on the table. Can you get off work? Don't take personal calls or texts after hours. When Secretary Chen left, the green tea girl came to find the boss. About your wife, I have something to say. Your father made it clear, each raises their own children. Now Aunt Jiyu Shui is interfering. Isn't this chaos? Oh, is that so? Yan Chao finally had an excuse to call his wife. Wife, you arranged for Yan Wenhong to enter a new school. Regarding this, my father had clear rules. We each raise our own children. Sister-in-law received the call calmly. To raise someone into a twisted, inhumane being? Tell him Yan Wenhong won't return to his hands. Yan Chao was quite supportive. Very well, I understand. Then he seriously asked his wife, do you always call Secretary Chen? Sister-in-law was puzzled. When I need Secretary Chen's help. Her tone of, just find him, was unbearable to Yan Chao. Some things Secretary Chen cannot handle, like Yan Wenhong's custody. Only I can handle it more cleanly for you. At these words, the green tea girl beside him became unsettled. Then Yan Chao hung up. You can go now. My wife says no to you. Tomorrow lawyers will contact you to redistribute custody. The green tea girl protested. She says no and you just listen? The mighty Mr. Yan listening to a woman? Unexpectedly, Yan Chao raised an eyebrow and gave a reasonable answer. Because I do listen to her. Then Yan Chao closed his eyes and turned to his assistant, ordering them to drag her out. Then he resolved his wife's concerns. Soon the green tea girl received a call. Miss Hu, please come to People's Hospital. Your brother's hand was cut off by loan sharks. The green tea girl trembled in fear again. She turned to look at Yan Chao's penthouse. Mo Yinhe just wanted to get back 1 billion, but unexpectedly brought back his fourth son. Because Ji Yushirong had defrauded her father of 1 billion, Mo Yinhe immediately brought over a dozen bodyguards to surround the hotel. The little chubby boy woke up startled from his sweet dream, looking down his nose in contempt at his father. Who are you to dare break into young master's room? Mingjing squatted down to put shoes on the child. The chubby boy felt an inexplicable sense of dependence. Seeing him not making a fuss, Mingjing smiled gently. Don't be afraid, little one. We're not bad people. Your guardian defrauded us of 1 billion and disappeared. Unexpectedly, the chubby boy laughed out loud, saying, You're the idiots who transferred 1 billion. Making Mo Yinhe as black as a pot bottom with anger. Even Mingjing felt a familiar feeling. He patted the chubby boy's head. So where did Yi Jingzi go? Bu Shirong turned his head away, quickly got in bed and wrapped himself in blankets. Baby doesn't know anyway. Baby needs to sleep now. Please yourselves. Mo Yinhe was so angry his intestines turned black. He reached out to drag the child from bed. The frightened chubby boy quickly hugged Mingjing's legs. Beautiful auntie, help. The debt belongs to others. I'm just a child, looking like a pitiful puppy. But Mingjing didn't buy it. So you know to think for yourself. Then call that Yi Jinj of yours. The chubby boy felt inexplicably afraid, so he couldn't act out, and obediently made the call. Yi Jinj, you bad thing. You scammed others of 1 billion to repay debts. Now the creditors are here to take baby away. Mo Yinhe got anxious and grabbed the phone. No need to repay the 1.1 billion. Just bring the necklace. Yi Jinz was really angry. If you dare touch Ji Yushirong, I'll make you wish you were dead. Suddenly Mo Yinhe's face darkened. I give you 3 minutes to appear before me. Otherwise, you'll see a disabled Ji Yushirong. Listen, I'll return the 1 billion to you now, of course. Mo Yinhe wasn't short of money. He just wanted the necklace. Nothing more. Meanwhile, Yi Jingzi decided to stall for time. Indeed, Mo Yinhe wasn't easily fooled. The little chubby boy suffered, being directly packed off to the Yi family. No matter how Ji Yushirong cried and begged, it was useless. Sister-in-law rented out an amusement park for the children's birthday, but Yan Chao came to shut off the power. After sister-in-law took the 3 little ones to the amusement park, Yan Chao returned home to find himself all alone. It was really pitiful. When the maid said Madam took the children to the amusement park, Yan Chao was nearly angered to death. So she didn't take me again. Meanwhile, sister-in-law sneezed, feeling someone was thinking about her. She thought of the lonely person at home. When is your big brother's birthday? The children looked at each other, watching sister-in-law turn away. Unexpectedly, Yan Wenhong showed a gentle smile. Because the amusement park was fun. They'd never been to such a place with sister-in-law before. And sister-in-law, riding the roller coaster, was flying with joy at that moment. Sister-in-law and the children were immersed in this ocean of joy, riding round after round, until near nightfall. Everyone wanted to see the night view from the Ferris wheel, but someone quietly arrived at the amusement park, heading straight to the control room upon arrival, complaining that his wife played all day without thinking of him, while pressing the main power switch. Meanwhile, sister-in-law, seeing the darkened restaurant, thought it was a malfunction. She waited 5 minutes for the backup power before leaving, but at the door, a bright light shone directly on sister-in-law's face. Someone pretentiously said, "Looks like there's a power outage. Good thing I came." Sister-in-law was more surprised, thinking how this person was so different inside and out. With such deep thoughts, his wife's unhappy expression, Yan Chao failed to notice. Even the 4th princess had a black face, and Bian Wen uncle regretfully said, "Not getting to ride the Ferris wheel." Sister-in-law had wanted to see the night view. Hearing his wife sigh, Yan Chao looked sternly at the staff. There's a separate power system. The Ferris wheel can still run. Unexpectedly, when Yan Chao got on the Ferris wheel, the 4 little ones were gloomy until the Ferris wheel reached the bottom. Sister-in-law was truly amazed, and someone's eyes were practically glued to her. He watched his wife overlooking the city lights, looking quite happy. His heart fluttered immediately. Sister-in-law just wanted to check the funds, and the rescued love rival immediately cut off fund connections. While sister-in-law was managing finances, she had infiltrated the fund's alliance. But what sister-in-law didn't expect was, several people were involved together, and the wealthy lady was now spending lavishly, having invested in a movie. But the company invested in last year still showed no progress. Sister-in-law sat there and understood immediately. Whether it was a project proposal issue or company personnel review, the wealthy lady closed the investment book. They could only understand that they wouldn't lose money, still staying on that chain. However, sister-in-law strongly disapproved, suggesting they invest in technology or state-supported projects. But the wealthy ladies were confused and unanimously rejected. Sister-in-law was speechless. Fue thought it was hopeless. No wonder the Hong Fund kept growing bigger. Their target audience was truly foolish. Sister-in-law became troubled, and immediately threw over an investment book. Let me explain the investment standards, procedures, hot projects, and investment trends, until sister-in-law received a phone call. Her plan was simple: get the donation slip through her mother, lay groundwork, track the fund source step by step, and finally get evidence. Surely twice the result with half the effort. Meanwhile, the leader was setting traps for the parents, listing out all benefits for generals in different positions, not mentioning sister-in-law's 50 million investment, while trying to tempt mother Gu to invest 100 million. Such blatant freeloading. Sister-in-law on the phone could barely contain herself, instructing her mother to invest 50 million while contemplating investing another 100 million herself. After speaking, she wanted to see the donation slip, and immediately added another 50 million. Sure enough, the leader finally wavered, willing to let her take it away. Then sister-in-law would find a way to get the slip from him, saving a step to win. Meanwhile, Feng Yu on the plane heard the news and became unsettled, almost exploding with anger. The assistant looked confused. This time Feng Yu finally learned her lesson. That woman is heartless and cold. The fund will collapse quickly. Then she frowned and immediately ordered Feng's fund to cut ties with Hong Sheng. Otherwise, if we're late, we'll all be finished. It was sister-in-law's first time celebrating children's birthday. Unexpectedly, Yan Chao intercepted halfway through. He hurriedly rushed his wife into the car, inwardly wishing to bury the 4 kids in the North Pole. The kids were furious, really hating how Big Brother came and took sister-in-law away. Sister-in-law sat in the car, avoiding someone, but Yan Chao made no explanation for his actions, his face showing no ripples of emotion. Have you had dinner? He just said no. Sister-in-law decided to pacify this palace first, suggesting dining together, to prevent him from doing anything in the Western Star. Then sister-in-law returned home, turned off lights and lit candles. The family gathered around the big cake to celebrate. Wishes and birthday songs rang out simultaneously. Sister-in-law never expected herself to have such a low emotional threshold. Yan Chao's coldness. The 3 little ones were just like a soulless choir. They only cared about the cake sister-in-law personally chose. Sure, it would be delicious, yet they couldn't notice how large the princess's shadow area was at this moment. Yan Wenhong still thought this was chosen by sister-in-law for him, rolling his eyes several times wanting to eat it all. But with Yan Chao's intervention, Yan Wenhong could only provoke in frustration, then obediently cut the cake. Unexpectedly, after the birthday, sister-in-law became concerned about his 800 million. It was only after seeing it with his own eyes that he knew. Second, to prevent sister-in-law from losing money, pursuing collection shots, using all means to shoot one take after another. When sister-in-law came to visit the set, Second was as happy as a child, tightly holding the small accident sister-in-law brought, letting go when seeing sister-in-law about to leave. Her heart ached like a child again. The director thought Yan Second was quite easy to get along with, but in a blink, she turned into a yandere young master. Even the director couldn't find the cause. Yuan brother, let's prepare for the next scene. But Yan Second was acting up again. Needless to say, he absolutely wanted to show off about sister-in-law. The director saw it all, finding it absurd. Yan Second's condition could only be cured by sister-in-law. Yan Chao realized he had fallen for sister-in-law. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law accepted Lian Ying's interview. Mrs. Yan, can you answer if your marriage with Mr. Yan was a business arrangement. He stared intently at his wife's interview program, desperately wanting to hear the desired answer. But sister-in-law calmly stated it wasn't a business marriage. Once said, everyone was eager to hear more. Rare to see such sweet wealthy couples. Sister-in-law's answer immediately trended online, and he met the female lead. It turned out she was Yu Xiaoxiao. Then sister-in-law sorted out the plot. If Yu Xiaoxiao had become an assistant at the entertainment company after returning with Yan Chao, they would surely have ended up together. So the current deviation from the storyline was because of this link. Although sister-in-law was reluctant to leave her current life, it was indeed her butterfly effect that invisibly changed the female lead's life. When the female lead met sister-in-law, their differences in vulnerability and nobility were clear at first sight. When sister-in-law raised her eyelids, the female lead's heart couldn't help but fear. Even four fearless reporters were like mice seeing a cat when meeting sister-in-law. Sister-in-law really couldn't stand such a helpless female lead. If you're interested, come help me do more meaningful interviews. The female lead never expected sister-in-law's sincerity. Though sister-in-law's face was cold, her words were gentle. Our domestic foundation's welfare homes and 3 district schools need annual coverage. Only this way will they continue to be discovered, not forgotten. The female lead was instantly stunned. She felt sister-in-law was radiating light, like an angel descending to this world. Indeed, only someone so beautiful and strong could match someone like Yan Chao. Now the female lead only shipped their CP, saying, wishing Mrs. Yan and Mr. Yan happiness. I'm going to resign now. After speaking, still admiring sister-in-law's beauty, Mrs. Yan, I want to ask why you chose me. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law smiled beautifully, answering, because you are righteous, kind, wandering yet always strong female lead. The female lead felt sister-in-law was increasingly fascinating. Thank you. I won't let you down. Then sister-in-law returned home, changed into an evening gown, going to invite Yan Chao to a movie audition. Unexpectedly, someone had been staring at the computer, but she couldn't say her most important task was watching sister-in-law's interview. Surprisingly, sister-in-law saw through Yan Chao's minor acting immediately. It's okay. I'll wait for Mr. Yan downstairs. No one dared believe that sister-in-law, who secretly raised 300 million for the Borax Foundation, would directly strike at the enemy's nest, completely destroying the Red Apricot Foundation. Remember a month ago, sister-in-law used 300 million as mother's guarantee. She could get the donation receipts. Indeed, mother's 1-month infiltration finally succeeded. Without anyone's suspicion, sister-in-law looked at the donation receipt, 1.100 cotton jackets for girls in 3 districts. She felt something was wrong. Indeed, it was fake accounting, donating while taking back. These things probably never left the warehouse. Mother panicked. But the fake accounting isn't our business, right? However, sister-in-law sighed at such a foolish trick. You first donate 10 million. They quickly return 20 million. Then they tempt you to donate 30 million. Your money continues this way. Isn't it strange that doing charity could return money? Mother looked confused. What's their scheme then? Sister-in-law smiled contemptuously. Of course they want to keep digging money from the Yan family, initially using large donations to exchange for cheap items, constantly raising membership fees, stimulating wealthy ladies to bring in new members, then others disguised pyramid scheme. The foundation even arranged a famous doctor. Endless investment ghosts. Everyone could see the party's proxy. This way, all money in their pockets would be stolen clean. But sister-in-law particularly wanted to eliminate this public menace. Rather than doing it all at once, she preferred to drag it out slowly, strike at the vital point, destroy the foundation. So mother, please get off first. But mother still looked at sister-in-law. Won't you take me back? Sister-in-law helplessly closed her thumb. It's not on the way, and I just learned to drive. Mother realized and turned purple with fright, then quickly got off. I'll go back myself. Daughter, drive slowly. Then sister-in-law stuck her head out and sped away with one press of the gas pedal. Yan Chao had to compete for attention after the children. It was really pitiful. Just after watching his wife's interview program, Yan Chao dressed up to find sister-in-law. Seeing the 4 little ones also dressed up made him frustrated. Why did they have to go too? But sister-in-law wanted family harmony. As a family, They should be all together, making Yan Chao indescribably happy. Taking his wife's hand, "Whatever madam says, let's go then," because someone's eyes were fixed on his wife, while sister-in-law didn't even raise her eyelids. Unexpectedly, Yan Second just pouted, and stole sister-in-law's attention that should have been on him. At this moment, Yan Second was very anxiously scratching his head. If he couldn't act well in this movie, he'd feel like jumping to death from the Grand Canyon. Then sister-in-law handed him peach candy. "Don't think too much. If you're nervous, just eat candy." The three youngsters behind saw the candy and instantly jumped forward. They all reached out for candy at once. "Sister-in-law, where's ours?" Yan Chao also wanted attention, finally reaching out to his wife. "Madam, what about mine?" But his wife stood in front of the four kids, laughing straight-faced. "I remember, mister. Yan doesn't like candy. Besides, these are for comforting children." At this point, that big baby awkwardly scratched out a villa, constantly complaining, "I used to have deep emotions too." Then the two made a stunning entrance, hand in hand. Yan Chao escorted sister-in-law beside his wife, looking extremely proud. He kept throwing glances at the three male creatures in front, making both love rivals cover their faces in embarrassment. He even provoked that the whole Yan family bought tickets, showing off shamelessly. Finally, Yan Chao struck back defiantly. Watching both love rivals smile to their ears, he floated with pride. "I don't need to buy tickets. Madam personally invited me and gave me tickets." These words directly darkened Zhang Second's face, as the two were exchanging sparking glares. Sister-in-law between them calmed them down. "Please take your seats. The movie is about to start." Since sister-in-law's film investment became a hit, Yan Chao finally understood her interests. He showed off in front of all rivals. Yan Chao couldn't believe his wife had educated the wolf cubs so excellently. Moreover, his wife's sci-fi drama investment set a new milestone in the film industry. The second one made great sacrifices for this film, but the only person he wanted to thank was sister-in-law. The story begins with Doomsday, the male lead being the last star on Earth. After struggling to survive on Earth for 40 years, he finally received signals from aliens. The Earth's climate changed rapidly, and humans gradually couldn't adapt to Earth's changes. A team called White Robes began investigating alien civilizations. The male lead changed from a widely pursued superstar to an ordinary person. His only shelter was the estate he bought during his peak fame. After the movie, his wife didn't forget to ask someone's opinion. "Mr. Yan, how was the movie?" Yan Chao was clearly delighted and praised his wife's good taste. Yan Second couldn't help but glance over, but the socially anxious director had already vanished. Yan Second handled all interviews alone, especially in the car. Sister-in-law praised his performance. "Well done, second princess." All his exhaustion disappeared. The third brother also praised more. "Indeed, sister-in-law is amazing." Second brother acted even more foolish than before. Yan Second was so angry his mouth twitched. "What do you mean I always played fools before?" Sister-in-law was amused by little G. Yan Chao looked displeased and lonely. "You all talk too much." Then sister-in-law looked at the show's ratings with inexplicable satisfaction, and Yan Chao became more humane, making noise in front of sister-in-law. He had been following his wife's foundation. "Madam, would you like to see something interesting?" Sister-in-law took the phone and glanced at the news. Her lips curved into a smile, finding it mysteriously interesting. During New Year, Yan Chao personally cooked to feed sister-in-law. During the festive New Year's Eve, sister-in-law asked the Soldier Brothers to buy a truck full of New Year goods, from various candies to New Year paintings and spring couplets. After hanging the auspicious Fu character decorations, sister-in-law wanted to invite the Soldier Brothers home for New Year, but learned these soldiers were war orphans with no home to return to. Then sister-in-law made up her mind, smiling as she invited them. "We're all family. Stay here for New Year's Eve. It's merrier with more people." Meanwhile, Yan Chao waited for his wife at the company for hours, with no response to his calls. Even when the phone rang, it was about work. But Yan Chao didn't want to wait passively anymore. He was desperately missing his wife. If he didn't take initiative, his wife might forget he existed. Thinking this, Yan Chao quickly returned home. But the next moment, he was dazzled by a warm joy. The originally gloomy and cold home was now decorated everywhere for Spring Festival. Second brother was shocked to see Yan Chao. "Rare to see you home on New Year's Eve," Yan Chao retorted. "Aren't you second brother too?" Excited. "Of course. Today sister-in-law is cooking herself and called me home for reunion dinner." In the kitchen, Yan Chao saw the three youngsters circling around his wife. He sent them away. Go play outside. I'll handle the remaining dishes. Though unhappy about losing sister-in-law, the three little ones had to reluctantly leave due to bloodline pressure. Sister-in-law watched him quickly cutting meat, skillfully wielding the spatula. Sister-in-law was amazed, mouth-watering. Mr. Yan's cooking is great. Can I order dishes? Yan Chao became happy immediately, turning up the heat as the ingredients started sizzling in the wok, but sister-in-law still brought him an apron, quietly passing behind his waist, personally tying it for him. Yan Chao was instantly enchanted, trying to adjust to his suddenly racing heart, looking at sister-in-law. Thank you, madam. But little G peeking at the door felt sour. Big brother isn't focusing on cooking. The food's burning. Sister-in-law just stir-fried some mustard shrimp. Yan Chao nearly cleared the plate. It was because little G saw sister-in-law point, thinking it was sister-in-law's specialty, eagerly wanting to finish this dish. But after taking a bite, chewing from start to finish, even his tongue was speechless. No one expected sister-in-law's cooking to be so bad. While sister-in-law smiled expectantly, waiting for praise. Shrimp represents reunion. Isn't it delicious? The four little ones didn't know what to say. They could only taste water now. Seeing his wife approaching Yan Second step by step, Yan Second directly finished all the mustard shrimp, claiming it was delicious. The shrimp is great, worthy of being madam's specialty. The four little ones saw Yan Chao's bootlicking behavior and were even more shocked. Is Big Brother's taste broken? Or his brain? He actually ate it all. Soon, Yan Chao pushed his specialty dish in front of his wife. Madam's ordered steamed base. Try if it suits your taste. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law was captivated after one bite. She ate 3 big bowls of rice. After the hearty meal, she suddenly felt greedy, looking directly at Yan Chao. Mr. Yan's cooking is great. Wonder if I'll have such good fortune in the future? Yan Chao's heart was pounding. It seems to win his wife's heart. He must first win her stomach. If you're not busy, I can cook for madam anytime. After the reunion dinner, sister-in-law suggested watching the Spring Festival Gala. However, while sister-in-law showed genuine joy watching the Spring Festival Gala, everyone else maintained a calm face, appearing to watch seriously. Someone's eyes didn't reflect the gala at all. He was watching his wife instead of the show. Seeing the harmonious family atmosphere, sister-in-law shook her head, showing a meaningful smile. For this New Year's Eve, Yan Chao had prepared plenty of surprises for his wife. Besides dinner and decorations today, I prepared various fireworks in the courtyard. Madam, let's go watch the fireworks. It'll feel more like New Year. Sister-in-law took it to heart. Rare to hear Mr. Yan talk about New Year spirit. After a display of colorful fireworks lighting up the sky, the family's New Year became more heartwarming. Sister-in-law's film investment broke 1.5 billion. Small investors were jealous of Yan Chao to death. Yan Second was about to die from anger. This movie had already earned 2 billion. Then he turned to ask his assistant, "Is my net worth higher than Yan Chao's now?" The assistant glumly replied, "This might still be 100 billion short." But Yan Second only felt down for 3 seconds. He immediately went to sister-in-law. "Haven't you followed my Weibo yet?" Sister-in-law just said okay. Yan Second talked non-stop for 15 minutes. Finally, at the 18th minute, he found sister-in-law's post. Such an excellent sister-in-law. Yan Wenshu rushed home calling for sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. The movie's breaking 1.5 billion today. With Yan Wenshu's congratulations. Yan Chao, who was constantly monitoring his wife's box office, immediately proposed holding a celebration banquet. Sister-in-law smiled modestly. "Mr. Yan, it's too early to celebrate. Wait a bit. I'm confident this number will double." Yan Chao frowned but couldn't resist coming to watch his wife practice calligraphy. Meanwhile, Yan Wenhong downstairs was dying of envy. Amazing. Sister-in-law does everything so well. Those 500 million actually weren't needed. But sister-in-law helped Yan Wenjia understand the grassroots, proving herself a true actor. What could he prove about himself? Thinking this, Yan Wenhong immediately went to study in isolation. Perhaps proof would be winning the math competition, trying to win championships abroad with sister-in-law soon. Then Yan Wenshu also went to study practice tests. Thus he was left lonely in the living room, until he saw this comment about box office. He got more and more headache. Finally annoyed, he went to study too. Just then, sister-in-law received a call. The voice on the phone was somewhat evasive, stating their purpose. Sister-in-law was only confused for 3 seconds before asking which family's madam they were. "I'm Madam Wang. About the project I invested in earlier. Does Mrs. Yan know what's going on?" Sister-in-law smiled lastly, writing, "The first smart person," on the window. They were even slower than she expected. True love is a two-way journey. The moment Yan Chao gave sister-in-law that captivating smile, sister-in-law had completely won. When the wealthy madam wanted to learn investing from sister-in-law, she made it clear she was just a trophy wife. Her husband's affection was poor, which sister-in-law found pitiful. She asked her to bring relevant documents. She had an investment lawyer here. Meanwhile, the woman was watching her husband's expression. She was timid even about going out. The man said if they were stopped at the Yan family's door, it would be his loss of face. So for the investment matter, the woman decided to be brave once. However, Yan Chao quickly received the news. The security guard was asking whether to let them in, but when Yan Chao heard they were his wife's guests, he didn't interfere. The wealthy madam was quite startled after entering, unexpectedly seeing sister-in-law. Clearly sister-in-law was expecting her. Mrs. Huang, hello. The lawyer hasn't arrived yet. Please have a seat. The wealthy madam warmly presented New Year gifts, then sat down looking at sister-in-law, not finding her cold at all. Just then, a certain investment lawyer came in uninvited, playfully calling out to his wife. The wealthy madam realized how different it was, seeing Mr. Yan without having to stand up. At home, it was completely different. Yet sister-in-law chatted casually with Yan Chao, showing no sign of watching her husband's expression. Mr. Yan, finished with work? I've been bothering you these days. Can we have that snail noodle pot again tonight? Facing his wife's food cravings, his smile reached his ears. The wealthy madam secretly glanced, thinking Yan Chao's smile was unusual, almost forgetting why she came. Then she took out an investment proposal. They say this project uses new technology not yet available in China. Yan Chao glanced and declared it a scam. These terms have loopholes, and more importantly, the breach conditions are time-sensitive. The wealthy madam panicked. She took out a second one. He frowned again. This project would lose money even with 10,000 you invested 1 million. Sister-in-law nodded in agreement. Really met some scammers? The wealthy madam was stunned, looking at dozens of investment documents, all bottomless pits. They said we'd see returns immediately. I invested over 17 million in total. Sister-in-law wasn't surprised by this result. First using charity as cover, then private investment meetings, if not a pyramid scheme. What is it? The wealthy madam was more shocked. What should I do? Sister-in-law looked at Yan Chao's face. He immediately understood. Yan Corporation could stop them. Sister-in-law patted his hand, telling him not to involve Yan Corporation, saying she had arranged everything. Then sister-in-law smiled thoughtfully. The Hongxing Fund's commotion will happen tomorrow at the latest. Remember to call the police then. Yan Chao learned to cook specially for sister-in-law. Rare that sister-in-law was moved. In front of everyone, sister-in-law put an apron on Yan Chao. The assistant's eyes widened. Hearing sister-in-law ordered snail noodles too, the assistant was quite shocked. I'll leave first. Sister-in-law not only smiled but also thanked the assistant for his hard work. Yet Yan Chao had cooked for his wife so many times but never received such caring words. Wasn't he working hard too? But he wasn't petty. Madam even cares about such small things. His wife looked serious. Li Xiaoshu saw the situation was beyond salvaging. Hearing his wife speak like this, Yan Chao felt surprised. After all, a wife who would help others without complaint was nothing like the original Xuyên. While thinking this, Yan Chao looked at his wife who wanted to be fed. Madam, do you prefer fresh shrimp or crab meat? The snail pot needs crab meat, Yan Chao said lovingly. Then let's use hairy crab. Sister-in-law watched Mrs. Yan, who could handle both formal occasions and kitchen duties. She had a regretful expression, unable to imagine the male protagonist from the book being such a good cook, and she was the most fortunate one. It wasn't easy to be fed 2 ounces of meat. How could she want divorce after just 2 months of eating so well? So sister-in-law not only didn't want to rush the divorce but was willing to stay for the food. Coincidentally, today's news suited sister-in-law's taste. While praising his wife's excellence, he helped her prepare the sauce. Remembering his wife liked sweet and sour taste, he added a spoon of honey. Sister-in-law looked at her successful 3-pronged plan, with news spreading everywhere, and felt the food smelled irresistible. Thank you, Yanzu. With his wife's thanks, Yan Chao had even thought of children's names. Even the maid watching Yan Chao's cheap smile thought they were just one step away from complete understanding. What a loving couple indeed. Then Yan Wenshu rushed excitedly to sister-in-law. The Star's box office has reached 3.9 billion. but Yan Chao had a murderous look for the close-range third wheel. Even sister-in-law rarely blushed, thinking how the child discovered Yan Chao's special treatment of her. Sister-in-law was going abroad. Yan Chao had truly become an empty nester. Rivals kept having long phone conversations. That woman did everything so perfectly. She disrupted Hongxing, withdrew Song family's reserve funds, cutting off their lifeline. But now she was accompanying the child abroad. The Song family, crushed by their own schemes, must be in quite a state now. And now the Song family elder was not only furious enough to pass out, but also under investigation. It was said the Song family ancestors had once betrayed. The pervert had seen that Shi Hua was more like a despicable rat, living by leading dogs. Soon, Shi Hua brought a dozen red thorny flower teas, but he didn't give as much as Yan Chao. If Mrs. Song really wants tea, I have better tea. Today he insisted on inviting Mrs. Song for tea. Although these were all backup plans Yan Chao made for his wife, but sister-in-law's main concern now was the fourth princess. She felt no fever. It must be from the long flight. Have some candy first. We'll drink hot water at the hotel. Now it was finally over. Yan Chao smiled happily with the fourth princess. Every moment with sister-in-law was priceless now. All of sister-in-law's candy was his. So according to someone's plan to protect his wife, another conspicuous package appeared. Welcome, madam. The security guard took the luggage. It was someone arranged by the boss. The princess's face instantly darkened. The conspicuous package enthusiastically went to give sister-in-law a bear hug, frightening her a bit. After getting kicked by the security guard, the conspicuous package finally dropped his casual attitude. Hello madam, I'm Hades's actor. I'm here to pick you up. But the conspicuous package hadn't expected. The pervert really didn't recognize me. During the conversation, the conspicuous package opened a super cool yellow sports car. Sister-in-law took a look and finally understood what it felt like to be a spirited young man. But the constant clicking sounds nearby left sister-in-law truly confused. The conspicuous package happily said, "Those are taking pictures of me. Don't mind them." Then he smiled at sister-in-law. "I'll make sure this journey will be interesting." Love indeed cannot be hidden. Yan Chao even wanted to give his private number to his wife, because sister-in-law's revelation was huge. The Song family was in complete chaos. The elder was scolding the younger one. Use your brain when doing things. You went and announced it to the world through our own theaters. Hearing sister-in-law made such big news. Shi Hua, who specialized in pyramid schemes, didn't want to let sister-in-law off easily. He still had leverage over the foolish parents and had gathered over 3 billion. At this time, the maid ran over in panic. Madam, something terrible has happened. Now those wealthy madams were coming to apologize. The maid handed over the PR department's report. News broke about Hongxin Fund's fraud and Song family's selfish use of public welfare recruitment. Before Shi Hua could desperately sort out the situation, netizens supporting sister-in-law had already reported to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Finally, Hongxin Fund was exposed for embezzling funds. The huge foundation immediately became a focus of major corporations. Then the director's sister-in-law invested in no longer faced plagiarism accusations. Suddenly, sister-in-law helping a depressed and disappointed director make a comeback became viral online. Director's son was still deeply moved by sister-in-law. Not only did he return to himself, but also acknowledged Yuan Wenjia was truly a genius. Meanwhile, Yan Chao put down his phone and said to his wife, "Madam is so capable. Now Song family members are taken away by investigators. Han Wen doesn't dare go out. And netizens are busy condemning Hongxing." While they were heavily praising the star's main investment house, his wife showed no expression. The foundation should be more despised than street rats now. Yan Chao glanced at Yan Wenhong. "Why did your competition choose this time?" Yi Wenshu stuck close to sister-in-law jealously. "Why does sister-in-law have to accompany you abroad?" The princess secretly smiled because, she's my sister-in-law. Now Yan Chao waited for his wife coming downstairs. "They're going abroad with you." Looking at these soldiers who had been through life and death with Yan Chao, sister-in-law looked at Yan Chao with a smile. As if love bubbles were rising in the air, Yan Chao smiled. "Madam, remember this number." Sister-in-law was stunned when suddenly Yan Chao leaned close. He whispered in his wife's ear, "Madam, better memorize it," making sister-in-law blush as she quickly memorized it. But the princess behind them darkened her face. How dare he get so close to sister-in-law? Never mind. It's just a peacock's deliberate display before parting. Sister-in-law's first overseas trip was specially cared for by the Cliff Group's playboy. Not only did he put aside a 200 billion party to serve sister-in-law, he even declared he would be Yan family's servant just to call sister-in-law Madam, like Yan Chao. The noble lady's spirits were dampened. Shi Hua wanted to fight sister-in-law to the death. His threatening style would only make all-powerful families view him as a dangerous beast. It was clearly a mouse challenging a cat. Sister-in-law, with her victorious demeanor, remained calm in crisis. Let Madame Song enjoy it slowly. The finale was clearly a disaster, with no room for negotiation. Then just as sister-in-law hung up the phone, the math genius turned into the fragile and pitiful fourth princess. Sister-in-law, I feel awful. On Shi Hua's end, hearing the beeping of the hung-up call, his nose twisted in anger. In the restaurant, Hades' phoenix eyes glanced sideways. Pervert, you came at the right time. Thank Madam for avenging me. The two shared the same seat. Hades proudly rambled on to sister-in-law. After listening, sister-in-law lifted her head proudly and firmly said, I did it for the Yan family. Mr. Hades can be a servant for the Yan family. Then sister-in-law stood up. We're done eating. And Mr. Hades, please stop calling me Madam. Please call me Ms. Gu. Hearing this, his mouth twitched. And then, this Madam is completely different from what you described, whether online or in foreign media. She's a leader in both fame and fortune. When Yan Chao heard someone calling his wife Madam, he immediately called to check on her. Otherwise, sister-in-law would have forgotten about him. Madam, I wanted to say that Hades owes me a big favor, so you can order him around like a dog. Sister-in-law couldn't help but snicker. So this is what Mr. Yan specially wanted to tell me? Yan Chao cleared his throat. You're not used to Western food. I'll ask Hades to get a Chinese chef. Sister-in-law was happy but thought no chef could cook as well as Yan Chao. She noticed his voice was a bit hoarse. Yan Chao chuckled. Madam, you've given me such a good opportunity with Hong Shen. How could I waste it? Sister-in-law smiled slightly. Thank you for your hard work. Mr. Yan, everything will be perfectly concluded. Get some rest. The next day was Yan Wenhong's first biology competition. Not to mention this lackey was very rich, but compared to Yan Chao's aesthetic style, those eye-searing luxury cars that looked like color palettes nearly blinded sister-in-law. Sister-in-law had to admit, in terms of style, Yan Chao was extremely likable. Mere lackey, how dare he call sister-in-law Madam? Everyone knew that was Yan Chao's exclusive term. As soon as sister-in-law browsed through foreign media, she immediately discovered this lackey's identity wasn't simple. Did Hades suddenly pick up this woman? Good heavens, did Hades actually help her carry luggage? Although sister-in-law only understood the word, woman, she decided she needed to find a teacher to learn English. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Sister-in-law only knew how to say, okay, in English. But when she turned around, she saw the lackey still serving her, saying, Madam, press this button whenever you need someone. Call me anytime you need me. Then sister-in-law comforted Yan Wenhong. Go in and rest well. Inside the room, Yan Wenhong stood by the window. Through the thick glass, he felt everything around was strange, just like when he was forced to enter whining middle school. And as the feeling of fear increasingly surged in his heart, what he hated most was this sense of loneliness. Meanwhile, sister-in-law was clueless about the coffee machine. She struggled to figure it out, still couldn't manage it, and had to press the doorbell again. Unexpectedly, the lackey was quite helpful. He carefully taught sister-in-law how to boil water. Madam, I notice you're not very good at English. We can communicate using body language. It's more convenient. But the next moment, sister-in-law felt troubled. The original owner knew English. Just then, the lackey called her, Madam, again. Sister-in-law felt a deep rejection from her heart. When facing the window, she didn't have this feeling. At this time, sister-in-law boiled a cup of hot water and placed it in front of Yan Wenhong. The fourth princess was sweating profusely, constantly calling, sister-in-law, save me. Seeing the child having a nightmare, sister-in-law reached out to wake her. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law is here. Looking at the beautiful and caring sister-in-law before her, Yi Wenhong's incredulous eyes showed anxiety and insecurity. Afraid that the sister-in-law before her was an illusion, sister-in-law took out fever medicine, told her to drink some hot water first, and said they'd call a doctor if she still felt unwell. She became as docile as a little bird again. Since sister-in-law went abroad, Mian Chao finally felt threatened. She couldn't believe her daughter-in-law could speak English after just 3 days abroad, and sister-in-law's overseas trip yielded unexpected gains. The fourth princess perfectly completed her first biology competition. Sister-in-law also found the fugitive criminal. But regarding the fugitive who walked into the tiger's den, she decided to go all the way. Sister-in-law politely lectured the lackey. Mr. Hades, this is Shihua's most beautiful third daughter-in-law. The lackey's sharp edge clearly weakened. I see. Sister-in-law glanced at her hair, then lifted his chin, a cold glint flashing in her eyes, especially seeing him kneeling and begging for mercy. Sister-in-law smiled even more beautifully, agreeing to stay temporarily, but she turned around and called the domestic prosecutor. Zheng Yusan is at the Milbercliff Group, at Mr. Dis's home. If deportation is needed, we'll handle it here. Hearing sister-in-law's voice, the prosecutor's hands unconsciously trembled. After so long, hearing her voice still made him nervous. Then he became serious and questioned, Aunt Ji Shui, how could you? Sister-in-law was confused by the marriage question and directly hung up. The prosecutor's face instantly darkened. Aunt Ji Shui, have you forgotten me after transmigrating? Meanwhile, sister-in-law, who was always sensitive to intuition, felt that person's tone was very familiar. It must be that child. No mistake. The prosecutor called sister-in-law again from his private number. Do you remember Sheng Chongcheng? Hearing the familiar voice, sister-in-law felt inexplicably comforted. Of course I remember. When you were sick, you kept holding onto me saying you didn't want to die. The prosecutor jumped up excitedly. I knew you were grandmother Gaoman. Ji Shui. How did you transmigrate here? Who killed you? Sister-in-law smiled. No one killed me. I just woke up like this. Such a brave and resourceful grandmother made Sheng Xixin uneasy. But letting the fugitive escape was sister-in-law's doing. Except for the bound hostages. Once estrangement occurred, Hong Xing's confession was just a matter of time. However, sister-in-law went viral at a certain internet cafe. The pet rumors and stories about Yan Chao being cuckolded grew increasingly intense. When Yi Wenshu learned about it, he rushed straight to Yan City's upper levels. Big brother, sister-in-law is going to run away with a foreigner. Seeing this, Yan Chao not only suspended the 200 billion position, he even had thoughts of killing the lackey. In this chaos, he called his wife to check on her, but heard the line was busy. Yan Chao felt like he was falling apart. After sister-in-law went abroad, her happiest moment was being called sister. Because of this title, sister, she broke 8 of the foreigner's ribs. Just before the 4th princess's exam, sister-in-law saw Hua Tuo's bud get drenched by a foreigner. It was too much bullying. Sister-in-law handed the boy a handkerchief. Wipe your face. The boy smiled and took it. Thank you, sister. The 4th princess's face instantly darkened. Sister-in-law became even more angry. Who splashed water on you? The water was still dripping from the boy's body, and he looked scared when answering. It was clear that the person who splashed water was nearby. Sister-in-law looked around and finally locked onto the target. At this moment, the soldier brother fully awakened. Madam, leave it to me. But the foreigner gave sister-in-law a contemptuous look. You are looking at me, Chinese woman. Honestly, sister-in-law got a headache hearing English. What did he say? The soldier brother translated. He says Chinese people are stupid and lack competitive spirit. Sister-in-law's eyes immediately filled with killing intent. Insulting our citizens with such disrespect. If this were in the past, I would have immediately deployed troops and leveled his country. The princess, seeing this, pushed aside the foreigner and directly retorted, China has never let great scientists, and more Chinese scientists will prevail. Then she made a fierce declaration. The first place in this competition belongs to me. Listen, the first place in this competition belongs to me. At this time, sister-in-law looked at the overbearing foreigner. What are your numbers? You and that girl? The foreigner reported their numbers without thinking. Then sister-in-law patted the 4th princess. Go to the camp. I'll wait outside for your good news. Then sister-in-law's eyes lit up, asking the soldier brother about local security. In this district, rich people who pay taxes, even if they rob someone, the police will just have tea with them first. Hearing this, sister-in-law waved her hand. Oh, is that so? Then let's find a good spot to help Mr. Jack stretch his muscles. Yan Chao felt like he was losing his wife every day. Abandoning the 2.100 contract, he had to ask what his wife was doing every day. Because if he didn't pay attention to his wife even a bit, his naive wife would be taken away by someone. So Yan Chao shouted before the meeting even ended, postpone all schedules. If he didn't see his wife soon, he would completely lose it. But his assistant was helpless. Chairman Yan, the royal princess is getting married. Won't you attend? Yan Chao looked indifferent. What's so special about a wedding? Chasing my wife is more important. Then he rushed to the private airport. Sitting on the plane, he only said, prohibit takeoff. That blonde guy is getting too bold. Meanwhile, The blonde guy only knew how to mock the naive sister-in-law. Sister-in-law couldn't bear it anymore and grabbed the blonde's collar. I didn't expect Mr. Hades to be two-faced. No wonder you're called a lackey. The blonde suddenly became cowardly. Ms. Bu, please loosen your grip. Let's talk somewhere else. Sister-in-law thought of a good idea. Let's start with some hand and foot exercises. Actually, the blonde guy was quite wronged. The media just loved to focus on his private life. Looking at the playboy blonde, sister-in-law wished she had exposed him to the media right away. The young master of the Cliff family couldn't even control a few reckless media outlets. The blonde spoke carelessly, becoming emotional when thinking about how his brother almost killed him years ago. That life of brotherly conflict, it was Yan Chao who saved him. The blonde's performance didn't even have fake tears. Sister-in-law was speechless. In terms of playing pitiful, he was far worse than Yan Wenhong. Trying to dodge responsibility with this trick wouldn't work. Enough. I don't care about your hardships. Using me comes with a price. The blonde was truly scared now. Sister-in-law walked to the blonde's side and said, "Is this redhead the ugly and stupid brother you mentioned?" Soon the blonde burst into anger, being unreasonable and ignorant. The atmosphere became very tense. From this, sister-in-law could tell the blonde had fallen for her at first sight. He even joked about being sister-in-law's lackey. The blonde kept denying it. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law delivered a powerful line in English. "You're both indeed dogs, but Hades is a bootlicker, while you're a dog who looks down on others." Hearing this, the blonde immediately got into character. The redhead was so angry his nose curved. "You dog who likes to be Juliet's pet. You're a disgrace to the Cliff family. Offending Yan Chao's woman leads only to death." Watching this terrible acting, sister-in-law smiled. "Remember, you owe me one." The blonde sighed in relief. "You're a great help. I'm deeply grateful." Suddenly a phone call broke the air, making the blonde's smile turn nervous. Upon answering, Yan Chao's cold voice came through. "Patrice, you have 10 minutes. I'm at the American airport. Come pick me up personally." It was Yan Chao's first time chasing his wife to America, yet it warmed his wife's indifferent heart. For once, sister-in-law had some things she wanted to discuss with him. When foreign ladies mocked sister-in-law, sister-in-law's response was quite sharp. "Speak that bird language again, and my head will hurt. If you can't speak Chinese, you're not worthy of talking to me." However, Hades was sweating while picking them up. Yan Chao got straight to the point. "Where's my wife?" Hades immediately confessed. "Mrs. Bu is relaxing at a party at home." Hearing this, Yan Chao was displeased. His wife clearly didn't like crowds, but wherever his wife was, he would go. Until Yan Chao strode into the party entrance, his eyes scanning the crowd for his beloved. Finally, he found his wife. In that instant, Yan Chao's eyes were filled only with his wife. Seeing his wife wearing only a thin kippao, Yan Chao thoughtfully draped his coat over sister-in-law. His wife's heart inexplicably warmed. She gently took Yan Chao's hand. "Come upstairs with me." Everyone was stunned. Was this the same Yan Chao who had always stayed away from women? To their surprise, sister-in-law had already led Yan Chao to the room. "Mr. Yan, I want to ask, does Hades owe you a debt or hold a grudge?" "I understand. Do you want him to have a grudge, dear?" Sister-in-law still wanted to confirm. "In your understanding, what kind of person is brother Hades?" He silently replied, speaking slowly. "Hades is ambitious. He can endure his brother's arrogance. He has principles but isn't as clever." Sister-in-law smiled. "That's right," Hades said, "for the family's sake. He's willing to provoke us this time, getting serious about assisting Diane Chao. Indeed, Hades' connection with me has always been his most important bargaining chip, but whether he truly intends to challenge Yensha cannot be determined yet." Hearing this, sister-in-law suggested that he always leads Cliff and maintains a delicate relationship with Yensha. In reality, could they be aiming for something bigger? Just as sister-in-law got to the crucial part, they were interrupted by a mysterious person's arrival. When they came out to look, it was the family's third child. Having his private time with his wife interrupted made him angry. His eyes could kill. Whether at home or abroad, the family's burdens always prevented him from pursuing his wife. The children sister-in-law raised were all pitiful and spoiled. They grew up under the neglect and guilt of their biological parents. Yan also understood these countless instances of melancholic love, though he didn't like this kind of love, but completely ignoring his biological parents' efforts seemed unfair to him too. If his biological parents came to him crying, he wouldn't even show a trace of pity. So Yan decided to tell his mother that he had grown up, whether she noticed his growth or not, and despite his parents' belated affection. In any case, Let his parents live their own lives. Previously, he always needed his mother's love, but now everything his mother could and couldn't give, sister-in-law had given him. After saying this, Yan left without looking back. The driver nearby was worried about his state, but only Yan knew that just hearing sister-in-law's voice would make all his unhappiness disappear. He called sister-in-law's number again and again. The moment sister-in-law answered the phone, the fatigue in Yan eyes turned into the emotion of a 22-year-old child. He confided to sister-in-law, "I told my mom I've grown up and don't need her anymore." Was that too heartless? Sister-in-law thought clearly and asked, "Your thoughts are, making choices is always painful but precious because it means you're no longer avoiding them. Making sacrifices, facing the unknown, facing the results of choices is often painful, but I believe long-term consumption would be more tortuous." She felt his sincerity as Yan sobs grew quieter. Sister-in-law still cared for his feelings. "You've grown up, just struggling with emotions right now, but you don't need to think about it or deal with it alone, right?" At this moment, sister-in-law's voice was like a warm furnace, giving Yan immense comfort and warmth. Meanwhile, the two little ones at home, repeatedly worried about the blonde taking sister-in-law away. If sister-in-law wasn't their sister-in-law anymore, thinking of their mission to protect her, Yi Wenbo rushed straight to America. As for the princess, just looking at this banner was absurd. Although they knew he came to steal sister-in-law, whether they could drive him away or not, but Yi Wenbo's toughest part was his mouth, saying he came to cheer him on. Bian Chao closed his eyes helplessly. He had already won the award. Sister-in-law also muttered softly. Indeed, both competitions were won. Just because the child sister-in-law raised won 3 Intel Science Awards, his birth mother wanted to use Yan Wenhong to fight for the Yan family's inheritance. It turned out when sister-in-law learned that the first Yan Wen's birth mother had come, Yan Chao was worried about his wife's troubled expression, but sister-in-law always smiled at these children. Yan Wenjie just said he really likes the current Yan family. Even in Yan Chao's eyes, these children only shared the same surname with him, each with their own interests. But after his wife came, his feelings towards them and this family changed for the first time. And now there's this indescribable situation with his wife. The fourth princess's face turned black as coal, feeling unwell. "Let's go call sister-in-law back." Just then, the fourth princess received a message. She became shy like a child again. "What should I do? Should I invite them? This is so strange." After 3 seconds of internal struggle, the fourth princess finally spoke up. "Are you free the day after tomorrow night?" Yi Wenbo looked confused. Sister-in-law's eyes lit up. "Is there good news? The Intel competition results are out today." Yi Wenbo finally realized. "You won all 3 competitions?" The fourth princess nodded. "However, the committee invited me and family members to attend the ceremony." Looking at his wife, 3 days passed so quickly. "Let's go together." At the Intel Science Award ceremony that evening, the fourth princess stood confidently on the award stage, looking at her sister-in-law who truly cared for her. In the past, when she stood in this position at school, she was treated abnormally by everyone, but now, everyone applauded warmly for her. At this moment, Yi Wenhong understood why he was born smarter than many others, making people unhappy. If he hadn't met sister-in-law, he wouldn't feel happy today. Standing here, looking at sister-in-law, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Wenhong felt his world becoming brighter. Sister-in-law was the person he respected most, and the person he loved most. At this moment, he wanted the whole world to know that sister-in-law was the person he wanted to thank most. Then the fourth princess walked towards sister-in-law, presenting the trophy to sister-in-law. "This trophy belongs to her. Without her, I couldn't have won this trophy. This honorable trophy belongs to her. Without her, I couldn't have won this trophy." Yan Chao's favorite wife, the blonde, wanted to become Mrs. Yan, but sister-in-law didn't even remember her name, while the blonde completely looked down on sister-in-law, kept saying sister-in-law's name was too hard to remember, not as good as Chinese dragon culture. Yan Chao embraced his wife and said, "My wife's name means pure and flawless. It represents the direction of blood and sacrifice. Can you remember such an explanation?" Even his wife was surprised, hearing someone explain her name this way for the first time. The business partner came over, handed them the most luxurious Sea View Suite key card. His wife was so embarrassed. Before she could react, Yan Chao took her away. The partner also educated his daughter. "You see, that's Mrs. Yan. You pig brain. Why did you provoke Yan Chao?" Meanwhile, his wife asked Yan Chao puzzledly. "This cruise gathering lasts 7 days?" But Yan Chao didn't know. only knew there would be big movements within these 7 days. When sister-in-law returned to the room, she somewhat saw through the partner's intention. She asked if Yan Chao had observed the red star symbol, but in his memory, it was just a big red star. Good memory. What about the uniform color? Yan Chao instantly connected the red star with the red flower. At this time, sister-in-law, after careful consideration, still brought up the divorce agreement matter, but Yan Chao interrupted. Dear, someone's eavesdropping at the door. Outside, the blonde desperately tried to press her ear against the door, listening to every movement inside, and sister-in-law's only solution was to have a fight with Yan Chao. The big tree has beautiful leaves. A kick landed at Yan Chao's doorstep. Yan Chao quickly dodged to the side, but within seconds, he caught her foot and pulled it back hard. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law kicked again, and it turned out like this. Yan Chao suddenly couldn't look at his wife directly. Dear, your martial arts are impressive. Sister-in-law looked bewildered. I must say, Mr. Yan is also impressive. Can you put me down? Just as Yan Chao loosened his grip, his wife pulled him forward. With a thud, they fell onto the bed. At this moment, they just stared at each other, silence speaking volumes. Hearing the commotion, the blonde outside was furious. Sister-in-law couldn't believe it. Wherever she and Yan Chao went, guests spoke Chinese to her. It turned out after the fourth princess thanked sister-in-law most for her award, Yan Chao quickly issued a statement, repeatedly instructing his subordinates. They must use Chinese when meeting his wife. But when they left the intel competition, Yan Chao had barely been alone with his wife for 3 seconds when Mr. Fuller appeared. Congratulations, Yan. Yan Chao introduced again. Thank you, Mr. Fuller. This is my wife, Ms. Xuyên. Just as the old man invited them for a casual meal, the couple exchanged glances. Mr. Fuller, thank you for the invitation. My wife and I need to discuss it first. Then they left without looking back. Old Fuller watched them leave. The next second, someone jumped out beside him. Did you hear that? Discuss with his wife. Your brother was stupid to try anything with Yan Chao's woman, but still be careful. He might be supporting your brother. The man sneered. My brother is an idiot. That's why Yan Chao refused like that. Are they going to old Marlowe's now? Old Fuller snorted. You already know. Meanwhile, sister-in-law realized. Mr. Yan, is the Fuller family doing business with the Yan family? Suddenly questioned by his wife. Yan Chao smiled and confessed. Old Fuller is smuggling flour to stabilize some businesses. We've temporarily suspended cooperation. His wife got goosebumps. So why did that old scoundrel invite us to dinner? Yan Chao said. Oh, only the tycoon Marlowe family has invited us to attend their cruise party the day after tomorrow. Sister-in-law glanced at Yan Chao. It's not an ordinary party, is it? Yan Chao admired his wife's intelligence. Marlowe's son-in-law is currently running for office. Guests will consider you as the representative of the banquet. Sister-in-law agreed without hesitation. 3 days later, Yan Chao led his wife onto the cruise party. Familiar Chinese tune. Familiar people. Sister-in-law was delighted. Yan Chao smiled naturally. Of course, without speaking Chinese, don't think about doing business with Yan family. But sister-in-law's face changed instantly when she saw the banquet hall party. Why is it a swimsuit party?